Anybody from CRM there? Should we start? It's 1:30. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Good morning.
ഇത് മാറ്റാനല്ലേ അതൊരു മിനിറ്റ് കിടക്കട്ടെ ഒന്ന് മാറ്റണേ.
Hi, Dr. Joe.
Yes,
Good afternoon,
fine. Yeah. Welcome to all. Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon to all. Dear friends, today the third day of the international webinar on grassroots participation and local development, learnings from the People's Plan campaign in Kerala, India, and the Batopili initiative in South Africa. Today, we are going to start our technical session 11, that is on capacitation of local government for crisis effectiveness and e-governance service delivery. Friends, I am very happy today Professor Kripa Anandpur is with us. She is Associate Professor of Madras Institute of Development Studies. In Indian context, it is known as MIDS Chennai, internationally reputed research organization. It is in Tamil Nadu and India. Dr. Kripa Anandpur is well-reputed social scientist from India. She has commendable publications in national and international reputed journals, and she is an expert of traditional local authorities and equally competent to other domains of public issues, public finance, decentralization, gender studies, and so many core domain areas. In that context, again, I would like to say that we all are highly fortunate and lucky. We have Professor Kripa Anandpur with us to chair, to moderate the important technical session. And may I request Dr. Kripa Anandpur to conduct the proceedings. Dear Professor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Jose, for that very, exaggerated welcome. Good morning to all the African participants and especially from South Africa and Ghana, and good afternoon to the Indian participants. When Dr. Jose asked me to chair this session on local governance, that there was this webinar happening with Batopili and local governance and people's participation, I was very surprised because my first interaction with Batopili happened in 2001 when I was in South Africa for a conference. And I actually kind of met with the local government in Pretoria at that point of time to help them try to disseminate awareness on what the principles of Batopili are to the general public. So it is in a way a very circular moment for me coming back after 20 years to engage with the same issue. We have a tight schedule. We have 6 papers and I've been asked to be very strict about monitoring the time. So without much further ado, I'm going to kind of introduce the first speaker and ask Ms. Amanda to keep to time. So we have one slight change. Instead of the second paper, we are actually going to be having Dr. Santwana, who will be making a presentation, who could not do it yesterday. But I urge all the participants to maintain time. So the broad area of our this thing today is looking at capacitation of local government for crisis effectiveness and e-governance in service delivery, both of which have been extremely important during the pandemic. So Miss Amanda Nyamke, I apologize in advance if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. Is an MPA student from Ghana, GIMPA, and she's going to be talking about an assessment of quality of service delivery by Ghana local government in the management of COVID-19 pandemic. So Miss Amanda, you are going to have 15 minutes. And I will alert you around 13 minutes to wind up. So I would be really happy if you could keep to the time. Anybody who wants to ask questions, we'll take all the questions at the end. Keep very precise questions and you can start putting them on the chat box as each person finishes their presentation. And at the end of the session around 3 o'clock, we can take question and answer session and have maybe engaging discussion around various issues that are likely to emerge from this very interesting session, which I'm looking forward to. So, Ms. Amanda, can you kind of start your presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I hope that you can hear me. Good morning to, and then good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to the organizers of the conference and especially to Professor Kingsley Agomo. So because of the time limitations, I would want to jump straight into the objectives and start with the objectives of my paper. Give me a second, I'm trying to share my screen. Please hold it.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to jump right into the objectives of the paper.
Respected Chairperson, you can request the paper present. Okay.
Were you saying something, sir?
Dr. Joss, were you saying something?
Yeah, you can also actually request the paper presenter to put it in a slide form in a larger frame.
Okay, so what you can do, Amanda, is that put it in the slideshow format. You can use the at the bottom there is an icon that you can use a slideshow, and then so that it is visible. As of now, it is not very clear. Could you put your PPT into a slideshow format?
I'm not really getting you, but I hope that you can see and you can hear me. So
yeah, the slideshow, the slideshow.
I think I'll just go ahead with the presentation. If
and it is okay. Otherwise, technical problem. You allow.
Yes,
that is enough. Please,
please just go ahead. Otherwise, you rather mess up. Please go ahead, please.
That's right. Okay, so the first objective was to establish what roles the local government, that is, in essence, the Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies of Ghana played in the management of COVID-19. The second objective was to determine if citizens were satisfied with the services delivered and with the quality of service delivery. And then the third objective was to establish how well Ghana's practice of decentralization was reflected in the management of the pandemic. So from here, I'm going to go right to the theoretical framework of this paper. So this paper was based on two main theories. The first is the Fink's crisis module, and then the second is on the theory of decentralization and improved service delivery. So I compared the performance or the management of Ghana's central and local governments to Fink's crisis model, which is a 4-step medically themed model for crisis management. The first step, he says, is the prodromal stage. This is before the crisis hits. This is the period before the crisis hits. The second stage, which is the acute stage, he believes is started by a trigger, which unleashes the crisis. The third is the chronic stage, which is the lasting effects of a crisis, because as he purports, a crisis might be short-lived, but its effects may be longer-lived. And then the fourth and the final stage is the resolution stage, which marks a clear end of the crisis. So we compared Ghana's management of the pandemic to this module to see how well it conformed with it. And the second theory that the paper is based on is decentralization and improved service delivery. Many scholars have purported that the main reason behind decentralization is to improve service delivery. This is mainly because it's Mudalige gives 2 major reasons why improved service delivery is behind decentralization. She says that it is because the state is failing in the delivery of basic services, and then secondly, because services are consumed locally. So this paper aims to check if Ghana's purported or supposed practice of decentralization was reflected in the pandemic, and if it's led to improved service delivery during the management of the pandemic. So I'm going to go straight to my major findings. To start with, we realized, though, it was established that the central government especially managed the pandemic according to Fink's crisis model, because when the crisis was first, or the virus was first recorded in China, and before it came to the shores of Ghana, measures were put in place, to prevent or to contain the virus when it happened. And then right from the moment that the first case was recorded, there were measures till now that at this moment, the virus is almost non-existent, and then there are measures to re-energize or to help the economy to recuperate. So from there, we go to whether citizens were satisfied with service delivery by both the central and the local government. Our findings show that majorly citizens were satisfied with the services delivered by the central and local governments, albeit to varying degrees, and a few citizens had their reservations, but on the majority, they were quite satisfied with services delivered, as this graph shows. So the findings continued. Okay, so we found out that the local governments, that is the MMDAs, played a very major role in the management of the pandemic, because the local government was the vessel through which the central government carried out its directives. So the central government brought up policies and directives to contain the virus. But after coming up with the policies and directives, it was through the local governments that the central government was able to achieve its objectives, because the local government, in essence, was the part of government that actually carried out the directives. To the third objective, we found out that the practice of devolution wasn't really reflected in the management of the pandemic. When we come to Ghana and to Ghana's local governments, majorly we are supposed to be practicing devolution, which in some sense is the real form of decentralization. So that is what is practiced in Ghana, because local governments have the ability to raise their own funds, they have the ability to make bylaws and the sort of thing. So in essence and in proper terms, devolution is practiced in the local government of Ghana. But when it comes to the management of the pandemic, we realized that the management wasn't really devolved, because certain decisions, most decisions were taken at the top level. From the interviews with key players in the local governments, we established that most decisions were taken at the central government level and just passed down to the local government. Even very important actions or decisions like procurement were carried out by the central government. The central government procured things like the PPEs and then just called local governments or the MMDAs to pick them up. So we find out that devolution wasn't really reflected in the management of the pandemic. We also find out that in this paper, we established that the MMDAs were inadequately funded to combat the pandemic. This is because from our interviews, we established that the central government did disburse certain funds to the local governments, but this was done about once or twice. And for the rest of the job, the MMDAs had to depend on the already measly funds to contain the virus in their respective municipalities, metropolitans, and then districts. So they had to fall back on their IGFs for provision of services like providing water to places that didn't have access to water to contain the pandemic. And then another very interesting discovery I made in this paper is that citizens seem not to be very knowledgeable about the local governments and then the services they provide. This was established because in different parts of my questionnaire, I posed as a question about the effectiveness of the local government in the management of the pandemic in 2 different parts and in 2 different sets of wordings. And then I found out that the responses or the answers or results I got from those 2 questions differed. So to some extent, and then coupled with the fact that in the questionnaire, certain questions were skipped by quite a number of the respondents, it showed that the citizens weren't so knowledgeable about local governments. Though they are aware of the existence of their MMDAs, they are not so much aware of their funding, their services, and then the parts that the local governments play in general governance in the country. To the next point, there is also a general perception of corruption in Ghanaian public institutions, including MMDAs, because though we have already established that citizens were majorly satisfied with the services provided, when asked if the services the MMDAs provided justified government's investments in local government, most of the respondents said no. And then the fact that most couldn't really give proper reasons behind their response showed that there was just a general perception that local government wasn't putting resources to effective use. And the few that did give reasons for their response attributed their negative response to the lack of accountability and then transparency. So this goes to back certain studies or research that has been done and show that there is a general perception of corruption in the Ghanaian, governance system, because most citizens perceive that Ghanaian public institutions are corrupt. And so even though they agreed that the MMDAs did exceptionally well and provided satisfactory services, they still weren't convinced that government should invest in them. This also goes to retrace the point on the lack of knowledge about the local government, because I think to some extent, citizens are not so much aware of local government source of funding and exactly what goes into it, because it is established that mostly the funding or the district assemblies common fund that central government sends to local governments delays. And then in comparison with the services that the local governments are supposed to provide, it is rather measly. So for citizens to not agree that the central government has to invest in local government, it just shows that either they think the MMDAs are corrupt or they do not know exactly what goes into the running of the MMDAs. Another very interesting find was that most respondents, or a majority of respondents, believed that there was partisan bias in the delivery of services. During the pandemic, I think the central government and the local governments engaged in services like distribution of food items, distribution of funds to cushion businesses, and then distribution of PPEs. Most respondents believed that the distribution of these goods and services were done on partisan basis. And then also they were skeptical, especially of the free
Amanda,
services.
you had 3 minutes to wind up.
Thank you. All right. So they were quite skeptical, especially of the free utilities that government purported to distribute, because they believe that to some extent the free services were paid for later. The implications and then the conclusions of the finding Okay, so the study established that MMDAs can provide satisfactory services if better equipped. So it just goes to conclude that MMDAs in Ghana should be better equipped and empowered to raise their own funds and then to run the administration. Our second point is that administration and politics should be divorced or should be separated in the operations of MMDAs. Or better still, there should be representation of all political parties so that in instances like this, all parties, and then that goes to say that all sects of the populace will be adequately provided for. It also says another conclusion or implication we've reached is that citizens should be included in the governance of the MMDAs and then should be educated so that they are adequately informed about how the MMDAs run. Lastly, MMDAs should strive to be more accountable to their localities, especially for the resources that they are allocated, so that there will be generally a better informed populace and then a more supportive populace. I would bring my presentation to an end at this point and say thank you so much to all participants, the organizers, and to everyone who logged on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda, for really sticking to time, but also giving some very interesting findings from Ghana about how local governments played a role, despite not being very critical to the interest of the people, because people still don't know about the issues or the activities of the local government. So anybody has a question, please put it in the chat box so that Amanda can address it later. Next, we invite Dr. Santwana Pandey. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Madam is going to be talking about electoral democracy and development at grassroots level, insights from Indian states. Madam, you have 15 minutes starting now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, respected chairperson, and special thanks to Jose sir. Actually, my presentation was scheduled yesterday itself, but because of the technical glitches and there was cyclone in Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur, where I am right now, so I could not present myself. So I sincerely and thank Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, that she has given me the opportunity to speak my words. Basically, since the presentation has started, and we can say Batupele approach, which has been very accurately chosen by a respected Jose sir. My presentation is a verbal presentation, ma'am. Is it okay? I'm not presenting my PPT.
No, that's absolutely fine. Yes, yes, please keep time. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, so my topic is electoral democracy and development at grassroots level and insights of Indian states. Actually, we have discussed so many things about Kerala, Ghana, South Africa, and so many different parts of the world. Now, I would like to take your attention to the different other states, just as I have tried to understand the situation of, we can say, Panchayati Raj institutions and basically the service delivery system in different states. I have taken Uttar Pradesh, 5 to 6 states. I have taken Chhattisgarh as well, where I am right now. Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh and Bihar as well. So it start from the democratic point of view, because at the very outset, I would like to make it clear that 3 basic components are there. First is electoral democracy, means somewhere the democracy has been connected to the electoral site. And the second aspect is the development aspect. At the same time, we can also see that there is a different situation in different states, because the reason of taking these 4 to 5 states was to understand and compare the situation of public delivery system there. So if we start democracy, actually deepens basically when the public delivery system makes its access to the last person. But as we see that, as we realize the situation of electoral democracy, it definitely unpacks various dimensions at the same time and analyzes development work, which has been done to the local level. Because we have experienced so many different dimensions when we went to different panchayats. Although there are several critical issues in the minds of the voters as well, because we have connected this issue of public delivery system. I would like to apologize to the respected chairperson, because it is a little bit different to the main core theme, but I am trying to connect that there are so many issues when a voter go for a vote, and his voting behavior definitely deeply focuses system. Here I would like to focus that if we talk about the female representation, whether there is a matter of female representation at the local level, we see there is a on data there is a growing efficiency of Panchayati Raj institutions where females are there as in the post of Pradhan, in the post of Sarpanch, but the original work is going in a different manner. Although at the same time, we see that Indian states have definitely varied picture. If you go to data of different states, it will have a definitely varied picture. And what happens that although India has claimed for a consistent record of free and fair elections, but in real terms, if we see a democratic government derives, we can say, derives its legitimacy and power from the consent of the government to implement policies. Means how much the policies are getting implemented in a better manner, that also makes a very important point, because I'm definitely connecting it again and again to the electoral system. So if you look at the scenario in the states like Bihar, or just as I have mentioned, you will find a grim picture, and at the same time, you will find a totally different pictures over there, because the data of vote bank politics, it indicates in a different direction, but when we see the actual reality, it is totally different. In different researches, and also my group, which is working over there, they have also seen that the findings of what they have given to me in my study, they are also they are seeing that there is an increasing political representation of a group that increases its influence on policy as well. And the basic objective of my whole study was to first to evaluate development work from the perspective of electoral campaign, because we were trying to understand that how much development is getting affected by the electoral campaign, and the development is done at the same time, it is at par when the elections are near, or it sometimes gets less importance when elections are not there, whether it is the assembly election or they are the election of these local panchayats. So the second objective of my study was to analyze the relationship between politics of policies and electoral democracy as well. Sometimes we can see it is called a fundamental market failure of democracy in our country from the perspective of unbiased research, if we see, but it is the reality, and that we try to focus from doing our own research. What we see as the implications, they are always greater in deeper, as we all agree. And Indian context, if we see the competitive electoral process, they are unlikely to do the impact on development policy. It is also seen that elections, they definitely make a difference when it comes to the development aspect, but all such situations we can see are different. Just as if we look at the state of Maharashtra, there we found that there is a situation of maximum representation in the village panchayat, but we see the development work is very less. If we see the data or the study which has been done by the Sustainable Development Goal for Rural Maharashtra 2030, its achievements and constraints, they have also given. When we quoted about that, we just try to understand the situation over there. At the same time, if you look at the status of state of Bihar, there, because my earlier presentation, my topic was on the Bihar. So we try to understand the situation of Panchayati Raj institutions, and what is the situation of public delivery system, because the people which are over there, they are not getting what they require as well. And when we see from the perspective of development, we find that extreme situation of malnourishment, extreme situation of, we can say, underweight children, women, and all such people, they are in a malnourished stage. So what happens that sometimes we see that how this whole electoral system is whether it is supporting the development of panchayat institutions, or sometimes we are just forced to think that whether it is affecting it in a negative manner. Because if we talk about the electoral system, or it is always say, I would like to add this, because in electoral democracy, we see that politics always depends upon money and votes as well. So, but in absence of, we can see in the public financing, of electoral efforts, how it will attract voters. Means the voters have the hope that their development will be done. And but it becomes a very hopelessness situation, because sometimes I always say that voters are also responsible for that. But if we look at the scenario in a neutral manner, in a neutral environment, in an environment of research, we find that voters have the expectation from the local governments, but their expectations are not fulfilled, and they only have the very lightening picture at the time of elections. But after that, the situation remains like that. That is why all these states which are very much poor at the level of development, we have chosen these states to study and go over there, that how much electoral democracy affects. When we talk about the democracy, we see that, okay, we are running a very successful democracy, but when we see the situation of the Gram Panchayat institutions over there, female over there, the situation of villages over there, and urban facilities, which are basic, the very basic facilities are not over there. So we find that, okay, somewhere the this whole electoral democratic system is, we can say, is cheating them, and it is not going at par as per the expectations of the people. So at the time of findings, or we can say findings of the study, we can say that the situation of Panchayati Raj institutions in all such states which I have talked about, even the state of Chhattisgarh as well, I would like to add one point only, that in the state of Chhattisgarh also we have seen that there is a huge situation of malnutrition and underweight children, children under 3, women, and basically it is a tribal state. And here we see that tribal people, so many policies are there by the state government to give them we can say good nourished food and all such things which are provided by Anganwadi lady and Asha workers, but they don't get it. And sometimes the state government does not prepare the mechanism that how the accessibility should be maintained of those tribal people to all those facilities which are being provided by the state government. So here in tribal area and in other southern parts of the country, also we see that the situation of we can say Panchayati Raj institutions or public delivery system is not as good as is expected or being highlighted in the papers, in the documents, we can say in the reports as well. So this is overall my observation, and thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to share my views.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for finishing even before time, so that now we can maintain the time properly. You are presenting a very grim picture of the state of decentralization and linking it to electoral democracy. And I'm sure we'll come back with more questions later on, and some suggestions how to kind of take the analysis to next level. So without much further ado, we'll call upon the next presenter, Urvashi Parikh and Professor Nagendra Sole, and they'll be talking about e-service delivery in Rajasthan, functioning opportunities and the challenges. So I'm not sure who is making the presentation. So Urvashi, your time starts now, and you have 15 minutes, and I'll alert you around 12 to 13 minute period. Yeah, thank you. Urvashi, are you there? Professor Sole? Nagendra Ambedkar Sole? It doesn't seem that Urvashi Parikh and Professor Sole are there. So can we go to the next presentation, which is by Ismail Fosu Sam, Enhancing Service Delivery with E-Governance, a Resource-Based IT Capabilities Perspective. Is the paper presenter here? Ishmael?
I think yes, he's there. He's there.
I'm here, and I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Okay. I hope I'm on it. Hello? built.
If you can put it into slideshow mode, that will be better. If not, this is fine.
Okay, let me check and see. Okay. So my name is Ishmael Sam. I'm from a PhD student from GIMPA, and I'm presenting on enhancing service delivery with E. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ishmael.
Enhancing service delivery with e-government, resource-based IT capabilities perspective. And I guess going straight for my introduction, we know how various governments are encouraging the use of technology in governance, which is e-government. And I'll go straight also to my motivation. And I'm motivated by the fact that even though there's increased encouragement for governments to use e-government, extant research in this domain has neglected certain critical issues. Chiefly amongst them is contextual appropriation, which holds significant possibility of undermining the values sought to be delivered. So the issue here really is what I refer to contextual appropriation, which can undermine the effort of e-government. And the appropriation of ICTs by their design features were established to facilitate the creation of value in the organizational context and not necessarily the local government context. So you see that my argument here is if we really want to benefit from e-government via ICT, we have to take the technology as a resource. So this study seeks to firstly draw the attention of researchers and practitioners alike to the fact that the full IT capabilities in the actualization of e-government may not be realized should the progress be informed by the IT capabilities linked to the industry standards and practices. And secondly, this research contributes to the extant literature by proffering a model conceptualization or conceptualizing IT capabilities in the e-government domain to shore up service delivery and the achievement of value to the citizenry. What I mean by appropriation is the fact that it is not just necessarily the adoption of IT per se, nor the use of IT, but before the intended value, we need to also look to appropriate the IT ahead of the adoption, because the users of the technology of ICT made the technology within their own and intended and embedded it within their social, economic, and political practices. So in that sense, we need to appropriate the ICT in a sense that it will benefit the local government system. Otherwise, what is going to happen is that we will just adopt it, we will just be using it, but will not realize the full potentials of using the IT. That's what I mean by appropriation. And in doing this, we also use literature, and it's based on the literature in the direction we viewed and came to understanding that the main assumptions of IT capabilities theory is for adopted technology to yield intended value. We needed to treat it as a resource. That is how the theory, and the theory is based on the Oliveira resource-based IT capability theory that explores the origins of superior performance and the factors that account for performance. And in this, we see that the reason why it makes us to see the reasons why some people get a better benefit from technology than others. And it's trying to explain what causes the difference and the outcomes. And he's saying that technology, and before you gain the intended value of technology, as I said earlier, you have to consider it as a resource. And the Olivera resource-based capability theory is the model that I have displayed here. It shows us of how various components affect IT capabilities, like infrastructure capability, human capability, management capability, and reconfiguration capability. And all these things come to, if you like, enhance, according to the theory, firm level performance and process level performance. But with this, I developed the hypothesis here that there is positive relationship between infrastructure capability and IT capabilities in e-government context. There is also a positive relationship between human capabilities and IT capabilities in e-governance. And there is positive relationship between management capabilities and IT capabilities in e-government context. There is a positive relationship between reconfiguration capabilities and IT capabilities in e-government. And then there is a positive relationship between IT capabilities and service delivery. So what I am saying here is that, yes, according to the theory, it enhances firm delivery performance and process delivery performance. But in addition, what I'm adding is that there is a positive relationship between IT capabilities and service delivery in e-government context. And therefore, if we really want to realize the IT capability potentials and e-governance potential of local government, we need to adapt it and situate it in the context of e-governance. Otherwise, we may have the use, we may adapt it, but per the theory, we will not realize the full value or full potential of the IT as we're using it for e-governance. Now, what are the, yes, in doing this also, the methodology was quantitative. I used quantitative methodology, and I also gathered statistics using data, using about 200 sample size of people from Accra Metropolitan District, which is a capital, based in the capital of Ghana. And the result shows that all the hypotheses were accepted. And the findings, as I found out, is that the Olivera's 2017 resource-based IT capability theory was proven to be a robust theory in explaining how value can be enhanced in the adoption of ICT in the local government context. Really, what it is that if we really want to benefit from the IT, then we really need to situate it in the context, because the manufacturers of IT may have manufactured it for a certain context. And for us for the local government system to get the full potential of it, it has to be contextualized in its appropriation. And that is why that's my emphasis. And that's also why I base it on the Olivera theory, that for us to get a full potential of this, we need to treat it as a resource, not just as something we just adopt, something that is good that everybody's using, but how does it benefit us? How would it benefit us? And the implication is that the adoption of ICT in other contexts aside the organization should be informed by a different assumption and not necessarily the organizational one. So the basic implication is ICTs in other contexts aside organizational needs to be informed by different assumptions and not necessarily the organizational one. And I am of the opinion, as I said, that the distinction between context and usage is very, very important. And therefore, for us to be really able to appropriate ICT, we really need to contextualize it and we need to use it. And that's what really this study seeks to do, because I see that many people are, yes, eager, they are happy, they have adopted ICT, they want to go on e-government, which is good, but is it benefiting? Is it benefiting? Like many people have, if you like, usage of, an example is, let's say, the use of the iPhone. But this same iPhone that people are using is that we've adopted the iPhone, and beyond the adaptation, we are using the iPhone. But some have gone beyond just the usage and adaptation and usage to use it as a resource. For instance, in the area of finances, some people have used it as a resource in gathering money, in mobile money transfers, in the financial circles, sector, and everything. But would the same be applicable in the local government? So how can the same be applicable? And that's why I am saying that in the local governance system, in government, they need to appropriate it and situate it in that context so that it can be helpful and can yield the intended result, which is providing service to the citizens. So in short, this is my presentation on the enhancing service delivery with e-governance. That is not just necessarily accepting, adopting, and using, but per the Oliveira theory and the other, basically, which I'm based on, we need to appropriate it. And in appropriating it, we need to take into consideration the context in which we want to use it in local governance. And I believe that as we get the context and we use it, it's going to yield the intended result and services to the citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismail. Again, you have taken less than the time allotted to you, so we are really doing very well in terms of time. The next is Urvashi Parikh and co-author here. And if they're not, we'll go on to the next presentation by Barima, who is the Municipal Chief Executive from Akwapim North Municipal Assembly from Ghana. And the paper is going to be on the assessment of capitation grant on pupils enrollment in rural basic schools of the Akwapim North municipality. So basically from very large service delivery questions, we are now actually going into a particular social sector, which is education, and looking at the impact on the education sector itself. So Mr. Ismail, if you could stop sharing the screen so that the next presenter can share their screen, please. Thank you very much. So Mr. Barima, can you please start your presentation? It doesn't seem like Mr. Barima is online. I don't think he's there. So if Mr. Vinod and Devarajan are available to make presentation now, so we can go ahead with your presentation, sir, and then maybe come back to take whoever who is available. Is that okay?
It's okay for us. It's not.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Vinod is the former chairman, Local Government Commission of Government of Kerala, and K. Devarajan is former chief town planner and consultant, again, Local Government Commission of Government of Kerala, India. So they're going to be talking about integrated service for local government in Kerala, process and implication.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone from Kerala, India. And thank you, Dr. Jose, for giving us this opportunity. And we are presenting a case, about an ongoing project that the government of Kerala has undertaken. And that's something it's been there on agenda for a long time. So the objective of our presentation is actually to explain the objectives of this particular important project that government has taken up, and it's again not a set process, so we can't come up with anything, something, an outcome of that kind of process. So we are in the middle of the process, so we're trying to understand the process as people who involved in designing the process and the project, and be part of the implementation at an extent. So basically, we are talking of integrated service for local government, and it's basically, I think most of you know about Kerala, decentralization in Kerala. People's Plan campaign, it's all very famous and classic participatory model in local government. So I don't want to get into details on the background on the Kerala decentralization process. But we all know that it's 25th year of People's Plan campaign and the decentralization process that it started in Kerala. So the decentralization process vis-a-vis the People's Plan campaign has been a kind of big bang action that actually attacked a very centralized power system in Kerala. And this is, and when we talk of Kerala case, it's not, it's been, there is a kind of historical legacy that's there from the very beginning after this post-independence period. So in the first communist ministry, which actually especially dam reform, that sort of very radical reforms became the base for this, and particularly about this integrated service. This particular project actually started with decentralization in 1997 and the following years. But then the evolution of funds, function and functionaries, and the fund part, we devolved 32% of the fund in the beginning, and then it actually puts the decentralization process in the form of People's Plan campaign as its methodology of its implementation. But then again, we have this regarding this functionaries, which are the officials to help the local government. And in the case of administrative decentralization, we have this transfer, we have panchayat and block, 3 levels, district panchayat, block panchayat, and town panchayat, village panchayat. And then we have panchayat department, which actually looked after this panchayat, village panchayat, matters. And then we have this rural development department, which actually took care of this rural development, basically the block panchayat. And then we have this urban local bodies, the urban affairs department. Then 2 technical departments, the engineering and planning. So this is the picture that actually, the kind of support system for the official or the official bureaucratic system that actually supports the local government, both rural and urban local bodies. But in terms of decentralization, we have again the transferred departments and officials. That's an extended local officials part of other line departments too. But then this idea of integrated service, actually, the idea is there from very beginning. Even if you, in 1957, the Administrative Reform Committee talks of the Chief Minister was the chairman, EMS Namboodiry part of that Chief Minister, and then idea was there to create a kind of panchayat level cadre, panchayat level, an umbrella administrative system that take care of the panchayat, local panchayat, the needs of local panchayat. But then after this People's Plan campaign, it is in 2006 really a major and policy initiative we took. The form of governor's speech, it was declared that all these 5 departments actually currently serving this local bodies will be amalgamated and will be formed as integrated service. But then in 2008 and 9, cabinet decision was there. Then the local government department secretary was given charge for formulating the rules, framing the rules for this integrated service. But then there was a halt. There was a change in the government, and then there was a halt. And then we have to understand that in Kerala also that the centralization, the process of centralization and decentralization will always, there is always a conflict, and then you do something and there will be withdrawn, but then as Amartya Sen rightly put in his studies about the case studies of Kerala, that the public action is very important and very powerful, so nobody can withdraw many of the things that already implemented. But in the case of this local government, this integrated government, there was no rules that actually binding to implement that amalgamation process. So the next government, that's a right-wing government, which could actually again bifurcated the 3 departments. The one local self-government department of 3, and then made Panchayat a separate minister and department for Panchayat, and then separate department for urban affairs, and then one for rural development. Then again, background of that, and then in 2016, again, we have this on this agenda that integration needs to be taken forward. That governor again made a reference about it in 2016, and then there was a government order regarding that the 5 departments should be integrated, and local government commission, it was reconstituted with us as the members of that as a team. So we got the assignment to draft the rules. So that's roughly the background, and then why it should be done. So it's important to ask why there should be a local government. So a local government service. So we know that local government, the 5 departments work in a compartmentalized way, which won't, it's like in local government system, we need to have a district level DPC committee, and then all the 3 levels, and the urban local bodies, municipalities and corporations doesn't work in silos or in isolation. But in terms of when you are all the officials are segmented in terms of line department, so you don't have actual plan, in integration or so many other things. So this is the basic issue. So that we need, that's why government and there is a policy decision that it should be there. So then local government commission got this opportunity to work on this particular project, and then the important question that it came to us was that how to do this, because drafting is just a legal thing that one can draft rules and just refer the existing special rules of all the existing departments, and then just to do a kind of redrafting, have some ideas that integrate and do that. So, but then we realized that the kind of resistance in the system, especially when you have the people's power and attack, politically take it to the system, it may be easy. But then within the system, when you try to create a change within the system, especially within bureaucracy, so it's not easy. So that's the major thing. So one has to have a very strategic approach how to work with that. So it's not just about framing the rule, but the framing the rules also it also linked to how it can be implemented. So both this dual idea that was there in our strategy. So then we had to outline the work, how we can do that. So then the quantity of work, the quality of work, and then need to have a kind of very elaborate time schedule for that. And then the time schedule is not something very rigid, because many things may come, so that we have to rearrange it. So it's basically flexible. So then who are the stakeholders involved in this? The main problem is that this is an important administrative reform, but then we have the limitation that it's not a clean slate. Legally, you cannot do away with the existing service rules of all these employees, because there are 32,000 employees in the system. So, and they belong to different 5 departments, and they all have different special rules. And we can't, we have to consider, we can't do anything, create anything new. We can't deny many of the things that they are already enjoying, and because of the existing rules. So the major stakeholders in the system is actually employees. So we have to consult them. So we consulted all the employees organizations, around 32, and then we have this local government associations and its office bearers. It's also an important thing that in Kerala we got local government associations, very powerful groups of the elected representatives. They work with government and they negotiate on many things. So they are very powerful and important in the scheme. So we worked, we consulted with them. So mainly we had to confine them, because we couldn't go in a large way to for public to understand because we cannot do there is a limitation. It's a limited mandate, so that we can open it up for the public to have a lot of suggestions and then work on it. So that's why the approach is very multidimensional, and then we took this kind of this analysis of to create the local frame the rules. We should do a kind of we had to do a kind of multidimensional analysis. Legally, as I told you, that if you take legal, so you can do it just in a legal way and then come up with some kind of very mechanically produce a draft rule. But then we went to this in a consultative model and database thing, and then important thing that the functional that get into the field and see how the system and officials function as a in the respective departments without much interaction, and to see again the conflicts between the departments who actually are supposed to work for the local government in an integrated manner. So this all are the important things that we have taken care of while before actually putting down this the idea or the conceptual frame the special rule. So it's again, as I told you, that it's like kind of processual, because we know that you can't have a kind of rigidly do something and expect that to implement it, take it as a blueprint and implement it, because not things.
Mr. Vinod, you have about 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will just say. So this is again makes the process that we have 5 departments, and then 5 departments have different kind of stories to say. So this is again make the process very complex. And I would ask my senior colleague and friend, Sri Devarajan, to talk about Panchayat, this existing departments. Is he available?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Due to the time limit and just briefing about the content of these departments details. Can hear the what I say?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. In Kerala state, as our presenter details, there are 5 government departments under local self-government department of Government of Kerala. As said, they are Panchayat department, Rural Development department, Urban Affairs department, Town and Country Planning department, and local self-government engineering department. First 3 departments are administrative in nature, and they are giving administrative support to the local bodies, not only the rural local bodies, but also the rural urban local bodies. In Kerala, everybody knows that rural area, there are 3 tiers of local governance system existing. At the district level, district panchayat is the governance body. At local level, gram panchayat is the governance body. At the intermediate level, block panchayat is the governing body. In urban area, municipal corporations and municipal councils are the local governments. You know, the panchayat department is one of the oldest department functioning in the Kerala. It starts from 1962 onwards. It is headed by an IAS officer, and there are 14 district officers, and the supporting administrative support of all ground panchayats are given by these panchayat departments. And the functional
Mr. Devarajan, you have 2 minutes.
Pardon, please.
You have 2 minutes. So
Okay. I will,
maybe because if the other 2 papers are not there, maybe we can give everybody more time.
Okay, I will complete in within 2 minutes or 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Panchayat, the functional structure of the details are shown in the sketch, and I am not going to explain the details. Next, another department is Rural Development Department. It is also one of the oldest department functioning in the Kerala for the rural development of rural panchayat areas as well as the district level areas. It's headed by the Rural Development Commissioner. He is also an IAS officer, and they have district level officers as well as the local level officers. They are the administrative supporters of the block level panchayats. The functioning functional structure details is shown in the sketch. Next is the Urban Affairs Department. It is also one of the oldest department functioning from the independent itself. It is headed by and is an IAS officer as Director of Urban Affairs Department, and they have their administrative support to all urban local bodies, including 6 corporations and 87 municipal councils in this state. And the functional structure is explained there. And other 2 departments are Town and Country Planning Department and the Engineering Department of Local Self-Government Wing. The Town and Country Planning Department is another department which starts functioning from 1958 onwards. And the main function of the department is the planning support to the local bodies, and their function is to prepare the district plan as well as master plans and detailed development plans for the local bodies. And the head of the department is chief town planner, and the functional structure is shown the sketch. And I'm going to the details. And the last one is engineering department. Engineering department is newly formed on. It's formed on 2001 by amalgamating the staffs of the earlier municipal council, technical engineering staffs of the municipal common service, as well as staff from the public resources department as well as the irrigation department. And it's formed on 2001 as the engineering wing of the local self-government department. And it's headed by chief engineer at the state level and the district level executive engineer. And there are 2 regional offices, and every local body have their own wing of this department. And next one, all please see the
Sir,
sketch
you
of
will
this.
need to wind up. Let me just call Dr. Jose. Dr. Jose.
But
Yeah, you see, the thing is that there are one more presentation. They are waiting for that because they also.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I shall hand over the presentation to the Dr. C.P. Vinod to conclude the final review.
Okay. So yeah, we took time. Sorry. And this is the existing system that briefly before. And then as he described, you can see the different segmented departments. And then we have initiated the kind of changes in the structure and process, and then as it's a kind of umbrella of multiple services and specialized wings, which has been described in down here. And this is shown the integrated one. Basically, a principal director is actually coordinating and amalgamating all these departments into wings, and then which actually support the local governments in integrated manner. So this particular structure, then it shows how the new system will come in place. So you can see the contrast the this one to this and see the difference. So then we don't have time to explain all these things, but then all this again a kind of an ongoing one. The government actually finalized the official procedures. Now have to implement. We have to implement it. That the government has to do. So it depends on the kind of expected outcomes. That's very clear, which will help us to coordinate and converge many of those things on the ground. But again, there are unintended things which actually depend on the political will of the government and kind of course of transition management, how we are going to do it. And then again, train the 32,000 of employees and to create a kind of attitudinal change to make them to work for local government to create a kind of local government service. And it's not just a kind of cosmetic thing that won't work. A real substantive change that should happen on the ground regarding the attitude of the local government employees to make.
Sir, I'll need you to kind of wind down. Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Jose, who is the other person who is going to be presenting now?
Respected chairperson, we have one paper from Linda D. And that paper is Empowering the Grassroots with the Tools of Accountability for Effective Service Delivery in Local Governance by Linda D.
Okay. Can you stop sharing the screen, Dr. Vinod? So we have 2 participants, since they were not there, the organizing committee has included Linda D's paper. So I invite Ms. Linda D to kind of make her presentation. You will get roughly 15 minutes. I will alert you around 12th minute to kind of start winding down. Ma'am, you can start. Ms. Linda? Dr. Jose, Ms. Linda doesn't seem to be online.
Hello. Hello, good morning, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to present in the webinar. I'm presenting on the topic, empowering the grassroots with tools of accountability. I don't know how to share my screen, but I'll wrap it up. Hello?
If you have the slide there, go to down.
Slide share.
Yeah, go to share screen.
Share screen. This one, the green one.
Yeah, the green one below the platform.
So the green one.
This one, green. Yeah. So you have to open your PPT on the desktop or on your screen and then go to screen share, pick it up and say open.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, great.
Good.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Can you see the screen?
We can see your screen. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's
All
okay.
right.
Go ahead now.
Okay. So the theme again is empowering the grassroots with the tools of accountability for effective service delivery in local governance. So the outline for the presentation will look at the introduction, the problem statements, the governance in Ghana of local governance, then the functions of the district assemblies, then the principles of the accountability. Want to look at some stakeholders, then the findings from the research, then the recommendations thereof. So without wasting much time, want to look at what the problem is in the first place, or we'll start with the introduction. So firstly, we want to say that we have always wanted democracy to go a long way to help in accountability. So Den Haag and Den Haag had always said that we need to advocate for accountability to be able to ensure good public services. So what are the good public services we are talking about here so that we'll have good services in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of development? What practices can help us do this is what we want to look at. So the problem here, I looked at a case study in Ashaman, which says that there is low participation. And due to that, we want to have people get involved in local governance so that we can all have a holistic development in our democracy to help us have a good service delivery. I believe that when there is accountability, we'll be able to have the service delivery that's required. This can be a check on our leaders, it can be a check on Democrats, it can be a check on the society for effective development. The study is going to look or obtain qualitative data through interactive interviews with assembly members and some opinion leaders and the core management of staff of Ashaman Municipal Assembly. The paper seek to produce a qualitative study supported by insights and analysis of practical experiences and theoretical knowledge to make significant contributions to public administration and local governance in its expected. That's the conclusion of the study will empower citizens and tools of accountability for effective delivery. So I want to talk about a little bit of what our system looks like in Ghana. We practice democracy, yes, but how well is it practiced here? So currently we want to say that we have about 275 MMDAs and they all work together for the development of Ghana. So want to skip what they do. They are responsible for exercising political and administrative power. So how would they be checked? So we look at the principles of the accountability. How do we empower grassroots with tools of accountability for effective service delivery in local governance? First, we want to look at, we need to understand the team accountability and its role in the governance system. Accountability describes the principal-agent relationship between two actors where agent A is accountable and has to explain and justify his or her actions to principal B. At this risk sanctions, if the explanation is found lacking, accountability involves answerability and enforceability. Accountability is all about delivering on promise. The grassroots are basically the ordinary people in the districts. They are the key stakeholders of the assembly. They are the people whose interests the assembly serves. So if yes, there are two parties involved, one must be satisfied. So the grassroots must be satisfied is looking up to the next party to provide for its services. So with the research that I did, the findings that came up are basic. When we look at the paradigm shift, Kettle always says that nothing new has been made. All the things we are saying now is always in the media, it's always everywhere around us. To make local government very effective, we don't have to go far, we just have to look internal. And the issues that has to do with people getting very involved with democracy are very pertinent and they are local. We would want to empower people through education. People are not informed of their rights. We know that it goes just beyond voting for a political leader, but rather we would have to get involved physically. So we'll have to know more. We'll have to know more about what happens in our environment. I interacted with some people in the community and I realized that they don't even know that there is an existence of the assembly and what they even do. So there is low motivation for them to even get to know about what is happening around them. And the project as well, the assembly has to do a lot of things for the community. In this regard, if I don't know what the assembly is actually offering me, how then do I seek for accountability from him? So they stated that they don't know the work of the assembly, they don't know the work of the politicians, they don't really know what they are doing for them. And there are unfair processes. So if I feel I have voted for a particular person and I'm not seeing the person working for me, then it means I am not being part and parcel. People are not well represented in their communities. And there is high unemployment rate. So why then do I really have to come in and push for accountability? But if I know my rights, I am well employed, I am not handicapped with resources, then all these resources will help me become the very best of me to seek for my very rights as a citizen. Then recommendations thereof that came off is that basically, if there is nothing new and I want to be empowered, then I have to look out for education. Let's go down to the people. Let them be aware of the existence of MMDAs. Let them be aware of what the system is doing for them through symposium, through debates, through simple education, one-on-one, getting everybody involved. So how to provide the grassroots with accountability tools for effective service delivery? We want to do citizens engagements, and the ultimate aim is to help development and interventions to ensure that the living conditions of the humans is improved, irrespective of who they are and where they are. Through the engagement, citizens are able to hold their duty bearers to task by ensuring that their governments are meeting their community needs and managing their resources effectively and transparently. Then some principles continue. Stakeholders and grassroots refers to persons, groups, and institutions that have interest or can affect positively and negatively by this slide should have come earlier, sorry. Grassroots therefore plays an important role in service delivery. This is because lack of accountability, inefficiency, and ineffectiveness, lack of transparency in the process result in weak delivery and poor quality of service. So in the process of providing the grassroots accountability, there should be public financial management. If management is made public, people will also definitely get to know what is happening, and the monitoring and evaluation processes would help justify exactly what the MMDAs are offering for the society. Then the media, the use of media, the media should be made very independent and making evidence of everything happening from the bottom to the top, using the grassroots approach, not really the linear approach. Everybody should be included. So I would want to end my presentation here and say thank you very well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Linda. That was very interesting, and thank you for maintaining time. Now, I think we are kind of around the time period that we would have been had all the papers.
Yeah, Professor, excuse me, the respected chairperson, I think Barima is getting ready because some kind of a connecting problem. And now I got a message that their Barima is also there in the listed panelist in the paper. And you can just ask the Barima to make a presentation, and you can allot also some time.
Yeah, but that will eat into the discussion time. So, Linda, can you stop sharing? You can, I think there will be a button on top which says stop sharing. So you can just stop sharing the screen.
Linda, if you, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So Barima, if you can start the presentation immediately, you will get about 15 minutes. And I'll alert you at around 12 minutes. Yeah. Barima?
Hello, I'm on the line.
Yes, yes. Please start your presentation or your talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Please, I'm sharing my screen. Yeah, thank you very much. So my paper is Assessment of Capitation Grants on People's Enrollment in Rural Basic Schools of the Akuapem North Municipality. This is a case study that I made, taking into consideration the government's effort in making sure that every Ghanaian child gets the opportunity to be educated. And so I'm going to present this paper within the time given to me. All right, so outline of the paper. I have the statement of the program, purpose of study, research objectives, and then research question, program description, literature review, methodology, discussions, and then recommendations. Introduction. According to the prevailing argument, despite various governments' efforts and provisions to ensure accessible and free compulsory basic education in Ghana, including the introduction of capitation grants, some Ghanaians remain semi-illiterate or illiterate, as well as children of school-going age who are not in school. And this is a research that was done in 2005 by Zambo. The provision of formal education in Akuapem North Municipality, as in other parts of Ghana, has long a source of concern.
Barima, we can't hear you. Hello?
In the municipality.
You're breaking, Barima.
There are 106.
Barima, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, your audio is breaking down quite a bit. We are unable to hear you clearly. Can you just check and continue? It looks like Barima is having problem with his audio.
Oh, please, I'm online. Oh.
Yeah, but we can't hear you, Barima. So can you continue your presentation?
Yeah, please, I've shared my screen.
Yeah.
So the provision of formal education in the Akuapem North Municipality, as in the other parts of Ghana, has long been a source of concern in the municipality. There are 106 public elementary schools. This is the key question of how capitation grant scheme influence education, the attendance challenges in public schools in the Kwapem North municipality, specifically a village called Adenya Basic School. Statement of the problem. Prevailing argument is that in spite of the efforts and provisions made by various governments in ensuring accessible and free compulsory basic education in the country, with the introduction of capitation grant has still not enhanced people's enrollment. The study therefore seeks to answer the key question of how capitation grant scheme influence education, the attendance challenges. So purpose of the study is meant to find out whether, in the light of evidence gathered, the present scheme has addressed the implementation bottlenecks in the previous policies for free education and effects it has had on enrollment of basic schools in the Kwapem North municipality in Ghana. Research objectives: to assess the influence capitation grant scheme have on Adenya Basic School, to assess the factors that serve as impediments to the full access to the capitation grant. Then research questions: what influence does capitation grant scheme have on the people's enrollment? And what are the factors that serve as impediments to the full access of capitation grant in Adenya Basic School? Then we have program description. In 1996, for students to attain quality basic education, free compulsory universal basic education, that is the FQ, was introduced. Brookings in 2003 found that the capitation grant, and this is because most of the schools have a lot of problems that the capitation grant is unable to solve. Some of the problems are maybe poor classroom, lack of chairs, lack of reading materials, teaching materials, and even sometimes extracurricular materials that can be used in the schools. So to put into perspective the effect of capitation grant on the evolution of enrollment in the basic schools, it is important to examine the enrollment trend before and after capitation grant came into effect. Overall, the evidence from yearly EMIS enrollment data, that is from 1980s to 2008, despite the numerous measures to alleviate the grants technique problems, such as the workshops and other sensitization programs, the grant's maximum impact and challenges in terms of enrollment of people in public yet to be determined, hence the need for this study. Review. The number of children attending schools in 2005 and 2006 is estimated to exceed 1991 and then 2002, figure by more than 3 million students. That was Rollstone research in 2009. Then 2005 and 2020 enrollment rose sharply. Dropout in primary education also rose to about 20%. As per capitation grants allowed schools to accept more students. This is the World Bank research in 2011, page 22. And this issue is because a lot more students were admitted into schools because the hope was that the government was going to pay their fees and then provide the necessary teaching and learning materials. And most of these students who also came into school eventually dropped out because their basic needs and expectations were not fully met. We don't have to forget that in 1996, the F was small f, indicating that parents also had a responsibility of making sure that their children's needs are also provided. So Brookings in 2003 found out that capitation grant disbursement often falls short, as I've said earlier on. Then we have Vanesh and then Creamer in 2005, examined the effect of school grants on school participation in Kenya and found that school participation went up in Kenyan preschools where grants were provided than in comparison to schools where there were none. We use the research method, and this is a descriptive survey through which views and opinions were sampled from teachers, students, and then parents. Adenya Bay School Township constituted the population for the study. We have the purposive and simple random sampling technique, which was used to select the respondents. The population was 100 students. The instruments employed to collect data were questionnaire and semi-structured interviews. According to Ara et al. In 2002, interviews and questionnaires are the two basic ways in which data are gathered in survey research. So we can go to the analysis. The return questionnaires were scored and coded. The scores assigned to the responses were easily analyzed using the analysis and interpretation of interview data. When necessary, the verbatim expression of respondents were used within the thematic context of the description. So I have my table here, and as you can see, we have the level of agreement. I have strongly agree, I have agree, neutral, disagree, strongly agree, and then the total score. So my parents say education is free, and these were 100 students. So out of the 100, we have 30 of them who said that indeed their parents have informed them that education was free. We have 10 people who said they were neutral. Then we have 20 who disagreed. So the total was 100. Then the second group of people were those, my parents say the government has already paid my fees. Out of the 100, there are 60 of them who strongly agreed. Then we have 20 who agreed. We had 10 who were neutral, and then 10 who disagreed, and the total was 100. Then we also asked the question, I am sacked for owing school fees. We have 30% of them who strongly agreed. Then we have 45 who agreed. And then we have 15 who agreed. The score was 100. Then we have another group, my parents pay additional money to the school as fees. We have 50%. Then we have 50% who strongly agreed. We have 40 who agree, and then we have 10 who disagree, and the score was 100. Then I am levied at the end of the term. We have 60% who strongly agreed. Then we have 40 who agree. And this is because most of what it is at the end of every term, the terminal exams are printed by the school and are managed by the administration of the school. And so students are levied apart from the fact that the government provides capitation grants. Students are equally levied to fund the printing of examination and marking, because the salaries of teachers are not catered for extra duties or extra responsibilities. And therefore, teaching it as a way of also making some amount of resources for themselves. So let's look at the findings and then discussions. From the interview section, the researcher recorded that the amount for the capitation grant that comes from the government. It is based on the population in the school that determines the amount of money the school receives. The grants are management of the grants by the heads of schools. Recommendations. Regular sensitization meetings should be to discuss the capitation grants when disbursed. Parents should be encouraged to be active at PTA meetings or parent-teacher association meetings, as well as in other activities of the schools. The supervision and monitoring department should be continued and hence monitor heads of schools in the usage of the grant. Conclusion. To improve the enrollment of pupils in Adenya Basic School, there is the need for proper briefing and sensitization of head teachers, parents, and pupils on the issues surrounding capitation grants. I thank you very much for your audience, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Varima. Yes, may God bless all of us in these difficult times. So that, I think, brings us to the end of all 6 presentation. And I see that there is a question for Amanda from CRM. What is the capacity of the local governments in Ghana to handle the COVID-19 situation in the state capacity perspective? Did you make any analysis in that direction? So Amanda, if you could come back and then address this question, then we can open up this thing floor for general discussion.
Please, I'm around.
Hello? Amanda?
I am here.
No, I'm talking about Amanda.
I can't hear you, please.
Barima, I'm asking for Amanda to respond, not you, okay?
Yeah, please, there is a question for me to answer. Capital grants are not, every school is giving 3 cedis per a child. And these 3 cedis per child caters for cultural, it caters for school repairs. For example, when the doors are spoiled, everything, the capitation grant is inadequate, woefully inadequate, because it is unable to cater for all the needs of the students. And so it is very, very, very unfortunate. The capitation grant does not serve the purpose for which the government is solves the issues.
Thank you, Barima. Is Amanda there online? Barima, can you stop sharing, please?
I think respect.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Jose, you wanted to say something?
Amanda is not there in the line.
Okay, she doesn't seem to be there.
Open discussion.
Yeah. So I think Dr. Vinod wanted to say something. So
yeah, actually, Dr. Jose asked something about dual control. How, after integration, how we are going to solve the issues of this dual control, that's the transferred line departments and the local government. And the idea is that I don't think that we are going to solve the problem, but then we will foresee a kind of new situation where we will have an independent, autonomous, self-sufficient in the local government service that will take care of local bodies' requirements, so that we don't need to depend much on the line department. So the dual issue of dual control will be an old question.
anybody has anything to add or comment on other presentations?
It's towards me that question Mr. JP has asked that summarize the Kerala case.
Yeah, can you summarize the findings? Yeah.
Yeah, the kind of actually there is a problem regarding the summarize. It is an ongoing project, so the kind of presentation is actually on the ongoing project, so that we are still in a kind of very not in a actual position that how to. But we can predict that certain things have to be taken care of, so that the initial objective, that the hypothesis of the project can be fulfilled. That's what I at this end told you, that the political will of the government to implement it, and again the kind of transition management, how we are going to deal with the employees in 5 different departments, in different, they all in a different way trained with a kind of different legacy of the existing department. And then again, finally, how the new training, KILA has to play a big role in that, to take for a kind of introduce a new training program that can be in a transformative in scale, and so we will achieve the objective. So this is an open-ended kind of summary that you can follow it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vinod. Anybody else who wants to kind of come in at this point of time?
Yes. Good morning and good afternoon, India.
Good afternoon.
Yes. There was a question for Amanda.
Yeah.
I think she's offline. The question is asking for the capacity of the assemblies or local government institutions to manage the COVID-19.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the COVID-19 management in Ghana has proved that local government basically lost the control, and it's a clear indication that in crisis management, the system has been re-centralized because all the directives, policy initiative, and major actions were taken by the central government. Therefore, the local government wasn't able to take charge of the situation. So to address the question that have been directed to Amanda, to the best of my knowledge, local government lack the capacity to manage COVID-19 in particular. Thank you.
Yeah, shall I ask one question, the permission of chairperson?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Joseph.
See, Professor Kenley, you mentioned that that is fine, but the major problem is that I would like to know that the fetching of data, manipulation of data, that is a serious issue as far as COVID is concerned all over the world. And that is there. I can say that that is very much there in the state of Kerala. That is very much there in the country as a whole, and different countries we are getting that kind of information. Can you give some information on the data fudging and data manipulation by the state government at different levels? What is the situation in Ghana? What my question, please?
Yes, I do, but not clear. With regard to data, I've not done a study to substantiate my point. But just as I said, the local government lost control, though everything was done at the national level, the planning, everything. So if you need something regarding COVID-19 management, I may say 70%, I may be wrong, 70% of the issues were dealt at the national level. It is the president who comes and say, let there be shut down. It is the president who comes and say, this allocation should be done. But what is done, how much is spent, how things are done, is yet to be properly documented to provide cogent data. But on that note, that I will be very glad rather there are a few DCs, somebody like the one who just presented, Ama, no, is it, yes, the one who just presented was a DC. I would like you to respond to that question better. Thank you.
Hello, Prof. This is Amanda. I'm sorry I had to go offline for a bit because of I'm preparing for an exam, but I guess that there are some questions here for me, so I came back to take them. So so I think I saw two questions. There's one on data fudging and then one on the sorry. One on the capacity
perspective, yeah.
The MMDAs. When it comes to data fudging, please give me a second. Okay, sorry. When it comes to the data fudging or the manipulation of data, it is an open secret that institutions in Ghana have no proper system for data collection and analysis. There aren't systems in place that make data collection and proper analysis as effective and as accurate as possible. So like it is with other countries and in other parts of the world, there are general concerns that most of the data or some of the data that we got are not exactly accurate, but to the extent that this can be proved, it's a bit problematic. But the concerns are there that the data that was majorly given out by the central government isn't as credible as should be. So there is a concern of data fudging, but how to concretely prove that is a bit of an issue. And then with the capacity of the local governments to handle crisis, like I said, Ghana's practice of devolution in the local government wasn't reflected in the management of the pandemic. Maybe this could be as a result of the state of emergency kind of situation we were put in. But principally, central governments made most of the decisions and the directives, and then the local government just helped to carry it out. But even in the even with that, and then with the fact that the local government wasn't properly funded, I think with the response or the results that I got, I can establish that if local governments are properly funded and equipped and empowered, they will be able to take up crisis and then their normal day-to-day operations. But at the moment, for the lack of funding and for the lack of proper systems, it is a bit problematic for local governments to rise up even to their daily operations, talk less of crisis. And then with the issue of state capacity, the only angle from which I analyzed this was from the angle of the partisan bias and then corruption, because most citizens think that the government isn't really pulling its weight. And especially when it came to the management of COVID, people generally perceived that it was done on partisan basis, and that some of the figures, and then I mean accounts that came out, weren't as accurate. So there is the issue of state trust or the trust in the government. There's a bit of that issue, but I think the only angles that I analyzed it from were from the perceived corruption and the issue of partisan bias. Thank you. If there are any follow-up questions, please come up with them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. That was very helpful. I think we just have about 6 minutes now, and I'm going to try to wrap up this session. First of all, thanks to CRM and the other organizers for giving me a chance to chair this session, which I've found very interesting. So there is a renewed interest in looking at local governments in the context of pandemic, because by nature, pandemic does require decentralized solutions and management systems. But having said that, the case studies in this today's presentation fall within a very wide spectrum. On the one end of the spectrum, the highest end of spectrum is the Kerala's interlinkage systems, integrated service for local government system that is being brought up, and which is like at another level of development itself. And on the other side, the Ghana and the India case study that was presented by Dr. Pandey all fall within the other extreme of the spectrum, where the entire even basic service provisioning is a challenging aspect. So within this spectrum, we are trying to kind of look how local governments can be, their capacity can be increased to kind of manage crises like pandemics, how can IT and e-governance be brought in to make the entire system of service provisioning more effective and efficient. I would kind of want to, though this was about service delivery, I think constantly linking local governments with only service delivery is problematic because they're more than service delivery provisioners. And that is how the federal systems look at them. They make them very instrumental in nature, as Amanda put it, vessels of distributing their programs rather than making decisions at the local level. And I think we really need to move beyond looking at service delivery, which is just one aspect of local self-government. And to Dr. Pandey, I would like to come back to you to say that you picked a bunch of states that have had very little commitment to decentralization. I would want you to kind of look at the larger devolution index and kind of compare it with that matrix. And electoral participation is just one aspect of participation. There are other different forms of participation. Gram Sabha offers people to engage with the system and demand transparency and accountability. And as I think Linda's paper very nicely brought out that how do we build tools to tackle, improve empowerment at the grassroots level to demand accountability. And a lot of work has been done by various NGOs, civil society organizations, government themselves to build that capacity. And I think you need to be looking at those aspects. The integrated, I'm finding it very fascinating because, while the rest of the country is in one set of systems, Kerala is always an outlier looking at something much larger. I was just thinking that parallel lines of authorities probably is going to be a big question here. And as you said, this is a work in progress. The situation is very fluid and it will be very interesting to kind of study it over a period of time. Ishmael's paper, I had a couple of points to Ishmael to look at. ICTs, while facilitating service delivery, etc., can also act as gatekeeping institutions. Those that have capacity to kind of control ICTs can also emerge as new hegemonic structures of power within the local context. And I think that is something that you need to kind of bring in. And also, in addition to different kinds of literacy, how do we bring technological literacy to people to be able to engage with e-governance systems being brought into service delivery, financial transactions being made online, and everything, now electronically and being transacted. And I think technological literacy is equally important. And we need to kind of ensure that everybody is on the same platform as this thing. For Barima, just one question you have used mixed method, but there is no description of what kind of a mixed methodology that you've used, whether it was a sequential methodology, concurrent methodology, how did you kind of integrate the quantitative and qualitative data in your analysis? So a little bit explanation of those in your research design, I think would strengthen your this thing. So finally, I think that I definitely benefited a lot from listening to various presentations today. I wish there was the third point of view from South Africa, which would have brought another dimension to the entire debate. But it becomes all the more clear that local governments are important, not just in crisis management, but also in service delivery. It is troubling that at least in India, 25 years of decentralization, and I'm sure in Ghana also, the process of decentralization has been in place for a longer time. And still we find that local governments are not efficient enough to kind of manage even basic service delivery provisionings or even managing crisis on their own. So there are larger political economy questions as to why there is this attempt to kind of keep local government as an arm of the federal government or the central government, state governments, and not allow them to become or emerge as local self-governments. And I think that's something that we need to all deliberate, and I'm sure those questions will come up again. So Dr. Jose, over to you.
Yeah.
And once again, thank you very much, participants. You all maintained time, and that made my task much easier. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I would like to thank Professor Chairperson for conducting the business in a very professional and excellent style. And I feel that this may be a kind of a trend setting for the coming two other technical sessions. Professor Kribandapoor, I would like to say one thing. You see, you look into the composition of the paper presenters. We all admit that we all are researchers, and in that way, we all are students of social science. But some of the students of major participants of these paper contributors, they are actually preparing their thesis, PhD thesis, and some of them are writing for their dissertations. In that context, your valuable comments, really, I feel that there is kind of a very, very beneficial to all the paper contributors, not only the students, not only the senior researchers. In that way, apart from your professorial style, I think you work as a kind of really a supervisor, a supervising team.
Thank you.
And I feel that I feel that I'm not in a position to even to offer a cup of tea. Only the good words. That is there, and you are actually you desire for that. And excellent. I would like to thank you again.
Thank you so much.
And you are also a kind of a model for all of us in getting a chance to conduct the business as a chairperson things there. I would like to thank all the paper contributors, and in the name of all the paper contributors, again, I extend the thanks to the chairperson and the paper contributors. Thank you. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, friends, now it's a short break, and there is nothing to offer from my side because we are online and no chance to offer a cup of tea or coffee, but you have a cup of tea or coffee in your own place, whatever may be there. And next, we have the technical session 12 that we will start on Indian time 3:45 and South African time 2:20 p.m. and the Ghana time 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. These are the things there, and the technical session 12 on decentralization experiences from Ghana. Okay, thank you. Thank you. അത് കൊടുത്തു ആദ്യത്തെ 300 കൊടുത്തു. Professor Jose, we have 2 more minutes. Yeah.
No problem. I'm waiting for. Yeah, I hope I am audible very well.
Yes, yes, we are in time. We are in time.
Okay,
We are in time.
okay.
Yes, Chairman for the session. Good afternoon and good morning.
Yeah, good afternoon and good morning. Good afternoon,
Please,
Dr. Professor John.
Yes, the second presenter on the list.
Yeah, good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Dr. Kingsley Agomo.
Yes, please.
I am John Mulakatu.
Good. The second presenter on the list, that is Dr. Tando.
Okay.
He's at a meeting, a very important meeting now, so he will be the last to present.
Okay, Mr. Patrick is not presenting now in the second order.
Yeah, that's Patrick Tando should be the last to present.
Okay.
Yeah, he's at a meeting now, doing something very
Okay,
important.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, friends, good morning and good afternoon to all. Now we are at the technical session 12, that is on decentralization experience from Ghana. And Professor A.M. Jose is the chairperson of this technical session. And we would like to welcome Professor M. Jose. He's a professor at Amity School of Economics, Amity University, Haryana, and very near to the capital of this country. It's at Haryana. And Professor M. Jose is a well-reputed economist in the country, and he had much experience in rural studies. And I would like to say that there is a scholar of African affairs and African studies. Unfortunately, in India, we have quite a good number of scholarship. They did good amount of work in different African countries, and Jose may be among the top in that list. Of course, Professor John Mulakatu is also with us. He got given he actually introduced the theme the first day. And M. Jose is also having an equally very high index achievement of his publications, and he's really a good teacher. That is what I would like to introduce M. Jose in that fashion. He's a very good, powerful supervisor for PhD dissertations and a good economics professor in that context. Professor M. Jose and your panelists is very interesting in the sense that we have a very senior most professors from Ghana for presenting the paper. And in your panel, a member of parliament is also there making a presentation. And there are students, MPA students are also, is a kind of a mixed kind of. We all are students in that sense. We all are researchers. And I'm very happy to introduce A.M. Jose in a very limited way because we have a constraint of time. And we are actually very fortunate and very lucky to get such a eminent person to chair this technical session. That also decentralization experiences from Ghana. He had experiences in different African countries. He was in Eritrea, he was in Ethiopia, he was in South Africa, and a number of other African countries. And he's the best expert as far as the African affairs is concerned. And I can say that he's the best available person in this country to chair this session. Professor A.M. Jose, please take your and conduct the business. Thank you. Fine.
Okay, Dr. Chatukula. Anyway, you have put so many, so many things. Please listen with a little bit of pinch of salt. Anyway, I have some experience in Africa. Almost I spent 11 years in Africa as a professor at the National University of Rwanda. Because my knowledge with respect to Africa to be explained. So in that context, I was member of the academic board of the African Economic Research Consortium, which all of those coming from Africa, they know that they are running around 25 master's programs around the continent. In fact, I had visited Ghana twice in my capacity, official capacity, as well as I was also a member of the African Agricultural Economic Research Association, as well as I was member of the OSRIA, Organization of Social Science Research in Eastern and Southern Africa. So my 11 years, presence in the African context gave me some deep understanding of African life and how things are moving. Okay, first of all, I thank you, the organizers, especially Professor Chatukulam and his team, and all other participating institutions from Ghana as well as South Africa. The theme is very important in the sense that in the world, we are really confronting a development crisis. There are many indicators like, Human Development Index, Happiness Index. There are so many indexes. And almost 1/3, approximately, I am saying, the people are confronting with hunger. They are living in a threat of hunger. In many respects, a good number of people don't have basic living conditions. Now, one of the development thinking process, we believed that if you decentralize, we democratize development, naturally we can address some of the issues which we find at people's level, grassroots level. As I am now in India, I know 75 years have gone after independence, still, a substantial proportion of people are, considered to be below poverty line. In numbers, it will be nearly 300 million. It's not a small number. So the gravity of the situation still, so much acute in some of these African countries. And the issue is whether the decentralized system of governance helping us to eradicate poverty, helping us to address the issues the poorer people facing in the world. This is the issue. So this seminar definitely, because this is the South-to-South cooperation, this is at least continental cooperation, wherein Latin American experts are there, African experts are there, and Indian experts also joining together. We may have to bring out a common strategy by unearthing the defects of the existing development strategy. Of course, we have the MDGs, we have the SDGs. In spite of all these things, still we are facing many challenges. I hope definitely this seminar will come out with some concrete suggestions in this respect. With these few introductory words, let me go to the business session. And as already announced, we have about 6 papers today. The first paper by one of the member of the Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Nelson Kyarama, and is presenting on the role of traditional rulers in local governance, a case study of Manhia Palace of the Ashanti region of Ghana. So, Mr. Nelson, I'll be giving initially 12 minutes, but you can take 15 minutes maximum. But at 12th minute, I will be giving some, warning to conclude. So, maximum 15 minutes, time bound. So, I request Honorable Nelson Kyarama to start his presentation. Welcome, Nelson. Nelson, are you there?
Yeah, Professor Joss, they will join. They will.
I've been trying to reach him. I'm not getting him. So let's please flag him and the next person to the. Then we can move to the third person.
You can just, yeah, you can just, yeah, Professor Kinley, you can just, yeah.
And as informed by Professor Agamaya, you know, Mr. Patrick also is not available. Now let us go to the third in the row. Mr. Martin Kutova Akoti is the Governance and Development Specialist, Department of Development Management, Institute of Local Government Studies, Accra, Ghana. His paper title is, Has the Power Been Transferred to the People in Ghana's Local Government Systems? I request Mr. Martin to come forward and present his paper. Take maximum 15 minutes. And I'll be, you know, just, informing you the 12th minute to conclude this session. So, Mr. Martin, please.
Yes. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone.
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm trying to upload. I've done that, but I cannot see the document. Please, can you see it?
Not yet. It is not seen. You can use the share screen and share it.
Okay, please let me stop sharing and then come back again. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it is visible, Mr. Martin.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, you can put it in the presentation mode. It is not in the presentation mode if it is possible.
Sorry?
You can put it in the presentation mode.
You can also ask him to take the first slide. This may not be the first slide, Professor Joss.
Yeah, put the first slide.
Hello?
Yeah, please keep your first slide.
Okay.
Also put it in the presentation mode. Okay. Presentation mode also you can click.
Okay, can you help me with that?
All right, if you don't know, you continue with this. I think it is readable.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Yes, thank you so much. So you are all welcome to the presentation. Yes, the topic, has the power been transferred to the local people in Ghana's local government system? This question has become necessary because since 1859, when Ghana passed its first local government law, according to the local government, Ministry of Local Government, the country had experimented with several decentralization reforms, all of them delivering results of which the ordinary citizen had not been proud of. In the assessment of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, some of the weaknesses of the previous models of the nation's local governance included undue centralization of decision-making powers, lack of participation of the local people in governance, undue allegiance of local officials to their head offices rather than the districts that they were working in, and the lack of electoral legitimacy of representatives amongst others. Taking advantage of the general wind of reforms that was blowing around the world in the 80s, Ghana, under a military junta that was Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, undertook another round of public administration reforms that sought to transfer power and other resources to the national governments. Before this time in 1979, the Ghana Armed Forces, led by the same person, seized power by force of arms, having accused their predecessors of denying the local people with power, to whom they believe that power actually belongs. Ahoy assessed that the then Provisional National Defense Council government took a decision to dissolve all the then 65 elected district councils that were in existence during the Third Republic in March 1992 on the grounds of their inability to deliver on the revolutionary aspirations of the time. He further asserted that in May of the same year, 1992, the government formally launched its commitment to decentralization based on the political slogan of power belongs to the people. Taking advantage, commenting on the PNDC's government's policy guideline on local government and decentralization, Ahoy referred to two basic policy positions which underpin the nation's current decentralization as follows. That one, the urgent need for participatory democracy to ensure that the bane of remote government that had affected Ghanaians' independence is done away with effectively in order to render government truly responsive and accountable to the governed, and that the assumption of power by the people cannot be complete unless the centralized government system is introduced. That is, central government in all its manifestations should empower the local governments to coordinate, to plan, coordinate, manage, and execute policies in all matters affecting them at their localities. So based on these principles, we have our current local government system. The foregoing principles were later codified into the 1992 Constitution, which is still, Ghana is still working with. In fact, chapter 20 of the entire chapter 20 of the Constitution has provisions regarding local government and decentralization. The Constitution established the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies as the highest political and administrative authorities within their jurisdictional areas, which also exercise deliberative, legislative, and executive powers. In addition, the Constitution provides that public officials who served at those local governments shall come under the control of the local authorities. It states, as far as practicable, persons in service of local government shall be subject to the effective control of local authorities. That's Act 240(2)D. To make the power of the local people even more practical, the 1992 Constitution provides that local administrators shall be accountable to the local people whom they serve. And we have a number of quotations from the Constitution which actually states so. To protect the new Constitution, the new decentralization system, even the law has made it again that Parliament shall enact appropriate laws to ensure that functions, powers, responsibilities, and resources are at all times transferred from the central to local government units in a coordinated manner. So this provides further boost to the nation's decentralization. With the foregoing provisions, the law has granted power and authority to the representatives of the local people to determine the suitability of the president's nominee also, who is appointed though by the president, that is the district MMDCs. And these appointees has to be approved in the first place by the local assemblies. And then the president would finally appoint them. This notwithstanding, Article 243 and 3A also provides for a vote of no confidence in the district chief executives by 2/3 of members of the assembly, which also tries to give more power to the local people. Finally, the law in Article 244 of the Constitution provides for the position also of the presiding member, who shall also be elected by 2/3 of all the total membership of the assembly, who shall also serve as chairperson at the meetings of the assembly. In fact, the law also makes provisions for the financial support. In that case, there is, in fact, a lot of financial or fiscal decentralization, which empowers the local governments to raise funds through taxes, levies, licenses, in addition to the district assembly's common fund, which is a constitutionally mandated provision in the law to transfer central funds from the central government to the local levels. It is also worthy of note that to make administrative decentralization practical, departments have been decentralized and brought under the direct control of the assemblies through LI 1961, where government departments have all been decentralized by law in order to come under the authority of the assemblies. With the current provisions of the Constitution and laws, it is clear that the nation, through the laws, have provided a lot of support in terms of decentralizing power and resources for the local people, so that those who serve in these assemblies shall truly be subordinate to the powers of the local people. Problem statement. Since Ghana renewed its commitment to decentralized responsibilities and power, as I have already noted, it has been observed, the literature demonstrates that a whole lot of studies have been carried out to ascertain the various aspects of the system. But the literature doesn't have much regarding the power relations and who actually controls the assembly, who has power, realizing that the aim of the country's decentralization is to decentralize power and authority to the local people and the assemblies to enable them plan, manage, and implement projects and programs that will satisfy their own interests in order to ensure that there is development. Methodology. In summary, these studies used the qualitative approach, and then 48 key informants were selected from the assemblies. 3 assemblies were selected for the study. One of them being a metropolitan assembly, that is Tema, then municipal assembly, Yilo Krobo, and then a district assembly. And the presiding members, the MMDCs, heads of department, and assembly members were all captured in the study. Now, the issue of power has been discussed from, in fact, a long time. Max Weber defines social power as the chance of a man or a group of men realizing their own will in a social action, even against the resistance of others who are participating in the action. Weber maintains that those who possess power appropriate it to advance their own interests at the expense of others. Of course, he identified 3 main sources of power being traditional charisma and the rational legal. In fact, within the local government system, we are operating with the rational legal, which is based on law. The 3rd source of power is based on, I've mentioned that already. Adding to the discussion about power, Dahl explained that A has power over B to the extent that A can get B to do something B wouldn't otherwise do. He asserted further that it is not sufficient or adequate to talk about power without indicating a source. In advancing their 2 phases of power, Bachrach and Barak in 1970 argued that power does not only come...
Mr. Martin, you have only 3 minutes left, please.
Thank you so much.
Just please conclude.
Yes. So using the framework of power, the researcher analyzed what actually goes on within the assemblies by way of decision making. That is, whose interests and desires get implemented at the assemblies than the others. The findings are as follows. All the assemblies were headed by MMDCs who were appointed by the president, as I had already mentioned before. The fact that the president nominates only one person for approval by the assembly means that the assembly members have no alternatives to choose from. In this case, whether the people like it or not, the nominee of the president would eventually become the district chief executive. Again, notwithstanding the provisions of the LI 1961, it was found that some critical assemblies, like education and health, didn't consider, that is the departments, didn't consider themselves as decentralized. According to them, they were not part of the decentralization because they considered the assemblies to be too political, corrupt, and incompetent for them to be managed by them or for the assemblies to manage them. It was also found that almost all the staff of the assemblies were recruited by central government, including the Office of Local Government Service. This has made it difficult for the assemblies to actually exercise any form of control or power over the staff. Although the assembly didn't want me here due to overstaffing, I was posted to work here. This is a comment given by one HR officer. All the assemblies had their medium-term development plans and budgets prepared by them, but it was found that central government agencies signed contracts and procured goods and services for the assemblies with monies deducted from the accounts of the respective district assemblies, in fact, from their common fund without any permission from them. The practice has often led to a situation where the assemblies found it difficult to implement their own projects in order to make way for the other expenses that were made on the accounts by central government. As why assemblies didn't protest such actions, one MC lamented, it was never possible to protest anything. No MCE can do anything like that unless that person wants to lose his position. Finally, assembly members held the view that management implemented
your
projects.
Time is over, Martin. Please conclude.
Thank you so much. Maybe 1 minute for conclusion. If you can give me 1 minute for the conclusion.
Please, fast.
Okay. What these findings indicate is that although the decentralization policy sought to transfer power to the local governments and the people, in reality, there is little evidence within the assemblies to suggest that both the local assemblies and the people often get what they wanted, particularly when a choice had to be made between the interests of central government and administrators than the local people. The researcher therefore conclude that for more than 3 decades of implementation, power has still not been transferred to the people. That goal, the power granted the president to appoint MMDCs must therefore be reviewed. There is need to also review the laws to have the assemblies hire their own staff. These reforms, among others, to provide the basis for the people to be empowered at the local level through the establishment of local accountability. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Martin. It is a good presentation, especially you have given a brief idea of the decentralization. In fact, it is not decentralization from your presentation. It understand it is deconcentration. Maybe some of the fundamental questions like, why it is happening instead of decentralization, it is deconcentration. Is it a lack of political will? Or is it because of, the other issues that prevailing in the kind of the institutions that are working in Ghana? Let us have the detailed discussion at the end of all presentations. Let me invite the next presenter, Mr. Miss Evelyn Nana Ama Asare. She is an NPA student of Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. The title of her paper is The Effects of Passport Acquisition, Corruption on National Development, a study on the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration community. Ms. Evelyn, I request you to share your PPT if it is there. Please start your presentation. As I informed, please take maximum 15 minutes. I'll be notifying when when you complete 12 minutes, I'll be notifying you. Please complete within 15 minutes. Thank you. Please welcome Evelyn.
Okay, thank you very much. And please, I hope everyone can hear me clearly.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so today, as was already mentioned by Professor Jose, I will be looking at the effects of passport acquisition corruption on national development. And my main focus was on the Ghana.
Evelyn, may I interrupt 1 second? You also have not put in the projection mode. You know, PPT it has to be presentation mode you have to put. And it seems your PPT enable editing also you have to click, then only it will come properly. It is not in the presentation mode. That's what I wanted to tell you.
It's in the presentation mode.
You know, no, it is not coming because you have to remove the enable editing. That you have to click first. You know, on the top right corner, there is a enable editing. Yeah. All right, if it is not possible, let it continue like this. Please continue because we have to limited time only. Please continue.
Okay, please, can you see my screen?
Okay, well, you can now it's okay.
It is correct.
It is correct now. It is correct.
Yes, we can. I can see it.
Yeah, you have succeeded. Yeah.
It's a difference.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, this is the outline for my presentation. We'll be looking at the background of the study, the statements of the problem, the research objectives, the research questions, the literature review. We'll look at the Ghana Passport Offices. What is it? We'll look at the methodology used for this study, the findings and the recommendations, as well as the references. Now, the background of the study. Corruption has significantly weakened the legitimacy of Africa's public sector. And this has eroded the common occupational characteristics such as professionalism, efficiency, meritocracy, a system where people are employed based on merit and not just based on their political affiliation or based on their family ties, and responsiveness, which mainly has to do with accountability as well. And because of corruption, this has destroyed the public image, that is the image of the public service and the confidence and trust that Ghanaians have in the public service as well. So in looking at the passport offices, it is relevant to look at Ghana's corruption rank. Now, kindly note that a lower ranking equates to a higher level of corruption. So in 2012, Ghana's rank was 64. Then in 2013, it went to 63, which means there was an increase in corruption. The lower the rank, it means the higher the level of corruption. Now let's move from 2014 and come quickly to our current time, the recent years, 2020. In 2020, Ghana was ranked 75th. And then in 2021, Ghana was ranked 73. This is alarming. This means that Ghana's corruption index continues to rise. The rate of corruption in the country is on the rise. And this makes it necessary to inform a research to actually find out to what extent passport acquisition is actually promoting corruption and what effect it is actually having on the country. So the statement of the problem. Now, in an article on Ghana Web, which was written on 4 January 2022, a renowned news website in Ghana, which is popular for giving credible news sources, okay? And on that site, an article entitled Endemic Corruption and Bribery at Ghanaian Passport Offices. Now, a Ghanaian was lamenting bitterly about his experience at the passport office, okay? And in the article, the writer writes, one person told me that after paying 700 cedis at one of the Accra offices, they received the passport on the same day. Then further, the individual states, many Ghanaians do not submit these reports because they believe it is pointless. People believe that it is pointless to submit a report about corruption because it's pointless. Nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens to the person who engaged in the corrupt practice, who asked you for a bribe, nothing will happen. And the person further says, I tend to agree with them. Unfortunately, many Ghanaians have come to accept corrupt practices. But what exactly does this mean for Ghana? That is the question. What does this mean for Ghana? Ghanaians coming to accept corrupt practices as normal. What does this mean for the country? Yes, so our research objectives are first to identify the causes of Ghanaians engaging in corrupt practices to acquire a passport, to find out whether the decentralization of passport offices in Ghana would reduce corrupt practices to acquire passports, and to find out how this affects the development in the country. So basically, we are looking at what are the causes of Ghanaians engaging in corrupt practices to acquire passports. Has the decentralization of passport offices reduced corrupt practices to acquire passports? How does this affect national development? Yes, so now this study's theoretical framework is based on the collective action theory in the sense or in the wise, focusing mainly on the situation where individuals collectively come to accept a particular way of doing things as normal and acceptable. And because it is the thing that the whole crowd is doing, that every individual is doing, due to collective action, individuals come to accept that practice as normal. And in the case of this study, the practice we are looking at is corruption, where Ghanaians have come to a point that they have come to accept that corruption is normal. Having to pay a bribe to gain a passport is normal. Hence, many Ghanaians are engaging in it. And this is the theoretical framework of the study. Now, in conducting the study, it was essential to look at the relevant literature that already exists on the topic of corruption. So I looked at Jima Buadi's paper on confronting corruption in Ghana and Africa. Now, his paper focuses on corruption in Africa, specifically Ghana, and it reviews how the problem of corruption in the African and Ghanaian body politic, governance and administrative systems is being remedied today, and examines how effective such remedy has been. So Jima Buadi's paper focused on trying to find a remedy to administrative systems and governance issues, okay, of corruption within the country, and how effective the remedies that have been, brought to light have been for the country. Then Agbota, Sandaka, and Ree, they also deal with the issue of corruption in their study, which was entitled Verbal Operant of Corruption. And however, they explore the language associated with soliciting or offering bribes in Ghana, and they give notable scenarios and views from the judiciary. So in their study, Agbota et al. Study, they focused more on that sort of language that is used during corrupt soliciting or offering of bribes. Then we have Takimbe's 2019 study on cooperation with the police against corruption. And yes, as the title itself re-echoes, they focus mainly on the police service in Ghana in relation to corruption, and they examine the relative role of sanctions and legitimacy perceptions in influencing readiness to expose corruption to the police, which clearly shows that there is a constant issue of Ghanaians not wanting to report issues of corruption to the police, and whether or not the police would actually cooperate or not. Then we have Date Ban's study, and he provides a conceptual analysis of how corruption in Ghana's public sector can be reduced through the integration of individual and organizational goals. So Date Ban is focusing more on the corruption based in the Ghana's public sector. Then we also have Armstrong Sakawa rumors. He focuses, and Sakawa is a term used in Ghana for the engagement in voodoo or occultism, okay, which is used for internet fraud. And his study focused mainly on the Sakawa issues, which has to do with the supernatural aspect of corruption in Ghana. So based on reviewing these studies, it was clear, in fact, it was very, very obvious and perceptible that there was a need for a study to look at the passport acquisition environment in Ghana, because even though there have been several studies on corruption in the country, there haven't been any particular studies focusing solely on the corruption that goes on in the passport acquisition environment. So now let's talk about the Ghana Passport Office. Now the Passport Office is in charge of issuing passports and other travel documents to Ghanaians, okay? And I'm sure this applies across board. And in addition, the office provides files and documents for passports under investigation by Interpol, the National Intelligence Bureau, and the police. Now, embassies and high commissions accredited to Ghana also request confirmation of the personal details of Ghanaians who apply for visas at these missions. Currently, there are 10 offices in Ghana. So recently, there was a decentralization of the Ghanaian passport offices. Initially, in Ghana, there were about three or four passport offices that existed. But currently, there has been quite recently, there's been a decentralization and a breakdown and creation of more offices to increase make the work of the passport office easier and to reach the people at the local level. So currently there are 10 offices. We have the Rich Park, the Accra Park, the Tema Park, the Accra Premium Park, the Kumasi Park, which is in the Ashanti region of Ghana, the Takrady Park, which is in the western region of Ghana, the Sunyanyi Park, the Ho Park in the Volta region of Ghana, the Tamale Park in the northern region of Ghana, and the Koforidua Park in the eastern region of Ghana. So this has been done by the Ghana Passport Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, to reach more Ghanaians at the local level. But what does this mean for the corruption that takes place in the acquisition environment? Now, the methodology. So this study is used the mixed method where both qualitative and quantitative data was collected, and the convenient sampling method was used in collecting the data. Now, the target population was Ghanaians in the Gimpa community. And basically, in considering the time frame for the study, as well as other factors, 41 Ghanaians within the Gimpa community were given questionnaires, and data was both qualitative and quantitative data was collected from them. And questionnaires were used, semi-structured interviews were used as well. And the statistical package for social sciences and thematic analysis, SPSS, was used in the data analysis, in the analysis of descriptive data.
Miss Evelyn, just a notification, 12 minutes over. 3 more minutes for you.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
please,
you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, so now we'll quickly move to the study findings. So for this study, for the gender, we had 56.1% females, and then we had 43.9% females who engaged in the study. And this shows how women are actually frantic and eager to actually take part in academic activities more than men, which is quite a subjective statement too. Now, for the Gimpa community, we had undergraduate students, graduate students, lecturers, and administrative staff, as well as auxiliary staff, with a majority from the graduate student circle. Now, on whether participants in the study had a passport, 92.7% had a passport. Now, on whether someone knew whether anyone had paid a third party to acquire a passport, 46.3% said they didn't know, but 53.7% said they knew someone who paid extra money. Now, on how much individuals are willing to pay, a majority of 43.9% claimed that they are willing to pay nothing, while 41.5% stated that they'll be willing to pay 100 to 500 cedis to gain a passport. Now, on whether paying extra money is a normal practice in Ghana, 95.1% said yes, paying extra money is a normal practice in Ghana. Now, when participants were asked on how the challenges in processing passport application affect national development, now, majority of their responses centered around these 3 points that are enumerated here on low revenue generated. there's a saying that goes that time is money. And they stated that the number of people who have to leave their workplaces just to pursue a passport, especially in the public sectors, affects the revenue generation of government. They also said it has led to a society where one sees paying extra money as a normal thing, but it is not. And also the fact that middlemen collect money at the expense of the nation, which is a huge loss to the state. Now, on the solutions to the proposed problem, okay, and on whether the decentralization of the passport offices has solved the problem, 58.5% said yes. The decentralization of the passport offices to other regions in Ghana has reduced the practice of paying extra money to get one's passport early. And on the solutions proposed, majority of the participants proposed that there be a continuation of the decentralization of the offices. They also proposed that all processing should be done online to reduce the, the walking into the office and the long queues that take place in the Ghanaian passport offices. And also they said they should enforce the decentralized printing of passport offices, because the passport books are currently, they print them at the head office. Hence, it should be decentralized to be printed across.
Excuse me, your time is over. Please conclude. Time is over. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so this in summary, based on the findings that were, what was collected and what was found out, we stated that government should continue the decentralization of the passport offices. Passport books should be printed, decentralized and printed up in the regional offices as well. And the digitization of the passport application process should be taken further to include almost all the processes, such that individuals would only visit the office to pick up their passport. Thank you very, very much. I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you, Evelyn. You have addressed a very important issue of corruption at Ghana. There may be many questions about the presentation. Maybe they can keep it for the discussion session. But what comment I wanted to make, because basically the topic of our presentation is decentralization. Now, to my understanding, as per the 1992 constitutional amendment, 86 functions have been earmarked for the local self-governments in India, in Ghana, 86 functions. I don't know whether the issuing of passport comes under these 86 functions, because usually passport is the defense of the country or national, those functions that affects the entire country will be carried out by the central government. So I don't know in what framework you have brought in this particular topic under decentralization. Maybe in the discussion section, you can answer me. Thank you. Thank you, Evelyn. Otherwise, you addressed a very important issue that affects most of the developing countries. That in fact eats away many of the resources that have been earmarked for development. Okay, thank you once again. Now let me go forward to the next presenter. Next presenter is Evelyn. It is Mr. Frederick Agyarko Oturu. I hope he is there. He is from the Institute of Local Government Studies, Accra, Ghana. Along with him, Mr. Frank L.K. Hogemank, Department of Political Science, Concordia University, Maisonneuve, West Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So both of them are addressing, presenting a paper, the District Assembly Performance Assessment Tool, DPAT in Ghana, a case of old wine in new bottle. So I request either Frederick or Mr. Frank to go ahead with the presentation. Again, to remind you, just take 15 minutes. I'll be notifying you when you complete 12 minutes, okay? Mr. Frederick, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, Professor Jose, they may join with us, and you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, let me go forward to the next in the order. That is here the Professor Kingsley S. Agomo. He is the head of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Ghana. Along with him, Mr. Eben Anova Amarha, Gimba School of Public Service and Governance, Ghana. So their topic of presentation is the informal economy and local governance, promoting the decent work agenda in Ghana. I request Professor Kingsley, I saw him in the beginning. I hope he is present now. Professor Kingsley.
Yeah, thank you. Eben will be doing the presentation. So
okay, Eben. Okay, Eben. Mr. Eben, you can continue. Is it Mr. Eben is available, or we need to ask whether the first presenter we have,
Hello, can you hear me now, please?
Okay. Please, Eben. Then if you have a PPT, you can share it.
I have been under the weather, unfortunately, but I still want to talk to the issues. If you don't mind, I can say some few things without my PowerPoint. Is that okay with you, sir?
Please, Eben, please share your PPT. You are given 15 minutes time. So I'll be notifying you when you complete 12 minutes.
Okay, so I will talk to the issues without the PowerPoints.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. The informal economy has been on a discussion table since the early 1970s, but it has not been without any debate. The debates about the informal economy in Ghana has to do whether it is a safe haven for employment for the poor people, particularly at the local level, against its precarious nature, since it is plagued by decent work deficits and governance deficits. So the discussions currently seem to favor minimizing decent work deficits in the informal economy and improving governance capabilities. However, theoretical and empirical studies have not completely settled the debate. So our paper sought to answer two questions. How do formal multi-level governance frameworks shape the informal economy in Ghana? And what governance arrangements best empower local communities to shape their decent work agenda? So basically, there were about three main key issues that our paper looked at. The first general issue has to do with governance issues. The next one has to do with job creation issues. And the third one has to do with poverty reduction issues. And so when you come to governance issues, we looked at instruments and institutions that shape the informal economy at a local level. For example, one particular instrument that's so important is the Constitution of Ghana. Other institutions are the National Development Planning Commission, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Employment, and the TUC, etc., etc. Now, at job creation issues, we look at mainly how the assemblies create jobs and then how they integrate the informal economy in their job creation assignment. So for example, do they make space available also for the informal economy operators, just as they do the same for those who operate in the formal economy? Generally, are there facilities for all? irrespective whether they are working within or outside of the formal economy. And then to what extent the informal economy should be part of the development plans and agenda of the assemblies. The third issue that our paper looked at also was about the retention of jobs. In the process of trying to formalize work within the Ghanaian context, do the informal economy operators lose their jobs or don't they lose their jobs? And then if the jobs are retained, the quality to which work is done. So these were about the three major issues that our paper looked at. It became very, very clear that for the informal economy to be operative and to retain its ability to provide jobs to Ghanaians, then the informal economy must be accommodated. It might interest you to know that within the Ghanaian context, if you take a critical look of the participation of the informal economy by institutional trends in Ghana, I'm talking about the private sector, the formal private sector, the government sector, and the informal sector. The informal economy has had a significant share of these sectors. For example, by 1984, it was almost 84%. And then by 2013, it was about 88%. It actually dropped to about, say, 77% or so just last year. And even with that, it was because Ghana has moved away or is trying to reduce the cash economy and then going to digital payments. So the informal economy has been extremely important. Now, so if I may conclude, the informal economy actually connects several national and sub-national institutions. And the national institutions actually provide governance frameworks that regulate the informal economy. And then the local government facilitate local economic development by integrating decent work tenants into their work programs. I thank you for your attention. I'm very sorry that I'm a bit under the weather and I'm not able to really, give so much input into this. Thank you so much.
Okay, Eben, you completed by taking just 6 minutes. Thank you. But to me, this topic is very, very important topic as far as informal sector and local governance. Maybe in the discussions we can watch detailed discussion, but I have one observation, key observation, because the concept of inclusive development, SDGs and all, it's very important concept. And to my understanding of Ghanaian economy, there are of course, as you said, about 77%, informal sector economy is present. But the issues more serious, especially the child labor in the mines, the women, the migrants from the north to the south cities, and indigenous people. All these different groups are, differently affected by the informal sector activities. Of course, no unions, no minimum wages. The issue of a decent work, though ILO is promoting the concept of the decent work, unfortunately, it is not, affecting working well with the system there. So, being a decentralized local governance system, which we are aiming at to address some of these, issues that prevalent in the informal sector economy. Naturally, your study, would have looked into some of these serious issues which affect the Ghanaian economy. Maybe we have a discussion during the discussion hour with with this small comment. Let me go forward to the next presenter. I don't know who is available. Because as per we have completed 3 presentations, still 3 are remaining. May I call upon Mr. Nelson Kiarama, the honorable member of the parliament. Nelson is not available.
Yeah, Professor, those who want some information session. He's already in the parliament. He's taking some discussions in parliament.
Okay.
But there is a request that their Salvia Apaniha, she is ready to make a presentation in this session with your permission.
She is going to present his paper, Mr. Nelson's paper.
Here, her paper. No, another paper in this one. This also listed in the next one. She would like to. There was some problem, so that she would like to present that paper in your session.
Okay. The paper belongs to another session, but she is presenting in this session. Am I right?
Yeah. Already she's in the line.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue. So because I am not seeing her name in the list that has been given to me, it's okay. Please continue. What is her name? Please put in the.
Okay. Hello.
Please.
Can you hear me? This is Sylvia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. Yes,
we are hearing you, but your presentation, please put it in the projection mode, slide projection mode.
Is it okay?
No. There is down right. There is presentation mode is available. You can click down right, still right.
I'm not seeing anything.
No. You have to, slide presentation mode. You can put it there down right. There is a cup kind of one design. You click on that. It will be in the. Okay, Sylvia, if it is not there, let's continue like this because we don't have time. Yeah, Sylvia, we will we'll be giving you just 15 minutes, but after completion of 12 minutes, I'll be notifying you. So you are presenting a topic called Reproductive Health Challenges of Street Children, a case study of Accra City. So you are a social worker and you belongs to Adenton Municipal Assembly, Ghana. Sylvia, nice to have you in this seminar. It is a very important topic and I request you present, please.
Okay, thank you. And hello to everyone. My name is Sylvia, as mentioned, and I'll be presenting the reproductive health challenges of street children. And I use the case study of Accra City. So we move on. So this is the presentation outline of what I'll be looking at. So I'll be looking at the introduction and contribution to the debate on reproductive health and the theoretical framework. And I also look at the design, the methodology and approach, discussions of findings, recommendations, and conclusions. So now we start. Now the issue of street children in Ghana is very crucial and is so alarming to the extent that you find these kids on the streets of Accra lying on pavement, and people have shown lots of concern. Research have talked about it. There are a lot of research on it. And so one research that learned of in 2006 mentioned that street children are at high risk in relation to sexual health. What he's saying is, these street children are opposed to sexual reproductive health issues. And these children found themselves in having early sex, having multiple sex, casual partners, and they have inconsistent use of contraceptives. And in Accra, during my research, I realized that large number of these street children comes from the northern part of the country. Some comes from the central parts, and some also from other parts of Africa, like Niger, and some come from Guinea as a result of war. So they come to seek rescue in our countries here. And ages between these children ranges from 4 to 18. Why 4 to 18? You realize that these children have their parents already on the streets with them. And so when they give birth to them, at a point, they also begin to look for arms. So you see them in the streets of Accra looking for arms. And as time goes on, they begin to sell chewing gum, toffees, and petty things. Out of that, they begin to grow. They also give birth, and they also introduce their children on these streets. And this issue is how I see it as a cyclic something, because it goes on round and round and round. And so out of this situation, I decided to have a research on them. And so the research, as I did, will look at the reproductive health challenges of street children in Accra, the implication that it has on the national development, the socioeconomic national development, and how government agencies, local government agencies, like where I work, Adenta Municipal Assembly, can formulate and implement policies that they claim they have to solve this, to curb this problem. Theoretically, I looked at the risks and protective factors theory, and it states that this theory indicates that factors within a particular population may reduce or worsen the occurrences of a particular behavior. Now, the research design that I used was the phenomenological quality study design. Then I used in-depth interview and focal group discussions, because when you go onto the field, you find these children seated. And so I decided to group them into numbers. So on the screen, you can see how I did my focus group discussion. So the total number of children consisted of interviews, consisted of 60. Out of which 40 were interviewed as children. And on the field, you realize that the males are more than the female. So instead of doing it on equal basis, I decided to do 5:7. Then I also interviewed individuals. Individuals, as to go to individuals around, those selling around the streets. I also talked to the social workers, that's the social welfare and community development as an institution, and other institutions at the local level. Now, semi-structured focal group discussion guide was used in the data collections. Now, the findings. One of the things that we found was that we wanted to know the causes, what prompts them to move out of their homes and come down to Accra. And one of the main things that we found was family poverty and the quest to improve the economic conditions of family members. Yes, some these children normally we see their friends coming from the cities with wearing good clothes, and as a result, they think that it is rosy in Accra, and they decide to come as a way of coming to work to help their countries. Secondly, another thing was parental neglect. Some parents decide to leave their children as to what they want to do. And so these children are left and they decide to do whatever they want. Another one was the rural-urban migration and truancy, which is a serious problem, because in the hinterland or in these regions that I talked about, there are no jobs. And so all these jobs are centered in the cities of Accra. So as a way of trying to get money for themselves, they decide to come down and look for job to help themselves and their family. Some also decide to follow their friends, peer pressure. As I said, these friends goes into the villages, and with nice clothes, they entice their friends and they follow them to Accra. Okay, so one of the findings that we also was, we also realized that in all these places, we don't have schools, low quality of schools. In the schools, some of these schools, some villages don't have schools, and those ones that have schools have low quality facility. Some of them sit under trees, they don't have good.
Sylvia, your voice is broken. Yeah, your voice is broken sometimes.
Okay, so sorry. Today we are having bad internet interactions. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Am I on?
And now it's okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So as a way of these communities not getting enough schools and they're trying to improve themselves, they decide to come down to Accra. Now, one crucial thing that I also realized was the desire for freedom and escape from parental restrictions. Some children decide to go out to fend for themselves out of the parental restrictions that they don't want to go through. So as a way, they decide to sneak out and run into the Accra to come search for a job. And this was a research done by Odro in 2005. Now, we also looked at where these children are found sleeping. I mean, they are sleeping places. And in Accra, when you come to Accra, it is very, very alarming because you find these children streeting on the verandas along streets, pavements, shops, mall, terminal buses, under bridges, in front of cinemas. In fact, they are scattered all over. Even in the markets, you find them sleeping there. And one of the things that I found was some of these girls prefer to sleep with night security guards as a way of looking for security, because these girls are prone to social hazards. I mean, these bully guys come and bully them around, sleep with them, rape them, abuse them, and sometimes take all their money away. So as a way of protecting themselves, they prefer to go to maybe a filling station or a shop, and they ask the security man that if we be allowed to sleep in front of the shop. And that is one thing that is also popping up. We also realized that it popped out from the research. Then these children, we have a lot of slum areas, and these are where you find these these children are. And you know, slum areas are prone to poor facilities. They don't have water, they don't have hospitals, and they live in wooden structures. And all these things have negative effects on these children. Now, so we want to look, I decided to look at how the reproductive health challenges pose challenges to the street child. And one thing that I realized was the various types of violence. Yes, sleeping on the streets without any care of a parent will result in a lot of abuses. These girls are raped. These men are prone to these girls are prone to drug abuses, and it have negative effects. It makes them so widened and emboldened, and they become to be very violent. Another thing that we also found was infectious disease like tuberculosis. They are overcrowded in one way, and so one sickness from another tends to spread easily to the other. Then restricted in the access of quality health care. As I said, these children found in these slum areas do not have good healthcare system. And so they decide to do whatever they want. They have challenges with unprotected sex, unwanted pregnancy, unsafe abortion, STDs, and HIVs. And this will result in high rates of population indisciplined sexual behavior. Now, I also want to look at the implication of the socio-economic national development. Now, Demelesh in 2013 said that street children provide a ready source of cheap labor. Yes, cheap labor, because they are found in the street and anyone can use them and give them anything they want, and they accept it as a way. But the problem is, what I want to ask is, does this labor that they intend giving has positive effect on them? That's the question I want to ask, because as a child, if you are prone to doing hard job, it tends to have a physiological effect on your life. Now, I also found that, you know, street children will pose pressure on social amenities of the country. Now, you see that these children.
Miss Sylvia, you have 3 more minutes left for concluding, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
So these children are prone to increase in crime wave. As these children are left on the streets, they are prone to robbery, they are prone to using drugs, they are prone to gang. And currently, our country is experiencing high rates of crime, and we can attribute this to the streetism in the country. They are also exposed to health hazards. Now, I decided to look at how the government is addressing the issue of streetism. Now, at the local level, we have 3 ministries. So three agencies that deals with street children. So we have a Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. Then at the local level, which is a ministry on its own. Then at the local level, we have the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. Then there are also agents, NGOs, and faith-based organizations who support in the activities of these streetisms. Now, in fact, my country, Ghana, can boast of lots of policies. I mean, when you talk about policies, in fact, we have a whole lot of policies concerning children and child protection issues. But the problem is, all these issues, all these policies that you find lying in our shelves are just lying there. They are just, I would say, booklets or policies that have been structured, but implementation-wise, it is no. So currently, we have policies like child protection and provision for social services. We have the National Social Protection Policy, which came in 2014, then the Child and Family Welfare Policy. These are policy documents that try to gear towards the issues of children and child streetism. So we look at the challenges of these agencies. And one of the things is the disjointed and uncoordinated delivery of services at the local level. Yes, at the local level, you realize that, these policies were put in place for the usage of the MMDAs, that's the Municipal Metropolitan District Assembly. That the problem is, as these policies have been has been made together, you realize that there is no formal implementation for this program to be used. It is just a document. What goes into it, it is not. What goes into it is not known. So when it happens like that, those of us at the local level, we become confused. We don't know how to go about issues. Our channel of reporting becomes a problem because we don't even know whether to report to RCC, Regional Coordinated Council, to report to the Head Office of Social Welfare and Community Development, or to report to the ministry. And this thing becomes disjointed and uncoordinated. And so I saw this as a challenge. Then the second one is limited engagement of MMDA social service in formulating this implementation strategy. Then lack of capacity building.
Your time is over, Sylvia. Sorry. Please.
So do I stop? Give me 2 minutes. Let me finish.
Please.
Okay, so the challenges are there. Then the recommendation, we recommend that there should be a partnership between local government and central government so that these measures or these policies that are being put in place can be implemented well. We also ask the government should employ more social workers, because in my office, for instance, we are less in number, and we have a whole lot of things that we need to do. And so we encourage government to employ more social workers as a way of helping us curb this issue. Then funding has always been a problem. During rescue and logistics have also been a problem. Then capacity building also for social workers needs to be made. And so in concluding, I say that street children seems to have inadequate information on low knowledge and on sexual and reproductive health issues. Then the growing number of street children in Accra can become a major public health issue due to reproductive health challenges that they experience, they go through. Then local government agencies need to do more to solve the problem of streetism in Accra. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Of course, your paper is a reflection of the failure of the decentralization strategy in Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because as I understand, the basic issue of street children, because I have seen in many countries in Africa, street children is a problem in the
Yeah.
sense that, it's a issue which has to be addressed. Naturally, your paper exposes the issues, but why did you put reproductive health challenges as the ending? Because, the street children issue itself is a big issue. There are very many different dimensions like schooling or other things are there. This issue itself has exposed how the decentralization experiment has been failed in Ghana. All right, this is just my initial comment, but your paper exposes, as I said, it's a good addition to the seminar. Maybe in the discussion time, maybe many questions may emerge from the participants. Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Thank you. All right. I don't know whether any of other presenters are present here, not those who are not presented yet, like Mr. Patrick or Mr. Frederick or Frank.
I'm sorry, Patrick is still at the meeting, so rescheduling for the next session. Thank you.
All right. So which means that the honorable member of the parliament, Mr. Nelson, also is not available. Patrick also is not available, as well as Frederick also is not available. Na? Frederick, are you there? Frank and Frederick, they have both a common paper.
Frederick is still not around, please.
Okay. In that case, I think we can go for the discussion portions, main section, because we can save the time. If they join in between, we can have their presentations, but let us make use of the time by the participants to raise the questions. Let me check the chat box if any. There is chat box. There is a question by Professor John. May I read it out? To what extent does the chief executive act merely as an agent of the sender in practice? Are conflicts between the executive and the members of the assembly common? Is there cross-party consensus at the national level on decentralization in Ghana? Of course, this is a very important question, as already the paper presenters have mentioned. The MMDS, the chief executives, have been appointed by the central government, and so the issue of decentralization, deconcentration. Okay, so naturally that is the first issue to be answered, and second, the conflicts between the executive and the members of the assembly, because supposed to be in the members 70% of the assembly members are elected, but of course 30% being the central government gives the 30% of the members. So the chief executive plus 30% of the members of the assemblies, they are appointees of the central government. So naturally, how the system functions, that's an important question. Is there cross-party consensus at the national level? In the sense that that is also very important, because are the political parties are in the same boat to bring in decentralization in Ghana. So maybe any of the paper presenters, because the subject is very, the questions are very common to Ghana's decentralization. Any paper presenters can address this question.
Yeah, okay. This is Martin.
Can you repeat the name once again? Repeat the name.
Martin Akote.
Martin. Okay, Martin, thank you, please.
Yes. Yeah, so our conflicts between the executives and the assembly common. Personally, if you are looking from the outside, you might not see any major conflict. But if you work from within the assemblies, you go inside, you interact with the assembly members, you realize that there is a whole lot of mistrust between them and the executives. In that, as I had noted somewhere in the paper, assembly members feel that the executives do not often implement the decisions that they have made, and that they will make one decision, and then by the time they realize what the executives implement are different. And therefore, there is always that kind of tension between the two. So that is very common. That is very common. If you get to all the assemblies, this is very common. Then is there cross-party consensus at the national level on decentralization? There's a whole lot of discussions going on now at the national level. And what one can see is that at the moment, both the NDC opposition party and the ruling party, NPP, they all seem to agree that it is time to elect MMDCs. But then what they are now, you can see what they disagree on at the moment is whether these elections should be on partisan basis or on non-partisan basis. I for one believe, and my position is that it should be done on non-partisan basis, because otherwise the same partisan weaknesses that we realize at the national level is going to repeat itself at the local level. And for the people to get the best out of the assemblies, it is better to let it remain as a non-partisan, even though their assembly members would be, DCEs will be elected. Power not transferred in Ghana, what is the way forward? The way forward relates to the election of the DCEs, MMDCEs. I'm of the view that, or the researcher is of the view that if MMDCEs were elected, there will be that kind of ownership at the local level. The local people will be able to hold these MMDCs accountable at that level. As at the moment, because the MMDCs are elected by the central government, they seem to be more accountable to central government. In fact, in most cases, at the expense of the local people. To what extent is the DC an agent of central government? That was another question. To the extent that the MMDCs are appointed by the president, and for that matter, the ruling party, the MMDCs are really, really in the service of more. They tend to serve more the interests of central government than the local people. Because as one DCE mentioned, he asked a question. The only way that he could challenge a decision by the central government in the case of deducting monies from the assembly's fund, if any MMDC was ready to lose their position, then they could go ahead and do that. What it means is that the fact that their positions are not, they do not have that independence through their appointment, makes them vulnerable for both party people and in fact central government officials, maybe to threaten them. So once they are elected, at least they will know that for the next 4 years, they will be safe to do whatever they want to do in the interest of the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for those comments. Essentially, you are talking about how we can strengthen the grassroots level democracy by bringing in, electing the chief executives of MMDCs. That is very important point. Okay. Are there any questions from the participant, attendees of the seminar? If anyone is having any questions, please.
Yeah, Professor Jose,
please, yeah.
Continuation of the Martin's explanation on the issue. And it's a very, very interesting explanation from Martin's side. What he mentioned, the point is that there are non-partisan basis elections at the local level.
Yeah.
And I heard that there. I'm not very sure what he supported that the non-partisan basis elections at the local level. Why? Because he could identify certain kind of deficit of the partisan basis elections and governance at the higher levels, and that kind of things he is actually extending at the local level. You see, this point is very, very interesting, even in the Indian context. Why I am telling that there, when the local government institutions have started in this country, this debate was very much, it was there. And still it is going on. So the point is that there should be some interesting comparison between the local government in Ghana and India, because in India also you know that there, as far as the country is concerned, only very few states, including Kerala, Arunachal Pradesh, West Bengal, Tripura, all these states are only, they are allowed, the party is allowed to play a direct role in the local government elections and performance at the grassroots level, whereas the other states, it is actually following non-partisan basis elections and governance and system there. Whereas in Kerala, the interesting thing is that there even you have a parliamentary party system is there, and party control and even party whip is also there, because the elected members of the local government, they are not supposed to violate the whip of their respective political parties, but the other state, the situation is different. What the point is that there, he mentioned an interesting point that for protecting the interest of the people, quote unquote people, and this non-partisan basis elections are things there. But my doubt is that there, if you go for a non-partisan basis, instead of the party structure and party institutions, and who is going to occupy that particular space, there is a chance for that their vested interest and may enter into the entire thing. The entire thing may be captured by the vested interest, whatever may be the limitations. The political party, because of they have to face the elections, election is a kind of a social auditing. Because of that, they may have, whatever may be the limitations, they may have some kind of checks and balance and transparency and all things there. But it's a very interesting point. I'm not getting any further debate on this, but we can think about some kind of a comparative study on what is happening in the situations in the Ghana and in the Indian context. It's a very interesting to develop. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Professor Chathukulam. Actually, I wanted to make a comment on what the observation made by Professor Chathukulam. In fact, one of the papers supposed to be presented by Mr. Nelson, the Honorable Member of the Parliament. In fact, I read the synopsis. From that synopsis, I got the idea, and of course, I know a little bit about it. In Ghana, there is a system called the traditional chieftaincy. Traditional chiefs, they have been given some ceremonial role in Ghanaian society, which all my Ghanaian friends know about it, what role they play. So to me, this traditional chieftaincy, like, in India prior to independence, we had the Zamindars, and the Zamindars, they all after independence, they all become, put one, sorry to say that, the Ghadi, and they became the leaders, members of the parliament like that. But here in Ghana, it is not the political, but they are continued the chiefdom, I mean traditional chieftaincy, they continued. That is a ceremonial kind of thing. In fact, this, to my knowledge, it is more than around 32,000 or so, the entire Ghana. They are still making a very important role in Ghanaian decision making at the local level, which means that still the grassroots level democracy in Ghana, there is a big question mark how effective it is, because as the presenters from the views of Martin and others, it is not decentralization, it is deconcentration. The central government has, some of its functions been given to the district assemblies. Please note that the number of district assemblies also, I have just seen in one of the research, when in I think in 88 or so, the number of the MMDS was about 65 or so. But of recently, today's one presenter, I think Evelyn was saying it has reached around 275 MMDAs. So which means that around, I just calculated around 323% growth rate in number of MMDAs in the country. So this is just a tinkering with the kind of administrative system in the country. Why I am mentioning this tinkering with the administrative system, one of the important objectives of decentralization is bottom-up planning as against the top-down planning. In Ghana, still the top-down planning is going on as observed from the presenters. So bottom-up planning means that is what just people's participation in planning, and the felt needs of the people at the local should be taken to account in forming the local level plans, maybe at the village level or district level, like that. Unfortunately, that is not happening in Ghana. So this is a very, very important issue as far as Ghana is concerned, as far as the entire planning framework which we are expected to have at the decentralized mode of development, that has not come to in the Ghanaian situation, Ghanaian economy. Maybe some of the participants from Ghana may be having the same views, or if a different view, you can make a comment on that. Any other participants, any observations, please, on the seminar presentations? All right, if there are no more. Hello, please.
I am Dr. J.B. Rajan.
Rajan, please.
You are mentioning that there is no space for people's participation and it is a top-down approach.
Yeah.
But how then this Bato Pele works? How then the Bato Pele concept insisted through transforming the service delivery, and what is the mechanism for involving people there?
That's the point I am making, Mr. Rajan. Unfortunately, the entire system has not come into, in a dynamic way. Its namesake, everything is there, but in practice, it is deconcentration, not decentralization. That's the point I am making.
No, just Dr. Jose, Professor Jose, I mentioned one point. You see, Dr. Rajan, as far as the Bato Pele is concerned, that is mainly an initiative from South Africa, and Ghana. That initiative is not there. This is right. That is an issue. But you raised a very important issue as far as this webinar is concerned, and definitely we would like to have some kind of response from the scholars from Ghana, because that three days we are hearing about a lot of initiative, cases, experiences, and good governance from South Africa on Bato Pele, and Kerala, and by and large in India, Kerala on People's Plan Campaign, and in India the Grama Panchayat Development Plan, GPDP. So the point is that our scholars are interested to take some kind of initiative. They may not have the political power, but the point is that some kind of a consciousness, some kind of a argument, some kind of a discussion for these two initiatives. What is actually there is any chance for taking up these kind of issues in the Ghana. That is also an interesting point as far as this webinar is concerned. Thank you, Professor Dr. Rajan, for raising that issue also. Thank you.
Maybe one more explanation or clarification with respect to Ghana, because as in the initial observation I was making about the Ghanaian economy generally. If you look into the Ghanaian economy in the macro sense, there are 54 countries in Ghana, and Ghana is one among the economically one among the top countries in Ghana, especially because of it is exporting a lot of gold. Gold mines are there. And it is even recently it has having some oil reserves. Plus, of course, cocoa, cocoa and, is one of the major items of export. And economically, they are better off compared to other African nations. This is the point I'm making. But this macro, the cake is very big. National cake is very big, but unfortunately, the share which that goes to the regional levels, especially there is a serious regional inequality in Ghana, especially the northern Ghana is very less developed, and southern Ghana, which is near the sea, it is very developed. That is the north-south gap, and as well as urban and rural. Urban, living conditions are better, but the rural living conditions are very, very poor. These are reflected in some of the macro indicators usually being, presented by the Human Development Index of the UNDP. The latest report, it shows that the HDI ranking of Ghana is 138 out of 189, and its ranking HDI score is about 0.611. Then, most important, referring to the inequality, the Gini index is almost about 0.43. It is really very high. And looking to the people below poverty line, of course, there is a reduction from 55% in 2011 to around 46% in 2017, which means that nearly half of its population still below poverty line. I informed you about the HDI. Even the other indexes like the multi-dimensional poor index, it is around 2 out of 5 like that. And the urban MDPI is 27%, rural MDPI about 65%, which means that it is rural people are really poor. That comes very important, the gender inequality index, that also very high, it is about 0.53. Then, of course, the global competitive index. What I am saying that there are so many macro indicators which show still the Ghanaian, quality of life that is very, very low. So here comes the importance of the, the decentralized, democratizing the local level and how they can address the development issues. As far as the presentations made by, the few of the paper presenters, as well as I was listening to some of the presentations made the other days, the conclusion that I get, or the impression that I get from the Ghanaian scenario is that true decentralization has not taken place in Ghana. When we talk about true decentralization, there are 3 dimensions. One is participation, people's participation. Second is effectiveness in service delivery. Third, of course, accountability. And I add one more thing, the local level economic development. So if you look into the participation, of course, that also from the paper presenters, it is not there. Then effectiveness service delivery, that also very, very poor. Accountability, that also the corruption level. In fact, one of the paper presenters were already mentioning it. It is also very poor. Local level economic development, as the paper presenters, unemployment, migration, the child labor, atrocities against poor. All these things happen, especially because local level economic development is not taking place in Ghana. The urban areas are, progressing. Industries are coming. Almost modern amenities are there. In fact, I have been to Ghana 2 times. Some of the cities I have visited, but I am telling these cities are better than many other African cities, no doubt about it. But even then, the issue in Ghana is the rural-urban divide, wherein rural areas are devoid of any self-employment which can promote them local economic development. That is not coming forward. So this is a very serious concern as far as Ghana is concerned. It is not necessarily, in all front, when we look into the Ghanaian experiment found to be not that effective. So it is important that we have to look into ways and means to see how the poor people of Ghana, the marginalized people of Ghana, the children, the women, the migrants, all these groups that are adversely affected by the kind of development strategy which they are following. I think these are a few comments I have to make. I think time is also approaching almost. It is 5:30.
We have some more time.
Yeah, 5:30. Some more time is there. If anyone wanted to add any points on that, I am most welcome. Please. I find Dr. Nisha, Dr. Anida Kumari, so many people, maybe we can make some comments. Our Ghanaian friends, Professor Kingsley, Felix, Moses. I'm just seeing the names. So if you can add on some comments, because basically this is an brainstorming exercise also. Actually, these kind of discussions can add to the research, the outcome of the seminar.
So I am Jose.
Hello, Professor John. Hello.
I was just wondering. You see, Ghana is one country about which reasonably good level of literature exists with respect to decentralization. And if you ask me, I would say that. When you talk about African decentralization, you cannot do away with
Ghana. Yeah, correct.
And some of the luminaries in the
Joseph I.
Like Professor Joseph I. They worked primarily on looking at the Ghanaian situation.
Yeah.
So at the same time, what we witness is, over the years, in spite of the fact that successive governments have committed themselves to greater decentralization and all that. At the ground level, very often, I think there are some probably administrative and maybe political economy related factors that are working, which prevent greater, decentralization. Yeah. For example, these traditional chieftains are supposed to be a resource for strengthening decentralization, but I think they are not able to use them because of maybe certain problems with respect to the question of legitimacy. Of course, if they can be successfully integrated into the local government system, that will strengthen the legitimacy of the system in one sense. But given the fact that many of these chieftains are known for their impartial kind of position in society, and they may not be, involving them in politics may not be seen by the local people as something that is going to yield positive results. So that could be one issue. And again, among chieftains also, there are some powerful chieftains in some parts of the country, but there are certain other, areas where the traditional chiefs are not that powerful. So, so this is one area where I think a lot more needs to be done. I will be very happy if some of our Ghanaian friends can reflect on these hurdles and what kind of discussions are currently going on with respect to local government reform in the country.
Yeah. That's an important point, Professor John. Actually, to my knowledge, about more than 30,000 or 32,000 these local, traditional chieftains are there in Ghana. So naturally, they do play a very important role in Canadian society life. And whether it is in tune with democratizing development or, constitutionally, they have given the right and recognition. But is it really helpful to, have the participation of people in the development? Maybe some of the Canadian friends can give. I think one Mr. Kate hand is visible. Kate, you can make your comment. Kate. Please.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah,
My name
please.
is Kate Addo, and I am a PhD student from GIMPA in Ghana. I am also a student of politics, and I also study parliamentary processes and procedures. I just wanted to make the point that although our constitution does not allow chiefs and traditional leaders to be part of the political system, they actually play a very important role in the local governance. Arbitration is done at the local level, mostly through traditional chiefs. As well, you have our National Council of Chiefs, which is made up of chiefs from the various parts of the country who have advisory role to play in our politics. Also, we have a National Council of Elders who advise the president. And these people are made up of chiefs and other people who are in the traditional ruler class. And so we cannot that in Ghana, traditional rulers don't have a role to play in the politics or in the governance system, because they actually play a very crucial role. In the law formation process in Ghana, they go.
I don't know, your voice is broken, Kate.
Okay, hello, Prof.
Yeah.
If I may want to add.
Yeah, one
a little
second,
bit.
Kate, 1 second, let Kate complete her.
Sorry, the line went off a bit, but it just come back. The line went off a bit, but it's back on.
Okay,
what I'm saying is that when we are making laws in Ghana, there are 3 stages. The first stage where the bill is laid in Parliament. The second stage is sent to the committees. At that stage, we do consultations, and most of those that come have traditional implications. And so these are sent to the of traditional rulers are part, and the local players and the MMDAs and the municipal chief executives, the district chief executives, and the assemblymen and the ordinary citizens who participate in the process of lawmaking. So there is actually, I don't know to what extent the literature exists on this matter, but
Again, it is broken.
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Martin.
Martin, again, sorry, Kate is there. I don't know. Kate, what is happening? Your internet is breaking.
The mine is just not staying on. The essence of what I'm saying is that there are levels of
please conclude, Kate.
participation.
Please conclude, Kate. Okay, please conclude.
Yeah. So in conclusion, what I'm saying is that yes, there is some sort of I heard one of my seniors talk about deconcentration rather than decentralization. Extent that may be, but that's not really the case, because there is widespread decentralization in the assembly system and in the other processes of not just legislation, but participation in politics and policy processes. And so I thought I'd make the point that indeed in Ghana, the traditional rulers do have a role to play. You have the House of Chiefs, where rules like any law that is made.
Okay.
Hello.
Now, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Please. Yeah, please, Martin, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Just a little bit of response to what Kate, the last speaker, has been saying.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that in the law, there is no official role for chiefs at the local government level.
Yeah.
There is no role at all. The regional House of Chiefs exists at the regional level and not at the district level. And even here, they are restricted to discussing mostly traditional matters. So I do not believe that, or let me say, it is right and true to say that chiefs don't have, in fact, their role in local government is very marginal. And if any at all, that will be unofficial. You see, so if there is a problem going on at the local level, of course, a chief may want to come in, but that is only done as an unofficial means of a chief doing or playing his usual role. But the law has no room. It has no function for the chiefs in our current local government system. What I also wanted to add is that I didn't hear the comments regarding the non-partisan approach to decentralization that I was raising. But then, currently, for the past 30 years, it is important to note that for the past 30 years or so that we have been practicing the current local government system, the assembly level elections are done on non-partisan basis. In fact, it is against the law for anyone who is vying for a position in the local assembly as an elected representative to go on the grounds of or with the support of any political party. The law prohibits that. And so for the past 30 years, that has worked. And the situation on the ground is that it has worked very, very well because it has minimized politicization or partisanship at the local assemblies, even though, of course, you will know that this man may belong to this party or that, but in most cases, it had not been a major problem. And therefore, if we are adding the position of the MMDCs to the assembly on non-partisan basis, I believe that the foundations has already been created for the past 30 years. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. But the issue remains, Mr. Martin, as Professor Chathukulam has pointed out, how this system address the current development challenges of Ghana. That's the issue. Whether the non-partisan approach to elections and remaining. The results shows that to what extent the kind of expectations on the part of all of us who are concerned with the development and what is happening at the ground level. Anyway, Martin knows better than me, but this is some of the concerns which we are having. Whether the kind of electoral system facilitate real participation of people of Ghana and their well-being. That's only the question remaining, because already years, decades have gone, but the issues remain as it is.
Yeah, Professor Jose, I have two very small points. Number one, you also made a comment that there, as far as passport issue is concerned, whether that can be accommodated in the decentralization framework, and that is an issue you raised. And I feel that there, we see that actually that Elena Nana Asari is doing that framework of decentralization. There is a limited framework. One can use it, their passport issue in the decentralization. It comes under administrative decentralization, not come under directly political decentralization. In the sense that there are a number of other ways. There may be some kind of a spatial decentralization. Then is some issue of administrative decentralization. Of course, you mentioned it is not coming directly under the political decentralization process, but still there is a chance to accommodate that issue of passport into the decentralization framework. It is entirely different on administrative or non-political kind of administrative framework. It is possible. As far as the Martin's issue is concerned on the non-partisan basis, I do agree with Martin. This is a situation Here also the argument is very much there in the Indian context. But what I can see that there, where people argue that the local government is not entitled to play any political partisan attitude at the local government level, but there may be some kind of a covered, some kind of a not open, this system is coming, but that system, political system and party structure may be there, it may not be in a kind of a visible, in a kind of a open style, it may be something different. So the point is that there may be a covert and overt kind of political interferences at different levels. It may be open, it may be hidden. That is there one has to look into very serious. And Professor John raised a very important point in the sense that already the resources of the traditional chieftains, how they can make use of for running the local governments if they have power exercise. I can give you a very, very small example. It may be a geographically very small example. In Indian context, we have a small island by Minikoi, where myself and John visited that island. We could say that there are traditional chieftains as far as that island is concerned in the local name, the Mupens and Mupatis, but they are highly resourceful, but their resources are in a position to converse with the local governments of that particular island. It is working as a kind of the model is a kind of experience, a kind of a positive experience is coming in that direction. I want to talk this only. Thank you, Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay. Yeah. I think the time is also almost reaching, almost 5:44. So may I conclude, Dr. Chattopadhyay? I think no more comments.
Please.
So anyway, first of all, I thank all paper presenters because they have found the time to work on issues that are very, very pertinent to the development of Ghana. It is not only the development of Ghana, now we are talking about the development of all less developed countries that are in Asia, Africa and Latin America. So if we could be able to bring in the common strategy out of these discussions, that will be definitely going to benefit because, India, we have models, Africa, we have models in Ghana. So there may be, successful models in some part of Ghana. So ultimately, as the people who are, we people who are interested in addressing some of the developmental challenges have to come out with the new strategies, new ways of solving it because, changes are taking place very fast. As the ICT revolution has brought in a lot of changes, and to a certain extent, the one of the major issues like corruption being addressed by the use of ICT in many of these countries. There are so many examples for that, which means that in the changed environment of ICT, artificial intelligence, all these things, we are going to make use of at the local level so that, no person go hungry in their, in their day. So this is a very important task as far as development is concerned. So I thank once again all researchers, paper presenters who joined this seminar because your contributions are very valuable. Unless we discuss, unless we brainstorm, we cannot come out with a definite strategy for development. I thank the CRM as well as the other research institute from South Africa and Ghana joined in this effort to bringing the researchers, intellectuals from various continents and this platform. This is a Herculean task. In fact, I was asking the other day, Dr. Chattopadhyay, he may not have slept for many days in organizing such a big seminar of this scale. Really, I thank Professor Jose Chattopadhyay and his team for taking such a pain for helping all these countries in Asia, Africa and Latin America. Thank you very much. Thank you all and have a pleasant day. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor. Yeah, Jose, I will take only 1 minute. You see, when we designed the program sheet, what we did, we have allotted the technical session 12. exclusively for discussing the decentralization experiences from Ghana. You see, the point is that there was a lot of discussion had taken place on this particular issue, the different aspects of Ghana. And we are very right in the way for choosing a person. He proved himself is an expert of Canadian the affairs, not only economy, polity, society, and other related issues, developmental issues. He mentioned that there 2 times he visited Ghana. Now I feel that there I can read from his face, he is highly enthusiastic and he is highly thrilled. Again, he may make another visit to Ghana. This is what that is there, my point. He is so much of that is expertise and all things there we could gain from him, a lot of things there. Professor Jose, with all the participants and the seminar presenters, and very particularly the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Jimba, and the South African National, the NSG, National School of Government, and all the participants and the paper contributors. I would like to thank you for your excellent way in which you conducted this technical session. And we could benefit, we could get a lot of things from your side, your expertise and all things there now through that. I'm saying by putting this particular session, I can say that there, as far as this country is concerned, and you are the best the person for conducting this particular session. In that way, the organizers, myself and Sir Kinley Agmore and Pumla, we have selected a right person for conducting this particular session. Jose, we are highly thankful to you for your expertise, for your the excellent way you conducted this seminar. Thank you, Professor Jose. I also would like to thank all the paper presenters. Their presentations of different issues. Of course, Member of Parliament also could not present in this particular session. We are expecting him in another session. He may come back from the Parliament to participate in this session. And again, I thank all of you. Things there. I say thank you, fine, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah.
Yeah, friends, we have another technical session also. That is technical session 13. And we are not late. We are running in before time. It is there a few minutes before time, and we will start exactly 6 p.m. Indian time and 2:30 p.m. of the South African time and 12:30 p.m. of the Ghana time for the next technical session 13, that is on decentralization through the lessons of solidarity economy and the local resource management. And now it is we have a few more minutes to start this technical session 13. And then it will be followed by a very small concluding session. And again, I would like to invite all the participants and the paper contributors to join the technical session 13 and the concluding session. Thank you, fine. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible? This is Sangam Aron Aimo.
Very much clearly audible.
Okay, sir. Can I do some test? I would like to share screen. So it's yeah. I would like to do testing part. So whether I can share my slideshow.
What you want actually, I can remove it there. Then after that you want to test it.
Okay.
No. What is your point? You want to test your
PowerPoint. Yeah.
You want to test your PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so that I have to remove this one. This is a program sheet.
Yeah, sure. Only for a few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then my request is that there after testing you immediately remove that, because we have to give these things to chairperson. Okay, everything.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Only for testing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I have to open first, and now I jump. Yeah, I think this is the one. Is it visible?
It is visible, and one request is that there you have to put it in slide mode.
Yeah.
Slideshow mode. Now it is the screen looks very small. It is yeah.
Yeah. So where is that?
There may be in the bottom side there is some mark. I think. No, we can tell it. You can tell it here. I tell you where it is. Slideshow. I can see from here slideshow. You click slideshow, then it will get a full view of your PPT.
Sure. Okay.
To do with there, this is okay. Yeah. Slideshow. You click the slideshow.
Slideshow. Yeah, it's hiding in the. Okay. It's coming. Let me change.
Must be hiding.
Yeah, slideshow. Yeah, I got it. From the beginning. It's fine.
No. I wait. You have to wait some time. Wait.
It's working?
No. You just click the slideshow. I think where you are, the point was there. You try to cover that, but you have not clicked. You clicked this slideshow, then you put there from.
Now it's in my laptop it's working. Okay.
Yeah. Now okay. Now you can manage fine. But again, it was not in the. Now it is okay. Fine. Now it is okay. Fine.
Okay. It's working.
Go to village mission in Manipur. Okay.
Yeah. So Manipur map.
Sorry. Already 6. We are getting time. Sorry.
Yeah. So should I send to 10 minutes here?
Please remove that. Please remove that because we are in time. 6 o'clock we have to start it. Already 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you remove. You please remove. Okay.
Okay. Where we to remove that? Okay. So where is the removing part? I don't know this. We use this what we call Zoom. Where is that removing part?
Stop share. You please make stop share. Stop share. Stop. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Professor Sunil has joined. Yes, sir. Professor Sunil.
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, fine. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, then it's okay. I was actually little. Yeah. Oh, fine, Sunil. Fine. Oh, Sunil, here, fine. We are already five time. Oh, okay. Yeah, dear friends, now we are reaching technical session 13. And Professor Sunil Roy, he's going to chair this session. He's with us. He's already with us. And this technical session, decentralization through the lens of solidarity economy and local resource management. We are extremely happy. Professor Sunil Ray is with us. He was the former director of S.N. Sinha Institute of Social Studies, the central part of this country, Patna and Bihar, India. Professor Sunil Ray is the top most economist in the country. He is well known among the researchers, academic community, and the social activists. He has contributed good number of research articles in national and internationally reputed and high impact peer-reviewed journals. I can just mention one. A few years back, he has written one detailed article in Economic and Political Weekly. It's a well-reputed journal in the Indian context. Still, his major arguments and points are still being seriously debating in this country on things there. And he is also equally known to outside the country. And he is also an expert on the area of solidarity economy and local resource management. Professor Sunil, and now I will hand over this platform to you. Roughly it is 6 to 8:20 at the Indian time, and the African time, South African time, 2:30 p.m. to 4:50 p.m. and the Ghana time 12:30 to 2:50 p.m. That means roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes are with you. You have to divide the time among the participants, and you reserve some time for discussions for the paper contributors first and for the discussion for the general participants. And I'm not coming in the way, and this is fully the platform is under your control. And Professor Sunil, please.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Jose, Dr. Jose, I am audible, no?
Yes, audible.
Okay.
Audible.
Thank you so much. First of all, I must thank Professor Jose for having given an opportunity to chair this very important session. Each session is important in its own way, but I do consider this one is not because that I have been working in this area for some time, but the fact of the matter is that this particular area, that is solidarity economics or solidarity economy, has been having a kind of a great appeal to the development scientist, to development political scientist, to all social scientists for that matter. In fact, even the ecologists also, environmental scientists also have been having attracted by this idea of what called social solidarity economy. This is something, a recent development. Before I get into, I'll talk about this one. Why is it so important for us? And I'm so happy that the Center for Rural Management, its director, Dr. Jose Chotakulam, thought that this is an important focus that need to be given to the whole discourse on decentralization. Now, we have been having discourse on decentralization for several decades, on certain variables which are important. And your permutation and combination, this is good, this is bad, this is administrative arrangement, rearrangement, and you have constitutional amendment, and so on and so forth. But this solidarity economics, how do you see the prospect of a decentralized economy from the lens of solidarity economy is something which is relatively much newer. And there are very few people have been working in this area. And again, within that one, bringing it down to the level of decentralization and the resource management at the decentralization level, what is development is something which is very important and very new. And it's here, this particular institution I have been watching, observing for some time, have been really persuading it to a great extent to see that it really gets what is called materialized at the ground level. That is something which is very, very important for me to realize, understand, and follow it up. Given this one, I must tell you what exactly this solidarity economic is all about. Nothing much, except the fact that we must know the market economy that we have been surviving on, we have been limping on. Now, this market economy has proved very well that it can no longer be a what's called instrument for human survival. The human race is facing a serious challenge of extinction. We do not know where we are going to lead in towards. And a lot of glorification has taken place on the what's called market economy and all that, especially after liberalization all over the world. But then what happened to that? And you know the story, I do not want to get into that. But here it is, a new economics that we are talking about, solidarity economy, that has come up. That is something which is very important to take note of. What is that? Here, the production, the consumption, investment at the decentralized level are not to be guided by the principles of the market economy. Here, the principles of solidarity economy that work very well, and for the regeneration, for meeting the demands of the people, for meeting the consumption demands of the people, at the same time investment pattern and so on and so forth. It means the allocation of funds. It means the allocation of funds, resource utilization, savings, and at the same time investment. All that, private as well as public, all that to be geared based on the principles of solidarity economy. But here, the point which is very important for us to take note of, not at the cost of environmental degeneration. It means that environmental regeneration is something which has to be kept at the uppermost of the mind. It means that development and environment, these two go together. It means that solidarity between human and solidarity between human and nature, these two on two legs, the whole economy have to work, proceed, and all that. That is something which is the basic or the fundamental conceptual concept of solidarity economy that I understand, and that is something which must help us in this particular session, that how the local resources could be managed, could be utilized, could be channelized for at the decentralized level for the development of the economy and society. It is true that we have got several challenges, and challenges especially from the what is called the market economy, especially from the top. And especially from the top means here, when I talk about especially from the top, it is basically administrative, the political arrangement that you are living with. Now the political arrangement, the way we are living with something is very difficult. Sometimes it goes against what you want to do at the decentralized level. Suppose, for example, in Kerala, in a particular district, people are very much what is called favorable to do something of that kind. If the government doesn't want it to be done, because it doesn't really what is called doesn't really take care of the government interest, the government will try to dismantle. Government at the center will try to dismantle it. Now it is difficult, but even given this constant, the point which I'm trying to make is that at the decentralized level, whatever leverage is being given, whatever freedom is being given, whatever movement, whatever free handling power is being given to the authority at the decentralized level to be used for the purpose of utilizing the resources to the extent possible that it's possible for us, to the extent possible that we can use them for the development of the people. Mind it, somehow or the other, I'm fully convinced now that decentralized level, decentralization of development, this is the only mode of development of the nation, not only country like India, all third world countries. We need to, that is the rightly we have placed our emphasis on that. Secondly, within the decentralization, it is solidarity economy need to be bring in to the center of the discourse, and this decentralization process need to be what is called substantiated by what is called economics of solidarity. So even if at a small scale level, suppose for example, in the district, in a specific one corner, it has a positive impact. If it happens, please try to follow my logic here. And that is where this particular session is very important. Even at the small level, if it succeeds to a certain extent, it will have its what's called triggering effect, the multiplier effect. Development, the principles of development. It will try to dominate the other parts of the story, other parts of the story of development and all that. That is exactly how the things happen. What is happening to many places in Latin American countries is something we must learn from them in many cases. And it is something where I do learn equity between basin. I feel that this particular session will be able to address these concerns in a greater way. Friends, with the small words, I would like to invite, actually in this session, we have got 7 speakers. I think all 7 speakers are there here. The one we have got very eminent scholars with us, and I could see the abstract of their writings, and I myself find so much engaged with that kind of ideas. Possibly at the time of presentation, I'll be able to get the gist of it and all that. We have got Dr. Jivan Kumar. He is the honorary professor of Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. And then we have got Dr. Srikumar Chattopadhyay. He is the National Fellow, Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation. Then we have Mr. Chogam Arun Aimol. He is the Assistant Professor, the Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. We have now the Miss Kate Ado. He is the PhD student at Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. We have Ms. Sylvia Appayanyama. She is a social worker at Enton Municipal Assembly, Ghana. We have also Mr. Peter Justice Derry. He is a PhD candidate. He is from Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. We have a very senior professor here, Professor Ola Tornquist, Senior Professor of Political Science and Development Research. See, he is from the University of Oslo, Norway. I think these 7 scholars will be presenting the problem. We'll look at the problem of decentralization and how to resolve the problems of decentralization, especially from the point of view of the resource management, how the solidarity economy could be of great help to reset, to reorganize the economy at the decentralized level for the sake of development. Because that is going to be what is called only instrument through which the human race can be survived. Human race has no other way to survive except the fact that if you do not have what's called solidarity between human to human, human and human, and solidarity between human and nature, we must walk on 2 legs. And unless and until you do this at the decentralized level, I'm fully convinced it is difficult for us to save us from the what kind of eventuality that you're facing from different angles, apart from the fallout of the wrong signals for the market economy, the environmental disaster, and so on and so forth. With these very few words, I will stop here. Now may I request all the participants to follow certain rules. That is what I've been told by the organizer. One of the things that each one has to be not more than 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. The time is to prepare 10 to 15 minutes, not put that. So please keep that in mind, and within that you have to really present it. And once all papers have been presented, then it will be open for discussion, arguments and all that. And if anybody wants to make points, then without avoiding a chat, so can directly do it very in a precise, very small, not a lengthy lecture, but precisely the point that he or she should make. And at the end, I'll be summarizing and summarizing entire proceedings, and then we can take comments around that. But what I want to request you, that keep that in mind, that not more than 15 minutes to be given to any of you, because the time constraint is a huge problem after this one, the electric session, this is the last session, so we should be very careful about that. Thank you so much. Now, with these very few words, now let us begin. May I request Dr. Jeevan Kumar to make the presentations. Dr. Jeevan Kumar.
Is here. I think, Professor, you have to unmute Professor Jeevan.
Unmuted, yes. But I'm not able to hear him.
Professor Jeevan, we are not hearing.
Professor Jeevan Kumar, not hearing you. Please phone him up. Please phone Jeevan Kumar. Please phone Jeevan Kumar.
Yeah, please tell, please, yeah. I will request Professor Sunil Roy to call upon the second person, Professor Sri Kumar Chakravarti.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you can try for that. Professor Sunil, you just you give some time to Jeevan. Jeevan will come back to you, and you can please request Professor Sri Kumar Chakravarti. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Sri Kumar Chakravarti, please proceed. Professor Chakravarti.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I thank Professor Jose for giving me this opportunity, and also thank our chairperson of the session, Professor Sunil, for giving a wonderful introduction. In fact, I would like to make a presentation with a slide presentation. So let me see. Is it visible?
Yeah, but loud. Just increase the volume.
Okay. Yeah. All right now, hopefully.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to talk is, in fact, what is called the
If
map
there is a
matters.
space for that, you can put it that show the slide mode.
Yeah. I'll be putting the slide mode. Can you see the slide or no? First slide, can you see?
We can see. Yeah.
Okay. Now, my topic.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. My topic is, what is called that map matters, local resource management and governance. How really we are making this experiment in Kerala and what is the status? I'm going to talk on this one. Now, if we look into this, of course, have a look here. In fact, I put a world map to show that South Africa and in relation with our Kerala. And you see it here in the Kerala. Now, there's a division in the four, like why the map we really talk about. The second is Kerala's experience in participatory mapping. Third, we'll be talking in the lessons from Kerala and what is the concluding observations on this. Now, if we really look, why really maps? We just heard from Professor Sunil that the solidarity between the environment and solidarity between human and human. Now, when you try to really make the solidarity, you have to see it. When you talk about the environment, we cannot talk in the numbers. We have to see. In the forest, we have to see. The river, we have to see. The water body, we have to see. And for that, to make it in a perspective, we need the maps. And that is one element which most of the time we miss. Fortunately, in Kerala, we started a program and which made that we really see in perspective and the environment, the resource endowment, which is available at the lowest level, and the infrastructure and all those details. So if we tell technically, one is we talk about the location, and it gives us a spatial distribution and the connectivity, and also a contextualization of a particular local area with a larger frame. The second is it helps us to organize the information, to understand the interrelationship and the spatial logic, why it is so, why a mountain is there, and if a river is coming up, why the agricultural development is one place and not another place, to understand those. The third is it also helps us to have a knowledge base. And if you have a knowledge base, it actually helps us to get the inspiration and then the history. There are so many tools have been developed, from field mapping to remote sensing to GIS and GPS and all those things. And when you try to look into the planning perspective, planning is a thought for the future, and the localism matters. So when you have to think for the future, then you should know what we have today. And again, I talk about that we need a perspective, not the number. And that is the place where really map figures in. Now, if you look into the post-independence beginning of decentralization in Kerala, there are so many different things, but what we flag here, the formation of the state 156, and then the land reform, then there is a decentralization bill, and we have some sort of a library movement and the environmental movement. After that, but you see that literacy movement, which has been generated in the 70s, 80s, and then come the resource mapping. In fact, in 70s, government of Kerala, there was a whole lot of, the new institutes and initiatives, and Center for Arts and Studies, my institute is one of them. So by the end of 80s, when in fact, our new director joined, precisely 90. And you have been told by the, then Chief Minister Nayanar that something has to be done for the rural level. And we started looking into what is called the resource mapping. And by the time when we started the 90 and the People's Plan campaign, which started in 1996. So 91 to 1996, these 5 years periods are very significant because we developed a couple of models, how really local resource should be used. And initially you started with a place called Ullur Panchayat, in which our institute is located. Subsequently, we went to the place called Mundur, where I did a very exhaustive survey involving the local people. Then we moved to Kaliyashiri. So the Kaliyashiri model has become one of the, the talking point on those times. And when the 1996, when you have the People's Plan campaign, when you initially have all the training programs, we are actually exhibiting the Kaliyashiri model and how it really works and how really it goes. Now, the things which has been developed, resource mapping, it started with a mapping of land and water, use and assets. Part of the mapping is done by the panchayat, means the volunteers. There's a civil society and the panchayat comes in, and part of the mapping has been done by the scientific personnel. So there is a convergence between the scientific personnel and the local volunteers. We started using the cadastral scale, which is understandable by the local people. They can understand that, they can relate themselves on that one. It is a participatory process. We also started following a socioeconomic survey with the volunteers. And finally, we tried to make an environmental appraisal. And from that, we really move forward. I'll just show a couple of maps. How does it really look in one of the coastal panchayats? This is called Nindagara, one of the coastal panchayats. What we're showing is here a sample map. That's a sort of a land use map. The type of land use which has been the land under different users which has been put into it, looking into the every cadastral plot, and we try to work out on that. And when you get a sort of a landscape and the type of land form, and we started looking into the type of units and what are the characteristics and what are the management activities going on. For each one, like as in the coastal area, we got a Renel, we got a reach, we got a braided bar. So what should be sort of a characteristics and what are they used? The characteristics are actually worked out by the scientific personnel, and the management activities are worked out jointly by the panchayat and the scientific personnel to look into it. We have the type of a land form, which is seeing it here. Then we have what is called an asset. The type of asset, it includes the roads, it includes the hospitals, it includes the schools, every details like a church, temple, mosque, every detail in the panchayat, including the electricity line and where are the transformers, all those details has been put into it. It's a very detailed way. In fact, we have shown the settlements, how the settlements are clustered, which are the areas really open, which are the areas not open, all the roads, what is the linkage. This gives us, sort of a distribution of the resources, including the human settlements and the roads and the gap areas. So one is how really we can use them and how really we can go forward. Now, once you do all these, as in the coastal area, we thought we should make an integrated coastal zone management program. And we developed a program for coastal zone management, and that these are the way coast has to be managed. Now the question comes, if it is really managed, what will happen? And that we talk about what is called the vision map. That from where we actually, if we implement the coastal zone, the management activity, what will happen? How the coast will accrete, how it will look. What we try to emphasize is, when you try to work out or develop a panchayat, we should have a vision, say 20 years hence, how my panchayat should look. It is not the day-to-day business. 15 years hence, how it should look. When we have all the resources we know, and now, of course, whole lot of information system has been developed, it can be worked on a different level. But this is one of the issue which we should understand, and we try to develop a vision for the people, that let us dream, as our APJ Abdul Kalam used to tell, that let us dream in the day, looking on the data. This is the database, and this can be done in this panchayat. What is possible and what is not possible, that vision becomes extremely important. So we try to really make a vision combining both the local people and the scientific personnel and work out for that. It goes further, just giving some samples, like how the local people map to their local languages, how the initial maps came with all the survey plots, and it is written in Malayalam, then we translate it to English. Here, how all the settlements are distributed, how the road goes, all these things. Now, if we look to here, this is one area which is called that Sacred Groves. So the Sacred Grove, if you look into it, how it is. Sacred Groves is one of the important areas where the biodiversity hotspot. These are the remnants of the ancient, the earlier biodiversity, earlier forest which was available. Now, to regenerate them, if we have to regenerate the environment, which in fact our chairperson was just talking about, that we should know what was the vestige of the biodiversity which was available and how it is really gone. So look into that area, take the details, and again, bring the scientific personnel here. So it's again a convergence. You start with this one. So it actually makes the involvement of the local people, and they understand how important and important is there, how meaningful is there to participate in the survey and to take it forward. If you go even say person like a local people started looking into the issue and they try to develop their own maps. A paddy field, what has happened to this one? A water body, what has happened to this one? In a paddy field, in one of the panchayats where, again, sort of a women volunteers along with the technical persons, they are available here, and they are trying to look into it and bringing out the map with the resources availability. Make it more finer. Even for each survey number, there is a possibility to develop an information system, like what is called the land information system, which is being worked out, and that can be finalized, and we try to look into this one. The fallout of this, the impact is like, the panchayat itself started come forward, like a Manikal panchayat to map land resource. It's actually 2014 I'm showing, because they started coming up, and we showed. Fortunately, today, all the panchayats in Kerala has the resource maps. Perhaps the only state in India where all the panchayats have the resource maps. And then those resource maps are being used for different levels. It is being used for the watershed management. It is being used for the environmental management. It is being used for the infrastructure management. And if we go a little bit further, for each panchayat and the village, there's a set of issues, like I say, environmental, economic, infrastructure, and under that, the type of information which is being generated and could be generated, and that can be used even to actually work out what is called the resilience of the villages, because that is extremely important going to be, both for the, the human resilience, in the eventuality of the food security and all those issues, and again, the environmental resilience or the resilience for the disaster, how we are going to survive. So environment, economic, infrastructure, social, cultural, then governments and the institutions, which becomes a very important thing. So these 6 are the fundamental issue, which we can all, the group, all the data and the information and put them together and try to look into it. We also try to look into how the rural diversity, the activity diversity, how it is, and how the indicators can be really worked out, and what other things can be really looked into from agriculture, primary activity, non-primary activity, and again, the type of information which is there, which can be assimilated. But mind you, the entire information base is participatory. It started with a map-based. From there, we are computing and try to work it out. And then, what are the lessons learned from Kerala? One is decentralization warrants active involvement of people. Without people, you cannot do the decentralization. Second, map helps in decentralization to understand the resource base and also to take care what is the situation. Third, panchayat plans emerge as a negotiated priority followed by database analysis. The plans are actually negotiated priority with the local people and the what is called that the technical people together. Drawing experts and technical support is essential, because that is extremely important. Without having the technical support, we are not in a position to go. This is actually convergence with both the things. Then Vikasana Rekha, the development report, is useful for the panchayat. We also need empowerment of the panchayat people, to have a sort of a mapping is a continuous process. So because they have to learn the things and also to understand how it really works. Decentralization is not a one-time affair. In fact, if somebody compares West Bengal and Kerala, they will understand what the difference is and where actually in West Bengal we lost and where actually in Kerala we gained. It is not a one-time affair like you do the land reform and leave it. No. You do the panchayat election and leave it. No. It has to go stage by stage, and how really that will be working out is a very meticulously is needed. Second is we need to capture the changes. There's a tremendous amount of a change which is taking place in the rural areas and the urban areas all over India. So we have to capture those changes, and and it's a learning process. I'm not going to very much details because I understand time constant is there. But the whole issue is that you try to look into the resource. Now it is also important to look into the changes, because the last 50 years, if you look into any landscape, rural or the urban area, tremendous change has taken place. What is really happening to that? I just put two quotes, one from Gandhiji. My idea of a village Swaraj is a complete republic, it's interdependent, So how far, in fact, this is extremely important if you really view with the what has happened in the COVID time. Your supply was almost cut off. So the vegetable is to be grown, which is almost forgotten. That can be even what is called that the homestead garden, the homestead vegetation. Homestead vegetable, So the important thing is how far we can make our individual village self-sufficient in what are some aspects, and then definitely some aspects it has to be interdependent. So that should be again a negotiated priority and try to look into it. What are the issues can be developed? The same way if you look into Nelson Mandela, when he was talking that how the entire change has taken place of the geography. And poverty lived out in geography of a place. A devastated geography makes a devastated people. If geography we put in a larger frame in the rural area, like it's forest, it's land, it's water, if they are devastated, the people will be devastated. You cannot really pump it out from the outside, and that's almost impossible. So this needs to be really looked into it. And again, the map becomes an extremely important thing to understand this. So if you look into all these, finally, I really thank you, telling that it's a negotiation between the S&T institutes, there's the government, there's the civil society, and there's the people. So everybody has a role. It is not alone the participation, it is not only the S&T people. It has a sort of a combining all these things. We have to develop a synergy. And again, I go back to Chairman's talk, solidarity. The solidarity between the human and human, solidarity between human and environment, solidarity between the human and the resources. That is a very important thing. And that's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay. It's a wonderful presentation, I must say. In a very 15 minutes time, you have been able to put across some of the very substantive points which are extremely important today for the development or change. I wish I can hear you more to draw certain lessons from this one. But finally, the question, I mean, we could get into the kind of discussions later, or maybe participants have many questions to ask you. But one thing which immediately it strikes me, having said all that, today the challenge is at the same time, how do you bring together the kind of synergy that you talked about? Eventually, it must come out with certain amount of problems of development or problems of growing underdevelopment one of the reasons for growing underdevelopment is that lack of employment opportunities, and that means sustainable livelihood or lack of employment opportunities. Now, this synergy should work. The principles of economics of solidarity should work in a way that we need to work on it, how really it ensures sustainable livelihood and employment. It generates employment at the same time, sustainable employment. I have seen many NGOs have been working in this area, doing what's called resource mapping and all that, and at the same time trying to really protect the interest of the earth or the planet in certain ways or that. But then when it comes to the question of what's called, what is the outcome? How it is solved the problem of employment of the people, which is right at the doorstep. And there they remain silent, very little impact of them. We need to see a major impact of this kind of coordination or synergy that you talked about, extremely important. But one step forward, we need to take at the practice, at the level of empiricism, to see that it really generates some sort of that kind of thing. That gives you kind of a different kind of economy altogether. It takes the economy to a higher level, That is something which is very important. But anyway, I'm leaving it to you. Later on, we can discuss about it. May I now request Dr. Jivan Kumar? Is he prepared? I must thank you, Dr. Professor Chattopadhyay, for having given a wonderful presentation. Now we can meet later on at the discussion session. Now may I request Dr. Jivan Kumar to make the presentation? Dr. Jivan Kumar. Dr. Jose, it needs to be changed now.
Yeah, I think we send the other details to Jeevan ID and password, but still he is facing the problem. You can proceed.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, right. So may I request now Mr. Chogam, Arnold Aimor, to make the presentation. Mr. Chogam.
Yes.
Mr. Chogam.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible, but you're not being seen. You're not in the picture.
Yeah. So am I audible? My
network is
not good. So
audible. Chattopadhyay, you please clear your PPT. Your PPT. Fine.
Yeah. Can I share the PPT?
He will do it. Wait.
Yeah. So we need to remove first the previous presenter.
Yes, he is doing that.
Okay, sure. So let me try first. Okay.
Mr. Chogam.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this fine, sir?
Yes. Now it's comfortable. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, this is the So I would like to thank chairs and organizing committee, especially Professor Jose for giving this opportunity. So here my paper is on go to village. Yeah, there are two missions, so I was confusing. Sorry. Go to village mission in Manipur. So here. This is the map I'm going to show you for as an international conference. Where is the Manipur? So this is the where one of the 8 states in Northeast India, and go with Myanmar. So in one way, I'm going to highlight a little of our typical socio background and even system in our state before coming to the mission. In one way, this our state is one of the, you can say, hill and geographically terrace and one landlocked state in India, and strategically bordering with Myanmar. In terms of resources economy, state resources is big and poor. We means people of Manipur depend on central government. So this is one of the thing here. And in terms of divided into hills and valley. So in this context, in development, always feel divide in development. So of geographical area, hill consists 90, you can say more than 90% is hill, and only around 10% Delhi. And in terms of population, concentrated in the
Dr. Chogam, you please try to change your slides. Your slides are not moving, and also you can arrange your the audio to little bit so that the time the sound break is also there. You try to change your slides also. Slides are not moving. Okay.
So if sound is not good, have to change internet connection. Internet connection is very so here, I am trying to show by the explain more on our background. That's why I'm not changing. So here, here, our population, in terms of population, demographic figure, majority of population, we can say, according to the 2011 census, over 70% of the people still living in village. So this is the where our policy maker government realized that without development of the village and hill, it cannot be possible to what we can say equal development in the state. Even India, we know that according to the 2011 census, majority population, over 70% of Indian population still live in rural area. So that is equal to the village. So this is the what we I would like to highlight. And here in this paper, I'm going to highlight at least some core issue. Number one, Hill Valley divide in terms of development, especially infrastructure, educational institution facility, and healthcare, so many things. And in terms of system, one of the governance law dealing with corruption and making bribery official is able to society and become widespread. So the issue, and I'm going to analyze using, we can say, public administration and publicity and print, and come to the from this to the new public service or new public government. And always we can say mix system. So, but still, in what we state is more on the old or traditional public administrative system. So that means, so that is the way we talk about. Before coming to this objective, let's explain a little bit more of society background, right? Why is corruption? Let's see, in terms of we are more on old system, old administration system. That is the closed bureaucratic system is still there in terms of information accessibility toward what government scheme. In terms of what we can say, both central and the state government, many schemes learn for the welfare of the society, but these information are not available to the citizen. Even we can say Internet Age and Right to Information Act 2005, and followed by, we can say, Digital India in 2015. But in this state, Manipur, example, whenever something like what we call job advertisement, so it will not be available on the website of the department. So it will put only on the notice board. That also not fully covered by, and in the same evening, someone will come and throw out. And that information access to the only to the some relative and friends of the official and politician. So that is the way difficult to reach.
Where are the slides? Where are the slides?
Sir, I'm explaining all on the background, not on, I'm using,
okay.
So my paper is now, I haven't come to the objective of the things. That's why, I need more time to explain the background. It's okay, sir?
The chairman's request is that if you take so much of time, that is what chairman's request is that you may not find out, you may not come out with your findings and conclusion. That is more important.
You don't
Sure.
You straight go into the files, your slides. Straight go, get into the slides.
Yeah, in order to achieve this objective, I am trying to explain the background.
I have got 10 minutes. You have got 10 minutes to go.
Okay, so how many minutes left, sir?
10 minutes, only 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes is fine. Yeah, I can do that. So here, the objective of this Go to Village mission is to reach out the rural people, especially in the village. And we can say we're unaware of the event, some of the government program welfare scheme. So these are the one of the area. Suppose attitude of the office friend from the other state. Even see, let us give examples. Yesterday, what happened in Delhi, that Tagira Stadium. So two IS couple, how means in order to work with their dog, so they asked to the athletes and the coach leave this free this stadium by 7 p.m. So that is the one of the example in Manipur that whatever scheme, whatever you want to take certificate from the state, so very difficult to approach them. And that is the how this government realized that now we have to go to village instead of these citizen coming to the government office. So that is the one of the what we can say goal, and explain different government scheme who are unaware of that available to them. So this is a benefit for the benefit for the citizen, and even ensuring timely deliver. So in one way, this mission is somehow it's happened even in UK. So Prime Minister deliveries unit happened during the what we call I just forgot that it happened 2001 to 2010. So that is the here next slide. So, and another important one I just mentioned to redress their grievances. So constant harassment by the bureaucrat. So that is the attitude of the bureaucrat in our state. In one way, in our state, where we talk about administrative system, our focus is more on law and order situation in the state. So like we can say today, more on the welfare state, but like our Manipur state administration is more on the police state, means in the sense that focusing more on the law and order situation. Since one of the trouble state, most of insurgent group, I think we know that, but I'm not going much to come that part. And here, even these groups, some they want within the Indian constitution is to address their issue, and some outside the Indian constitution. So because of that, our administration system in Manipur is more focused on this law and order issue. And another important, this part is identify the level of beneficiaries like old age pension. So one of the example I would like to give. So in Manipur, when you apply for this old age pension, you will get only 200 bucks, 200 rupees, 200 only. In terms of US currency means how much? Less than $3. But in order to get this old age pension scheme, so agent will ask some, something, what we can say, in exchange of the old pension age scheme card. So like in our village, some of elders, two elders, we can say, in order to get amount for this monthly, what we can say, money for 200, they have to pay 2,500 each for getting the old age pension card. So that is the how this thing happened. Even like many, what we call these like PM Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. If you want to get this card, also the same. So you have to pay something in order to get this card. So next, what we talk about here is like, just let us say, you want to take SC/ST tribe certificate or income certificate. that also you have to bribe or you have to get something, even ration card. So that process is how it's very difficult. Even enrollment or other card and voter ID. So these are the very simple what things that they can issue, but from the clerk level, they are not giving freely. So this is the where we talk about these many beneficiaries. So I'm not going to explain one by one. So the next is in one way, we talk about target of this mission and achievement. So before coming to the criticism of this mission, there are a lot of what we talk about here.
Listen, Mr. Chogam.
Yes.
Yeah, see these slides, I don't think you have much of time, only 2-3 minutes are there for you. And all that narrations is good, but what is that you're trying to sell? In one sentence you tell, people know all of this about, this is nothing new. What is the new thing that you talk about? Linking it to decentralization and the solidarity economy. Do you have anything to show? Put that point straight. Put that point straight with the slides. That's it. And 2-3 minutes are there for you.
Thank you. So this mission is launched on the 1st May 2018 under the what we can say BJP government of this under the Chief Minister of Biren Singh. So this in order to address this issue. And Go to Village mission is become sometime now. Let me explain with the criticism. More like the what we can say political festival or political campaign than good governance or good government mission. So as the 12 legislative assembly happened in 2022 February March. So at the same time here, some of these our hill people, tribal leaders, and they say about this, nothing about new, and there is no special allocation for separate budget. There also no separate budget. And Go to Village mission is just like what we can say existing what we call government scheme, not the new project they introduce. And there is no budget allocation separately. So these are some of the area, and it didn't happen every day. So that is it will come once in blue moon. So within the last 5 years, it's happened in the phase manner, 2-phase manner only. So it's happened in East Panchayati Raj constituency and ADC. ADC is practice in hills, autonomous district council. At the village, valley level, it's happened in this game happened in East Panchayati Raj constituency level. So this is the where we talk about when we talk about this. Some of the critique is this is for the getting political mileage and nothing new and nothing new budget. So this is the where we are expecting more on the next 3rd edition of Go to Village mission in Manipur. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you so much. I mean, somehow, honestly speaking, I'm not able to learn anything much from you. The reason is that you need to rework on your presentation and to answer many questions, especially to make it much more relevant to the perspective that you are developing over here. And you sharing some of experiences of this kind, which is nothing new, is there everywhere throughout the country in some villages or the other. And then there's but what are the question that you're asking for in this particular paper? So it's a problematic. So we need to prepare yourself to answer some of the questions maybe at the end. Now, may I next, my request to the next speaker, Miss Kate Ado. Ms. Kate Ado, PhD student from Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, to make a presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon and good evening to all the participants. I'm very excited to be part of today's program, and I will be talking about an assessment of the local governance performance, achievements, and challenges. I felt like I should have started because previous speakers have spoken a lot about local government participation and how that affects policy, and especially Ghana was discussed at length. So I will delve right into it, seeing as most of the things that I was going to mention have been mentioned earlier. I am trying to share my screen. I don't know if that's successful. I'd like to find if everybody can see my screen. Have I successfully shared my screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the outline of my program is the introduction, and then I'll take a quick look at the democratic participation theory in local governance, and then I'll go further to look at local governance in Ghana, and then take a look at the assessment of local governance performance in Ghana. Then I will also talk about the achievements of local governance in Ghana and the challenges of local governance in Ghana, and then conclude by stating some of the findings that authors and experts have expressed on the matter. So the concept of governance is a concept that encompasses a consistent management direction and coherent policies. I'm having a difficulty with my the paper. The term refers to the exercise of power in the management of a nation's economic resources and other resources towards development. So you're talking about equitable distribution of resources and everybody getting a bit of the national cake. And reference was made earlier to the fact that in developing countries like ours, sometimes the cake is very big, but in distribution, people in rural areas tend to have less of what should be a bigger portion, and then those in the urban areas tend to benefit more. But that's part of the story of developing countries and the difficulties and challenges that we face. According to Al-Kuti, the concept of governance signifies the elements of law, policies, administrative rules and procedures, organizational structures, which combine to establish the government. So what it means is that all the structures at whatever levels, whether national, whether regional, whether rural, must be part of the governance process in order for us to have a successive governance system. To achieve the objective of securing effective public administration and management in any country, the local governments plays a very important role. And this was agreed to by Oyedele when he said in 2015 that local government is a machinery and the integral process for which governments, through which governments fulfill their mandates. The concept of local government has been a key area of concern to people in various stages of the governance structure, and their concerns are backed by persistent pressure on local government officials to provide adequate and efficient services to the general public. And this is relevant when we look at the processes and procedures needed for local governance to be successful. Second, I need to get to my notes because somehow my screen is covering my. Let me just reduce it. 1 second, I'm sorry. Okay, sure. Thank you. Now, the discussion is based on a theoretical framework, and a theoretical framework that I used is democratic participation theory in local governance. And what this theory says is that it looks at the democratic participatory theory, which is based on the principles that local government is the foundation of democratic participation, regardless of other intrinsic functions it performs in the country. So it may be performing other functions, but the key important thing is the function of democratic participation, inclusiveness, whether you are female, whether you are marginalized, whether you are in the urban areas, or whether you are in the rural areas, whether you have access to education or not, you must be part of the process. This implies that local government institutions are established to serve as training ground for the recruitment of leaders who will make meaningful contributions to decision-making at the national level. Because when you take the case of Ghana, for instance, you find that although there are limitations, and these limitations have been spoken about at length, the local participation in our political cycle helps to make sure that everybody gets to be part of the decision-making process. And I use the legal or the lawmaking process to talk about the cycle that laws go through in order for them to become acts of parliament rather than bills of parliament. And in the process, you find that at a second stage or at some point of the process, people are consulted. There is a lot of interaction between citizens and the lawmakers to ensure that they are part of the processes that help in the formulation of policies that serve their purpose. I'll now take a look at the local government structure in Ghana. And I want to talk about the fact that when you think about local governance, it's obvious that improving the local governance is vital to guarantee peace and boost economic development, as well as to maximize administrative efficiency and to ensure that social inclusion and environmental sustainability are achieved. In Ghana, for instance, local governments make vital contributions to the development of our country, especially at all levels. Our constitution, which is the 1992 constitution, acknowledges that local governance as a key sector for supporting decision-making and for governance at the local level. So you have the decentralization policy of Ghana, which took effect in 1988, after the passage of the PNDC Law 207. Now, when you look at what Joseph Ayi in 2013 said, he is of the view that the main objective of decentralization policy was to bring development and also to improve governance and to make sure that citizens feel a part of the governance process. The policy led to the creation of metropolitan and municipal district assemblies and other local governance structures throughout the country. When a year later in 1998, the number of metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, MMDAs, increased to 110 compared to the 65 of the previous year in 1988. Again, the number of MMDAs increased to 138, and by 2020, 2 years ago, the number stood at 261, which means that there have been increases as we've gone along, and that has been necessitated by the fact that more and more people need to be brought into the governance system in order to ensure that people are part of the process that would lead to decentralization and an effective local governance system in the country. Again, like I said, it is for the purposes of grassroots participation. There's been lots of arguments about whether local governments have been successful or not. And in the previous discussions, I had the opportunity of contributing, and then I listened to another person who is from my country, also giving a different view about the local governance structure and participation in our country. So that shows that the discussions about local governance and the structures and whether they've been successful or not have been things that have plagued the minds of Ghanaians, for which we have spoken about at length. So 20 years after the institution of the local governance, you had Professor Joseph Ayi and Crook attempting to assess the performance of the districts that were created between 1988 and 1992. You also have other people like Zakaria also participating in the process and talking about how the local governance structure is working in the system. At the time of their work, the key legislations establishing local governments in Ghana, which is Act 462 and Act 479 and Act 480, in providing oversight rules in terms of monitoring and evaluation, was exercised by regional coordinating councils. So you had regional coordinating councils who at the time were overseeing the 10 regions of the country. Now we have about 16 regions in the country. And so the regional coordinating councils still perform the same role in the various regions, and their duty is to coordinate the activities of the region to make sure that their views, their objectives are reflected at the national level. And these regional coordinating councils receive annual progress reports from district assemblies and forward them to the National Development Planning Commission for action and also for redress if there are issues that need to be redressed. Again, you talk about one of the issues about local governance is the issues of funding, and the structures that exist officially is that the district development facilities generate funds for use by the local governance structures. So you have the functional organization assessment tool, which helps to assess the performance of local governance institutions. And these are the sort of like the monitoring and evaluation groups that see to the work of the local governments to ensure that it is not only doing anything haphazardly, but it is also working in a structured manner that is in line with the ultimate object of the country, which performs at the national level. You have authors like Aye, you have Azabia, you have Yeboah Asamoah, and these are people who have studied Ghana's local governance structure and have made researches into the performance of the structures and have come up with results. I'd like to share a few of the results with you. Egbenya in 2010 says that decentralization and the experience of Ghana is a failure, with sub-national government performance regarded as weak on several dimensions, including the delivery of social services to the citizenry. To him, decentralization hasn't worked as effectively as it should work. But optimists like myself and other people who think along the lines that I think of believe that although we haven't achieved that which we sought to achieve, the glass is rather half full than half empty. Some developments have been made in the direction of decentralizing central government. It is possible that it is deconcentration to a certain extent, but then what we can then say is that it's a combination of the two, a bit of deconcentration and a bit of decentralization, because indeed, even, and I keep referring to the lawmaking process and policy formulation, in those areas, you find that on a regular basis, the consultation levels are becoming more and more. And the example of Ghana's Public Accounts Committee or parliament engagement with citizens have now become more exacting, because local actors are insisting that people should account, people who are made political actors by virtue of being voted for or appointed to positions, must account for their stewardship by speaking directly with the people. So you don't just sit in the capital or in the urban areas and assume that those in the rural areas need water, when in actual fact, they probably need roads or something else. You need to engage with them. And so you have organizations, you have institutions like Parliament now having to move from their stations in Accra to the various constituencies to interact with the citizenry. Also, you have local actors holding national actors to account. And so you find that, for instance, policies taken, and the e-levy is an example. The e-levy is an electronic levy that was just passed in Ghana. And one of the issues that came up is that participation was at the time when government sought to pass the e-levy, consultation at the rural level, at the local level.
Ms. Adok, we have got 2 minutes to go.
We've got 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so basically what I was trying to say is that there is a lot of participation at the local level, although there is a lot more to be done. In terms of achievements, you find that as agents of rural development, local governments help to improve planning and implementation of national development programs at the local level. You we find that local government also helps to promote greater flexibility in the implementation of local programs. Also, they provide a means of coordinating the various agencies involved at all the levels in the process of development. Again, because of the high participation of the local participants in the governance process, authorities are able to tailor policies to suit the local needs of the people. Assembly level selections over the past 30 years have been on non-partisan basis, and thus has ensured that the sharp divide that exists in our country's body politic is not seen at the local level, thus making development a little more easier than it is at the national level. When we talk of the challenges, we have challenges in terms of lack of accountability, ineffective coordination, poor management capacity, inadequate financial resources, and many others. Local government participation, therefore, it means involving the common community members or electorates in the decision-making process. In other words, the grassroots level hold exercise power through their involvement over decisions related to the general affairs of their own communities. Ghana's local government has fallen short in this area in the sense that the appointment of district chief executives and the regional ministers as executive body of the local government, it undermines participation, because you find that the same people who are acting at the national are the same people who are acting at the local level, and this does not engender development as we are looking for it in terms of participation. Also, in terms of challenges associated with local governance participants, you have the local participation. In conclusion, what this research has sought to do is to provide an assessment of local government's performance with specific focus on achievements and challenges. I sought to look at the local governance structure in Ghana. Further discussion was had on the democratic participatory theory in local governance, which was the premise on which I did my research on the local governance structure in Ghana. And I found that it's clear that the main aim of local governance is to enhance service delivery to all citizens and to ensure the participation of all citizens. Over the past few years, the assembly system, which has evolved through the implementation of incremental reforms designed to strengthen an administrative and management, deliver local economic development and poverty reduction, and to enhance local capacity for social development and accountability. But I must also indicate that although the MMDAs have contributed to improved governance through local participation of citizens, there are still many challenges, as I have stated earlier. Key challenges identified in the paper include lack of accountability and ineffective coordination, poor management capacity, and inadequate financial resources. I recommend that measures be put in place to encourage accountability and participation in local governance. There is a need to look at the Ministry of Chieftaincy, which is the vehicle between mainstream politics and local governance participation. Also, the Ministry of Gender and Women is another good vehicle. The Ministry of Culture are tools that can be used to reach people in otherwise excluded groups that can participate in the national governance through the local government structures. Our district assemblies, municipal assemblies, and the MMDAs and other structures that are put in place to engage with national actors need to be strengthened and properly financed to ensure that they participate effectively and are not just there as rubber stamps to the national policymakers. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adam. Ms. Cato, Ado, am I pronouncing it properly? Ado? Yes?
Yes, it's Ado.
Yeah, Ado, okay. Thank you so much for your very nice presentation. But let me tell you a few things immediately. One is that it is based on it is not you are talking. I mean, it is not that your views, you have collected the views from others, the review of literature, basically. And based on that, you are forming your opinion. That is one side of the story. But the second type of story, which we could be more interested, personally, I would be interested, the local level in the kind of data and the, the field survey based in empirical observations, what you think about, what you suggest, what you observe. This is very important. How does it really contrast with the rest of the people that you have overviewed? Well, that is the problem. That is the point that needs to be underlined, number one. Number two, one good thing that, okay, even if you want to base your theory or understanding based on the what others are speaking, now one great thing that has come out here, as I could say, I'm not a political scientist, but definitely with all apology, I must say that one good thing that you have brought out, the participative democracy. Now, participative democracy is different from the representative democracy. Now, in many places in a parliamentary system, and not only in the democratic system, varieties of type, the participatory democracy is not being. In Latin America now, participative democracy, especially in Mexico, in a Zapatista movement and many other places in Argentina and many other places in Ecuador, in Latin America, the participative democracy is gaining momentum, but not the representative democracy. The representative democracy in Ghana, you have not spoken about that. You did talk about this one. You can dwell upon this one and develop this whole idea on what's called participatory democracy and how really it could work. There is a clear-cut distinction between participatory democracy and, as you student of political science, you know, between participatory democracy and representative democracy. So that is something different. The first point is this. Second point is that, as I immediately could observe, you have taken note of, administrative structuring, which is good. That is something which is based on the review of literature, and you emphasize 70 to 80% of your paper emphasizes on kind of administrative reform, the restructuring at the local level, which is good. But the question is that, what is its impact, right, on the people's life? And at one point of time, you have just marginally touched upon the issue on marginal delivery of the system. And you see the key challenges, ineffectiveness, lack of coordination. This is the story everywhere throughout the country, in our country also. The same problem is there. And it is precisely because what is called representative democracy, except few states like Kerala and all that. Otherwise, everywhere it is something of the same problem. Then another one, therefore, the impact of this kind of administrative restructuring that we talked about on the livelihood of the people, how sustainable it is. Does it generate employment opportunities for the people? Does it really create environmental solution, degradation solution? That is another challenge that I need to talk about. And lastly, what is very much you have not taken note of, please take note of this one. This has been eschewed by all economics, social scientists and all that, power relation. Have you ever thought that this kind of restructuring could help in reducing the power? The powerful people reduce the power of the powerful people. Power has to be given to the people. Despite this kind of restructuring, you find the power is concentrated at the hands of very few. That is another problem. Now, power relations need to be challenged. We need to have a different kind of a power relationship which are democratic and people-oriented. Have you been able to do this one? These are the three immediate observations that I thought I should make. Thank you so much. Maybe that will open for discussion later on, and you'll be able to respond. Now, may I invite the next speaker, Miss Sylvia Appian.
Professor Chairman, Sylvia Appian presented in some other session, so that she is not presenting here. You can invite Peter Justice Dre and then Willie Tom Gust. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, Mr. Peter Derry. Yeah, may I invite Mr. Peter Justice Derry from the same Ghana Institute of Management.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll just share my slides quickly and then I'll start.
Ado, you please remove your slide. Your slide.
Okay. Okay. Coming. Yeah, somebody has to remove his slide before I come.
Yes. Thank you, Ado. Thank you.
Okay. Please, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And good afternoon. I want to also use the opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Jos and Professor Agomo of GIMPA and my fellow presenters. I also want to thank the chair of this particular session. This is going to be the outline of my presentation, but I will not run through it because of time, so I'll move straight to the introduction. There has been this debate around the fact that cases of irreparable environmental damage resulting from the development and implementation of policies, plans, and programs could be avoided if community members were well involved in their drafting and implementation. And this is substantiated by a study carried out by the World Bank in 2010 in Ghana, which suggests that 10.6% the total cost of environmental degradation of in Ghana amounts to about 10.6% of GDP.
Is it environmental cost? Is it environmental cost?
Yes, total environmental cost as compared to GDP.
Oh, that's fantastic estimate. 10.6% of its GDP is environmental cost. Okay.
Yes. At the time, the economy was growing at 6%. There's also evidence to the fact that poor grassroots participation has led to many failures when it comes to implementation of a number of projects in this country. And Damois and Akwe in their study gave a lot of examples in Ghana looking at the waste sector. The National Development Planning Commission has a legislative instrument 2232, which requires that MMDAs use strategic environmental assessment as an important tool for environmental decision making to ensure that the 3 pillars of sustainable development are well mainstreamed. Now, the LI also makes it incumbent on metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to involve the public as an important requirement of the SCA process. The SCA process requires the grassroots participation because it is expected to address environmental and social consequences. And this has been emphasized by Ronha and Bresson in 2007 when they did their work. Now, a review of the literature shows that 60% of studies in the area of public participation in strategic environmental assessment were carried out in developed countries, and 35% of studies in developing countries. The studies in developing countries and in Africa in particular covered public participation at the project level and not also at the local government level. According to Gautier and Simat, the issue of participation is key area of environmental policy research requiring continuous investigation because of the challenges that it presents. Additionally, there has been contention as to how and to what extent the public is engaged in SCA processes in developing countries and at the local or decentralized level. And this was substantiated by Walker 2012. It has therefore become very necessary to undertake studies, especially in Africa, and particularly in Ghana, to confirm the results from other parts of the world or prove otherwise. And that's the main basis for this particular study. The theories that were used in this study is the David Easton's conceptual framework of systems theory and the conceptual framework for effective participation developed by Jamie and Walsh. The main goal of the research was to explore how the public participated in the SCA processes and practices in the Greater Accra region. And the specific objective was, one, to discuss the nature of the SCA as an environmental decision-making tool by MMDAs, and then to ascertain how the public participated in the SCA, how public participation in the SCA could help to promote good environmental governance in the MDAs. It was also to identify and examine the challenges and opportunities of public participation in the SCA processes in metropolitan municipal and district assemblies. And then finally, to provide alternative strategies to enhance public participation in environmental governance. The study used an interpretative qualitative research approach, and it used a purposive sampling approach. The sampling was done in 6 MMDAs in the Greater Accra region, and 18 participants participated as respondents for the study. 48 participants also joined focus group discussions from the 6 MMDAs that were selected. Sorry, there's a mistake here. We also used secondary literature, and here particularly we reviewed the medium-term development plans of the MMDAs that were involved. Now, the findings were around the 4 main objectives of the study, and I'll go straight to what the findings are, so I'll skip this slide. Now, the first one has to do with the application of the SEA as an environmental decision-making tool by MMDAs when it comes to policy plans and programs. And a number of issues were looked at. The first had to do with knowledge and understanding of the SEA when it comes to the framework that determines the SEA implementation at the local level. And we realized that yes, there is a legal framework known as the LI 2232, which requires the public to participate. However, permanent staff of the MMDAs had knowledge of this particular legislative instrument. But when it came to the non-permanent members, especially the elected members, that is the assemblymen who work in these MMDAs, they had very little knowledge. The second issue to be considered here were the stages of the SEA processes and where the public were involved. We realized that there were variations when it comes to the different stages of the SEA and where the public was involved. The SEA has 5 stages, but some of the MMDAs involved the public in only 2 stages. For example, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly said that they only involved the public when it came to objective setting at the scoping stage and defining the terms of reference for the policy plan or program. Then for the Ga East Municipal Assembly, they also said they were also involving the public at 2 stages. And they said they involved the public at the screening and stakeholder identification stages. These are the 2 stages that they involved the public. There were others that only involved the public in 1 stage. For example, the Pong Katamansu Municipal Assembly said that they were only involving the public during determining the terms of reference for the process. On the issue of stakeholder engagement during public consultations, the findings showed that there were various groups that were identified as assemblies, and that the invitations that were sent were based on the groups. The findings also showed that the chiefs and queen mothers, assembly members, community members, youth groups, CBOs and CSOs, opinion leaders and NGOs were the critical stakeholders that participated in the SEA process. Furthermore, the findings also showed that the SEA involves people who actually benefited from the particular projects that were supposed to be done. And this goes a long way to confirm what Ahmed, Messiah, and Veham said in their work in 2005. When it came to the methods of public participation in the SEA processes and practices, the findings show that there was popular participation through open forum, invitation, use of people's representatives as methods of participation. The findings further also show that information on issues relating to the policy, plans, and programs were made available to the public through their medium-term development plans. Information is also shared with the public through community sensitization programs like town hall meetings, community engagement, verbal communications. On the second objective of promotion of good governmental governance and MMDAs through public participation, the following were the findings. The study found out that public participation is critical in making in decision-making has far-reaching significance to the development aspirations at the local level. And that it also ensures sustainability, as well as it helps in preserving a healthy environment and reducing problems during the preparation of policies, plans, and programs and their implementation. And this goes to also affirm works done by Terraville, Wilson, Henne, and Thompson in 2013. Public participation also ensures that policies, plans, and programs implemented across the board are in line with community needs and supported by beneficial communities. The assemblies in this study also confirmed that the concept of ownership of the SEA outcomes is achieved through public participation, and that without the public, they will not be able to achieve this. There was also a finding on the fact that the SEA is expected to be owned by the people. However, the people are only involved mainly through the identified influential groups that were mentioned earlier. When it came to the third objective, which has to do with barriers and opportunities for public participation in the SEA processes, for the barriers, the following were the findings: that there was a lack of a guidance framework for the MMDAs. Even though we have the LI 2223, we do not have specific guidelines when it comes to implementation of SEA at the metropolitan, municipal, and district assembly level. Another main barrier was the fact that there was staff attrition, and that most staff that have been trained in the SEA process were frequently transferred or moved from their original stations to other places, and that the new staff that came did not have knowledge in the area. And that was one reason for the challenges that they faced when it came to the implementation of the strategic environmental assessment. There was also this finding that the SEA process was very laborious. And because of that, it created an atmosphere for improper communication with the public. For example, the dates and time for engagements were not properly communicated. Sometimes they are called to rush and to attend some of these public hearings, which didn't help them to prepare very well. Another barrier had to do with financial difficulties. The assemblies complained that they had very limited budget. And considering the number of people that are supposed to be involved in participating in the SEA process, it was very difficult for them to reimburse them when they travel on their TNT. When it came to opportunities for enhancing public participation in strategic environmental assessment, it was generally agreed that yes, there is opportunity to sustain and improve public participation in the process, and that most of the participants called for public buy-in and smooth implementation of policies, programs, and plans that will serve as a motivation for the public to continue to participate. There was also a finding on the issue of enhancing transparency and accountability. This is because most of the participants, especially who were outside of the assembly, who were not workers, thought that there was no transparency and accountability, and that in order to motivate them to attend, it was important that they improve on their transparency and accountability processes. Then there was also a finding on improving on resource availability, identifying and working through technical working groups, representatives from interest groups. Most of the respondents or the participants who were outside the assembly complained about the technical nature of the process, and that they were calling for the establishment of technical working groups that would represent them when it came to the technical aspects of the SEA process. And then there was also a call for creating awareness and sensitization before a decision is made. What they wanted, most of the participants said, was that they would want them to be sensitized on the issues even before they are invited to participate in the SEA process.
You have got 2 minutes to go.
Yes, I will be done. On shaping environmental outcomes, most of the participants said they could not be very sure if most of their inputs were captured and that it would reflected in the environmental outcomes in the district. But from the viewpoint of the staff of the MMD is, they said that public participation in the SCA has contributed to the following: enhancement of transparency and accountability, stakeholder feedback on compliance, minimization of negative impacts from implementation of the PPPs, cost saving, awareness creation, and opportunity to identify technical working groups with the community representatives as participants. And it also helps in fully mainstreaming important subjects such as climate change and gender. The recommendations from this study include the fact that the public involvement in SCA must be improved at the MMDA level to enhance public participation throughout the local authority governance structure. Other cross-cutting subjects such as gender mainstreaming can be achieved through the SCA process and should be encouraged. Guidelines for promoting public participation at the MMDA level must be developed and sufficiently provided and prioritized by the MMDAs. Resource allocation for promoting public participation in SCA processes must be improved at the local level. There should also be capacity building for the SCA on the SCA for staff of the MMDAs. Sensitization on the public on SCA, as well as improvement on public participation awareness drive by the MMDAs, should also be improved and enhanced. Specific areas for further research include further research into the SCA process and its application by researchers and institutions are critical to developing the plethora of body of knowledge and literature in this discipline for practitioners to rely on for effective use of the concepts. In conclusion, the study has affirmed its originality, credibility, and innovation, considering the objective study. The study area, theme, and topic have not been touched in the same setting. SCA as a decision-making tool within environmental government processes must have a guidance on how participation is conducted and an inbuilt mechanism that allows for effective participation. The majority of MMDs have indicated that their medium-term development plans, which is a major feature of their mandate and encompasses all aspects of their development programs, include the SCA process. Additionally, some of the ways of the public was involved in the SCA program were through town hall meetings, community engagement, focus group discussions, and interviews. Public participation in SCA processes at the respective stages of engagement had promoted some level of environmental sustainability, with benefits derived by MMDAs captured as key actors of the community have become members of the SCA preparation team. Issues of climate change, gender were fully mainstreamed in these districts through the SCA process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. Very enlightening presentation, I must say. And this is something, an element which has been missing in the planning process at the local level. SCA, that is SCA, environmental assessment. And that also goes very much in line with the first speaker when you're speaking about the environment and human relationships and all things like that. That's a very important consideration. Now, you began your presentation with a very important observation. That 10.6% is the loss of environment, and the Ghana grew by 6%. Am I right? 6% of the year.
Yes.
Okay. Look at the imbalances. I mean, that is the story everywhere. Not only Ghana, throughout the planet, every country is facing the same crisis. Now, if there is a proper estimation of this kind, I would like to expand this idea to say that, and you will come across this kind of deficit, not only at the national level, but at the local level. At the local level, it becomes much more than what one conceive or what one think about. For example, let me see. A Coca-Cola industry, you must be knowing the soft drink industry. Now, suppose a big multinational like Coca-Cola or some other industry, chemical industry or some other, they want the local resources and they enter in the villages of Kerala or some other part, okay? And they are the panchayat system, the local assessment. And they say that, look, if you really set up this kind of a factory or industry, it will be too difficult for us to sustain. Our livelihood will be in crisis and there will be a lot of resource loss. And there, if you estimate the amount of growth that is taking place due to this kind of factories setting up. And if you compare the loss of environment, you will see that there's a huge difference between the two. Loss of environment will be much more than what is called the growth or the development that is being brought by the setting up that industry. Now, the question of assessment. Here I am trying to make my point contextualized with your perspective. Now, if the people there in the panchayat level or at the decentralized oppose and they say that, look, this is the assessment they talk about. So even if the stream of benefits or the returns coming from the industry is this much in 20 years' time, but the loss will be this much at this time, who is going to compensate the loss? Now, here comes the role of panchayat, role of decentralized development, role of what is called resistance, role of people's involvement, and so on and so forth. So here, the question of which approach these local people has to take, the soft approach or the hard approach. But the government, for example, the center at the level of at the center wants to push this capital penetration there at the local level to see in the name of development. But practically, in 20 years' time, you find this development is lost. It is nothing but what's called loss of environment in that totality. That is the biggest contradictions and conflict. How to manage it? How to resolve it? Well, these are the something which is immediately coming to my mind. And I thought that I put it before you. Maybe that. But this assessment question is a very important component of change and development at the decentralized level. It must be introduced everywhere in a much more defined manner to see that something really comes out finally at the end of the day. It is not the assessment alone, but what is the implication, how to go forward, how to take into consideration and draft it, what is put into the planning process for a change and transformation. That is something which is to be looked at. Otherwise, it remains theoretical. There are many assessments that has taken place by the World Bank and so on and so forth. I was also part of one of the assessment, and I found that something which finally doesn't lead anywhere. So let us make it very practical and see that it really takes what is called very important role it plays for development and transformation at the local level. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for enlightening us, Mr. Peter. Now, may I request now, Professor?
Can you remove your? Can you clear the platform,
yes,
please?
Yes, please. I'm going to remove my slides.
Yeah. Dr. Jose, may I proceed now?
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, may I request Professor Ole transcripts, Senior Professor of Political Science and Development Research, University of Oslo. I heard you earlier also in the same forum. It's a great opportunity for me to hear you again, to enlighten me, myself, and all that. Thank you so much. May I request you to start your presentation?
Thank you. I'm obviously not managing to share my screen. Let me see. There's a nice picture from the Faroe Islands there, but I don't manage to share the screen. Let me see. No, I failed to do that. Screen 2 there. No, screen 1. Let me see again if we are able to. No, we will drop this. I'll take it orally. Am I audible?
Yes.
The point of departure of my paper is that one can't take positive outcomes of decentralization for granted. This calls for critical analysis of the conditions and the political dynamics. In a seminal study of South Africa, Kerala, and Porto Alegre in Brazil, Patrick Heller identified 3 general preconditions. The first was state capacity to facilitate local governance. The second was a strong civil society. The third was favorable political project to foster initiation and implementation. If these didn't exist, there would be a risk for elite capture and colonial-like indirect despotic rule. Fortunately, of course, the three preconditions were at hand in South Africa, Kerala, and Porto Alegre, and they all suffered from global neoliberalism. So the result was that one had to focus on the internal political dynamics. The political dynamics then tend to rest with four priorities, generally speaking. The first is to follow up on social transformations like land reform. By decentralization, you can advance further. The second is to counter fiscal crisis of the state due to neoliberalism and austerity policies, to allow people themselves to intervene from the ground. And the third is to resist the abuse of power and corruption, of course. And the fourth, the general idea to reinvent progressive politics from the bottom up. Heller's explanation from 2001 for the less success in South Africa was the relatively strong dominance of the ANC and its less social movement-oriented policies. That was convincing, but it doesn't help us explain the subsequent challenges in Porto Alegre, where local participation didn't help people to contain national level abuse of power. So Bolsonaro came to power, and it doesn't help us to explain Kerala's lack of institutionalization of local governance, fading participation, especially among the middle classes, little development or production, and weak coordination. What would be the causes for these problems? Some comparative insights might be useful. Indonesia's decentralization was very radical. It did weaken central elitism, but not local elitism. And populist relations between elite and people led to divisive horse trading. Actually, the more positive experience was the campaign for national public health reform. In the north, if we turn there for one paradigmatic case, the Sweden's historical successful anti-corruption campaign in the mid-late 19th century was based on the combination of central decisions and local governance. Moreover, the local governments at the time could not facilitate education, democratization, and handle poverty. That called for national democratization, education, and welfare programs, which in turn, of course, led to some centralism. But that was balanced with institutionalized consultation with and participation in public governance of democratically appointed representatives of the interest and issue organizations concerned. This worked reasonably well, but since the 1980s, decentralization combined with new public management has undermined equal, effective rights to education and public health. The worst case was during the COVID-19, and also the integration of many immigrants. If we return to Kerala, there are historical similarities with Sweden, but two major differences. First, Kerala was short of strong local governments until the 1990s. Second, from around the 1960s, 70s, Kerala's interest and citizen organizations were fragmented and intensively politicized, party politicized. Parties were more important, but fortunately not as dominant as the ANC. Thus, the social movement, civil society-driven quest for local popular participation that was scaled up in the 1996 with the People's Planning Campaign was, of course, immensely important and initially quite successful. But it has to be admitted that parties and ministries did not always follow the plan principles. Many statewide interest and issue organizations ignored the planning campaign. Dynamics rested mainly with a few committed politicians and citizen activists. There were many, but of course couldn't carry everything. And many party people felt that they were losing out, so they demanded control. So the campaign was weakened and did not provide a strong alternative to the national level deregulation of the economy. And the result was humiliating local and state level defeats for the left in 2000 and 2001. There is an admirable restart in Kerala from 2016, and there are two crucial factors in that. The first is the basic principle of decentralized governance had been sustained, and it has paved the way for instance, the rebuilding of the public health system and the fighting of natural disasters and recently the pandemics. Still, this was insufficient to fight the wider community disease, provide welfare for all, and restart the economy. But there was also a second factor. That was the mobilization of extra budgetary resources to counter the national austerity policies. Thus, again, the combination of local and state level resources and governance allowed for victories in the 2020 local and 2021 state level elections and open up for a new emphasis on global oriented knowledge-led developments. However, globalization fosters international integration, but local disintegration. And this can't be counted on the local level only. Scandinavian partnership governance to coordinate calls for stronger interest organizations than what are at hand. Kerala's various program missions might open up for democratic participation and coordination in design and implementation. But so far, there are more signs of chief minister-led technocratic governance. Hence, my conclusion is that the coordination is crucial, and that if it is not democratically organized, there will be strong men and market will dominate. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Tantrisin. In a very brief presentation, it's a huge, very strongly theoretical assertion that I could make out from your the choice of words and expressions and the kind of analytical tools that you have adopted. It speaks volume. But anyway, I'm leaving it to the participants to interact with you, to ask questions and all that. But immediately, my immediate observation is something which I immediately felt. At the end, they talked about globalization. And that really brought integration among the people at the global level. But certainly, it really enhanced decentralization more. It never favored decentralization. It stops decentralization. That is what exactly globalization wanted. And it is precisely where that you put it rightly, as far as I understand about the Kerala state. It is here the people's movement. As you said very rightly, 1996, the people's movement and all that started taking place, responding to that. So that is something enhanced people's consciousness, ability to participate, and then assert themselves at the local level. That's something which need to be taken note of, and which is why there are a number of studies, even Dr. Jose also has done. There are other people also. Like, as you said, in COVID-19, it's a health sector and education. Decentralization certainly did not do much about these two. But when it comes to Kerala, you find that COVID-19, they did extraordinarily well. That's one of the reasons is that the people-to-people contact, the people-to-people solidarity, the relationship amongst people, by and large, you find much more than many other places or many other states in the country like India. So why does it happen? That because historically speaking, as I understand, historically speaking, it is this state has given a representation of what is called the truth that comes out from a truth. What the truth is, the resistance movement. You need to resist the kind of powerful lobby, the way they act, the way they try to push their own agenda for development and all that. And that is how they destroyed the whole nations at the decentralized level. And therefore, what is very important is that, as you said very rightly, globalization is something, and what is the market friendly? It is market based. And what does the market based does? It is nothing but what is called self-interest maximization. That is completely methodological individualism that they talk about. It's pillars on that. It stands on that. Whereas here the perspective that you're talking about, trying to garner the perspective is solidarity. This against this kind of thing where people-to-people relationship in looking at each other's welfare together is a kind of new cooperative that you think about to bring about a change and transformation in the lives and so on and so forth. So that is where the idea that you have is built in, is very much fits into this kind of a framework. And therefore, it is necessary for us to learn few lessons from states like, historically, states like Kerala and all that. Maybe that there are many other places. In fact, I just by the way I'm telling, I have done extensive work on this one and I developed the whole idea of cohesive development based on this idea and got the experiences from varieties of countries of the world and varieties of places and how people come together. This is something which is very much closer to the one that you're speaking about. Thank you so much for a very provocative brief presentations. I must really admit, and it's a very nice one. Is there anybody else who is being left out but able to speak now? Like, you know, Professor Dr. Jivan Kumar, is it possible for you?
No, it is not possible. His system is already out.
Okay,
so Kumar is not in a position. I think you cleared all the papers.
Okay, now since we have got 3 presenters now, and it's a very interesting session, I must say, but let me open it for discussion. If anybody wants to have any question, discussion directly, but very precise, okay, that will be too good for us to manage the time and all that. Yes, I'm opening it for discussion. Yes, raising question. Professor Jose, yes, good.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Sunil.
I'm so happy to. Yeah. Go ahead.
Actually, I was listening to some of the presentations. I mean, it's very good presentation. So my one query to Dr. Sri Kumar Chattopadhyay. I hope I am audible well.
Yeah, audible.
Yeah. In fact, I was one of the trainees of the People's Participation Campaign that was organized in 1966 under, our earlier minister, Thomas Isaac. And I did get training from the Kila also during that period, 1996. The mapping, the people's PR techniques, everything we used. But the issue now, I was listening to yesterday Professor D. Narayana's presentation of GIFT, wherein he has analyzed the structure of bureaucracy in Kerala, especially at the decentralized levels. It is found that not technical experts in any of these areas being appointed at the local level institutions, which means that most of the posts are being, clerks, drivers, attenders, etc. The issue is, this kind of participatory rural appraisal for, local economic development, we need experts in all areas at the local level government institutions. And unfortunately, our system means generally in India, and especially because Kerala is one of the leading states in this area, we are finding such expertise at the local level, wherein the spreading of bureaucracy is taking place, but not necessarily the required expertise is not there. In fact, I was a professor at Kerala Agriculture University. We used to participate in the Grama Sabha meeting and all. Unfortunately, in fact, my experience itself, there are many such meetings at the block level or Gram Panchayat level. We don't have expertise to have a clear identification of the resources and planning according to the resource base of the locality. This is a big issue. In fact, I would like to get your response, Professor Dr. Sri Kumar Chattopadhyay. You are a very expert in this area, and of course, I enjoyed your presentation. It's very important. That is what even I was observing in some of the presentations. I am missing the presentations from Ghana, where local economic development has not been given any thrust in their strategy of development. In fact, Kerala did attempt, but this is a biggest, missing as far as our strategy of development at local level for local economic development. Which is part of the SSC. We have to strengthen our SSC, which means that like the cooperative entrepreneurship or, mutualistic organizations that have to come up to strengthen the SSI organization where we can, have some kind of fillip to the local development, bringing in the resources and appropriate utilization of the same. This is my just observation as well as for your comments. Thank you, Dr.
Very good, very good. Dr. Sri Kumar Chattopadhyay.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Jose, for raising this point. And I'm happy that you participated in Kila, and again we are seeing you. Then you must have seen me in Kila also to make the presentation on Ulur or Kalyashin. See, this problem of the expertise in the rural level, in the village level, we have found out. In fact, when we make a separate assessment, independent assessment, that how far the resource maps are being used at the panchayat level, we found there is a problem of this. There are maps. They have used the maps just for location, but not for the resource, management.
Correct.
So the expertise is extremely important. And in this time, in fact, this planning board, when we are thinking for the next 5-year plan, I was looking into the land management and the land use sector, and we have suggested that try to involve the local college. And even the local school, because now there are school with the +2, and there are the expertise on the available. So involve them and try to create a platform at the block level where these different people can be drawn. Because the moment we really get into the map or into the data, which need to be interpreted, then you need the expertise. Participation is important for, like a
identification,
identification and involve them. So what we tell, the map helps to get a person interested in his own area.
Correct.
But the second step of it, that from that we are developing a plan that needs expertise. But that you cannot leave it.
Absolutely.
And unless and until that is being done, then there is a problem. So this is extremely important, that to have the local level expertise and then involve this, these different tiers. And our basic, most of our decentralization, which is happening at the government level, is happening in the non-technical level, not in the technical level.
Correct.
So the technical expertise, we have to really draw from that. And also the institutes which are available. So in Kerala now, if you look from the north to south, we have like a CWRDM, we have KFRI, we have SES, we have TBGRI, and this can be used. And then along with that, universities, the colleges, schools, that will really help in this process.
Very good.
In fact, Professor Ole also made this particular point of local capacity creation through the help of the, apex governments. He was also observing the same point. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Professor Chairman, I have a question very particular to Peter Justice Dre. See, I would like to know that whether similar kind of constructing and preparing local maps with the support of the local people, whether that kind of some experiments which is going on in Ghana, and I have say particular same question to Ole also. You did some work in different countries, whether there is any way to use this kind of things, not preparing maps, but preparing the resource map with the support of the local expertise, and it is using for local level planning and very particularly for local development. Please.
Yeah. From Ghana.
Yes.
Ado,
hello.
Ado can respond.
Yes. If I get the question, he was asking about the involvement of the local people in developing maps for local authorities. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, yes. So the preparation of these maps lie within an institution known as the Land Use Special Planning Authority. Now, the Land Use Special Planning Authority has its representatives at each of the districts. The challenge that they have when it comes to spatial planning and mapping has to do with the logistics for them to be able to carry out this work. That has been a major issue. So apart from a few of the assemblies that are located in the metropolitan areas, those in the rural areas do not have the logistics to get the special planning officers to work with the local communities to develop the maps. So the maps are even not existing. But in few areas like metropolis, like the Accra metropolitan area, yes, they are able to develop these maps. And then as part of the development of the special plans, you are supposed to do public hearing and consultation in order to be able to identify the resources within the community. So that one exists in the metropolitan areas, but not in the rural districts. Thank you.
Speakers, may I request all the speakers to see the chat box. Some people have been asking questions through the chat box. Also take a look into the chat box also, please.
I could perhaps add something on this on the experience in my own country on this local participation. It is primarily related to planning of the physical planning. It's not within production and distribution and so on, but the physical planning and construction of houses and so on. There's a long tradition of this, goes back to the 19th century when there were land reforms and so on, together with the farmers themselves and the state. This is unfortunately being undermined by similar problems as you point out to, that is decreasing lack of capacity with the local authorities to, for instance, handle the detailed physical planning. So much of that planning is outsourced to the entrepreneurs themselves, those who are supposed to build a housing area or construct an industrial site or whatever. Now, people are still consulted when the draft plans are there, but of course that is too late. All the vital decisions have been taken at a much earlier stage, and the only thing that can happen is primarily a number of protests. But there is a long tradition. It could be vitalized, but you know, it has been undermined in the same way as you people described from other areas. So it's not a problem only in the global south, it's a problem up here as well.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Next, anybody else? Yes, anybody else?
Shall I respond to two questions which has been raised in the chat box?
To chat box, yes, just previous speaker shared in the person shares for their convenience. May I request to inform the speakers? Interesting, thank you.
The first one, I think, user Bhuvan.
Yeah, that's Chugam. You could please ask the speaker to change the slides. It seems the speaker may not get adequate time to show that the recent landslide can GIS. Now, Nisha, to everyone, Nisha is asking a question. The recent landslides and floods in 2018 and 19, which caused many deaths, can GIS resource mapping be used for flood management at the local level? That is addressed to Professor Chattopadhyay. maybe that she should be able to answer. Then Rajan JV, to everyone, it seems that the local governance is not active in Ghana. Now the presenters from Ghana should be able to respond to this query. It seems that local governance is not active in Ghana. Whether the issue is due to question of design issue or attitudinal issue or both. That is the question of design or attitude. What is very important, or both, because the local governance is not working. Now this is something related to now let one after another. First of all, landslides question. Professor Chattopadhyay, landslides question. GIS resource mapping, would it be useful for flood management at the local level? Professor Chattopadhyay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Ms. Nisha has raised an important issue. Definitely, the GIS, based maps will be useful for flood management. In fact, it's already going to start. In the disaster management now, I think, SDMA is moving to the panchayat to prepare the risk map. So the risk map will tell us that what are the people who will be at risk at what level of a flood incidence. So GIS maps are going to be really useful for flood management. There is no doubt in it. There's another question, in fact, it's from Girishan, that why really Kerala has not used what is called that Bhuban Panchayat map. Bhuban portal has not been used precisely because when you started the resource mapping in 1991, Bhuban was not yet active. And subsequently, when Bhuban was active, because the moment you get from the satellite image, you need a one level of a machine processing. So again, it is a question of expertise. Unless and until you can have that sort of an expertise at the intermediate level to translate those maps, like a state remote sensing center or something like that, then it is not possible to really get it used. So that is one of the technical issue which really comes here. But the moment the people are equipped, or our what is called the state remote sensing centers are in a position to supply them, then it can be used. So that is the sort of a lacuna which has happened, that at the panchayat level, because you need this one level processing. With chairman's permission, can I respond to some of the issues that chairman raised immediately after my presentation?
Well, why not? you go ahead, but make it brief, very brief.
I'll make it very brief. So the question is, what was our experience on thrust from Kerala to bring map as a tool in the planning process? Now, when you try to talk about the economic regeneration and the employment generation, so the map really basically looks for the primary sector. Now, if we have to regenerate the primary sector, and if you really make some sort of a value addition on that, then this assessment is very important. And we are very, what is called that well aware that those who don't have the land or don't possess a property, this resource map has no use to him directly, but it has an indirect use. Like what we really try to do in Kerala, like a renovation of ponds. If we try to develop fisheries, inland fisheries, it's a very important. Micro irrigation is very important. So it actually helps in that process. The second thing is, which is very important indirectly, that as the village woodlots are really receding and almost non-existence, so even the photosynthesis in the plant, in the agricultural sector is getting affected because there is not sufficient bees. There is not sufficient, the sort of area where the bees can propagate themselves. So the regeneration of the environment at the local level, which will indirectly help in the agricultural production system, is very important. That we try to look into it. Third thing is, even to regenerate what is called the vegetable cultivation. In fact, the non-monsoon, but particularly the dry areas, if we try to look into it, this identification of these becomes extremely important, that how really they can help. So it directly does not contribute to the employment generation, but indirectly. And we also try to emphasize, like NREGA, the type of money which is being, used, unless and until they are actually used for regenerate the productive sector, the spending of that money becomes waste. It becomes a dole. it actually does not strengthen the rural sector, rural economic sector. To strengthen that, you have the primary sector regeneration, you need to look into these basic sectors. In fact, we used some of these things in Kerala for desilting the reservoirs to increase the capacity of the reservoirs. So, so this is the thing which you have to look into that. That resource mapping has to be really look into that way, that it's an addition. It really helps, it may not be directly contribute, but it contributes indirectly, and we have to bank on that. That's our submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is precisely what the question is, that resource mapping.
Yeah.
And that is something that has been missing everywhere in the decentralized resource mapping and for the local resource management. And then indirect effect on employment generation, livelihood generation on sustainable basis. That's something which need to be a topic for discussion further.
Yeah.
To really see
one
more and
small
more.
submissions are again. So in Kerala, resource maps are handled by the research institute like Center for Arts and Studies, which is a Government of India institute. It is not an NGO work. That makes entirely different from rest of the country, rest of the world.
Right.
Because the institute is committed, so it has a different level of, like if we go even to, the test the water quality.
Right.
So it is not an NGO one-time work. It is so that difference is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I think Dr. Rajan also trying to raise some issue. Rajan, be very brief. Something is there. You can have it there a few seconds.
One is my question to delegates from Ghana, because in general we understand that local governance system in Ghana is very weak. So it could be due to the design issue or attitudinal issue or both. So I would like to know from the delegates of Ghana, what is the main reason? Design, attitude, or both? And regarding the maps and all that Dr. Chakrabarty has presented, I would say that actually there is dichotomy between the technology and people. We are unable to provide a people-friendly technology on GIS and all that, so that people will understand the importance and work on that. Maybe during 9th Five Plan, when we introduced the People's Plan campaign, resource map were prepared using RRA techniques where people were actively engaged. So it was not technology-led, it was kind of based on the engagement of people and views of people and ensuring active participation of people. Resource map were prepared and part of development report. That is why that was a success. After that, when we tried to introduce the technology, those who are having technical base doesn't know how to convey this to the grassroots level so that layman can understand without kind of technical terminologies and jargons. That is what is happening, because a couple of years back, I tried to do a mapping, applying GIS map for coastal wards in Trivandrum Corporation, because I have a consultancy project to survey the coastal wards. I approached so many experts in GIS. They are talking so many jargons, but they are not able to convey with the fishermen and taking their views and all that. That is the real problem.
Okay. Okay. Ghana, from Ghana.
A few minutes to our participants and the paper presenters from Ghana. They are in a position to raise the points raised by Rajan, Professor.
Ghana. Yeah. Mrs. Carter. Ado. Peter.
Sorry, I didn't get the question very well. Can you just quickly repeat it so that I...
So in general, we understand that local governance in Ghana is weak. So it is weak because there may be issues relating to design the system.
Okay.
Or weak because the attitude of the bureaucrats and policymakers are such that they are not so interested. Or both. What is the real reason?
Okay, now from Ghana, Ms. Kat, I don't.
Yeah, I think that I think that there's no problem with the design. It is the rollout of the design that's the problem. The problem, the design is that at the end of the day we should have devolution. But as it is now, we haven't gotten there. We are doing it. We are doing it gradually. So from decentralization to devolution. So by the time we get to the point of devolution, then the structures will be strengthened and more capacity will be given to the assemblies to be able to do more. So the design that doesn't have a problem, but it's the rollout of the design that is the problem.
Yeah, that's very interesting analysis. But may I switch on to Salim's question, observation to Professor Oli. Very interesting local disintegration because of internationalization. What he wants you to reflect very briefly on this one. What is the, how do you reflect on this? How do you look at the whole thing? That statement is well taken, but how do you really analyze this thing in a very brief manner to show how the disintegration is being caused because of the internationalization? Professor Tom Squeeze. Yeah, Oli, Professor Oli, will you be able to answer? Will you be able to respond to this query?
Oh, Professor, you have to unmute, Professor Oli, unmute.
Thank you, but I didn't get the specific question to me there. I'm sorry.
No, he says that his observation, he has liked your observation. He wants a bit of clarification. He said the local disintegration because of internationalization, globalization. Yeah, that is the statement that I also mentioned about it. Now, will you please clarify it further?
Okay.
Very brief.
Very brief, yes. Well, take the value chains of production, for example. The value chains of production that have come with the globalization, that has no doubt brought people or production units closer. It has integrated the global, it has facilitated integration of global trade and production. So in that sense, globalization has facilitated integration. At the same time, it has made local communities, local factories, and national level factories as well, disintegrated from each other in their country context, in their local context. They are mainly oriented towards these value chains that have been promoted. So, and take migration for another case. Increasingly many people, not least in Kerala, are going outward. They are integrating with the global development, but when they come back home, they don't invest in production. So that's what I have in mind.
Yeah, I think the very important
Thank
observation
you, excellent, thank you.
Needs further qualification. I think much more investigation, and one need to qualify this treatment in a much better way, much more extensive way, and that's something which is which could be there, but very interesting issue that need to be further probed. Next is that to the previous speaker shared by the proper, I think may I request you to inform the speakers to look at, no, I don't think there are any other question. If anybody immediately asks one or two questions, then I will stop at that. Now it's already 8:30.
Already late. Professor Sunil, we have to make a concluding session also.
Okay. That is what. So I think we need to.
That is also running short of time.
Right. We need to stop here. I just like to make a very small observation, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and that actually the issue is very important for us. We have to bring it together. We have to bring it down to what's called at the decentralized level, and looking at the whole problem from the lens of what is called the economics of solidarity. Whether you talk about the attitude, whether you talk about it in a inefficient bureaucracy, inefficient administrative system at the local level, all this to be resolved through the process of what is called bridging the gap between the people to people, gap between people and nature. That is something which must be done. So the kind of the amount of disintegration at the local level has taken, because let us understand the fact that is the model of development that you have been following, the development paradigm that you have. And this development paradigm is basically profit oriented. You need to invest, you need to consume more and more and invest more and more, make profit more and more. Is a kind of a design of the capitalist development pattern. Or the development paradigm is essentially is capitalistic in nature. Its manifestation at different levels, at different point of time, is varies. Like, you know, the way it manifests at a level of at the decentralized level may not be what is called manifesting at the level at a higher level in the same degree. But there is a what is called the process, and that process is something which is unified, which is linked to each other. And that is, we need to recognize this fact. Given this, and the whole state response to this kind, state machinery, the state, the government, the state as an institution responds to this kind of thing, which is not very much, and which is why you find after 70 years of independence, we are left with what is called abject poverty, simmering discontent among the people, and huge disproportionately increased unemployment problem today. Why does it happen? And as Professor Oliru was talking with COVID-19 showed, the gaps in education, especially gaps in education in the health sector, that is completely exposed the basic fundamental problems of our system. Now, where do you stand? We need to really work out. Let us not get into the kind of what is called the terms and expressions which have been there for last 20 to 40 years or so. We need to invent ourselves, reinvent ourselves, and think about how to get out of it. Let us not get burdened by what is called the kind of useless exercise that you have been doing and repetition or reproducing the knowledge base. I think we need to get rid of that kind of a process. We need to really think ourselves as to how to add a new line of thinking and new line of investigation as to get rid of this problem. We are really at the crossroad. We do not know where the human society or the human race is going to do. There are many papers, and I have also one in my latest book. We are certainly in the dangerous zone. It is very difficult for us to really avoid the catastrophic situation if we really do not get into some other way of living, some other way of thinking. Not that romanticizing like what people do, that they leave everything, have a kind of independent village life, Swaraj and all that. I think great amount of what is called romanticism is there. No, I'm not talking about that. I need to see that we have to survive. We have to survive with the dignity. And the people at the decentralized level always being what is called deprived of the rights. It is here solidarity economics has to work. Now, the reservation being made by all the speakers are extraordinarily important, especially even for the Ghana also, the kind of thing, weaknesses they have shown and all that in the systemic weaknesses are very important. And not only that in Ghana, it do have what is a resounding impact. I mean, it does have a reflection of the other countries as well. India also similar situation that will come across many places. And that is where we need to come out and all that and say that this is what we should do. We need to really take into consideration the people who are deprived for years and generations. At the same time, it is the misery of nature that need to be countered. How to do it? It is the solidarity economy that can bring people together, people and nature together. That is the only way through which we will be able to survive. And mind it, it is a decentralized development process. It's a decentralized mode of development that will really greatly help this civility, get the human civilization to survive, to further grow. If we do abandon this one and centralized process of capital investment and capitalism is something we go ahead with this kind of thing, I do not see anything than the alternative rather than what is called destruction of the human race. Thank you so much. Thank you all for having participated very effectively in this kind of program. And I thank the speaker for making a very good intuitive presentations. I also thank the institution, Dr. Jose Chotokulam, who has invited all of us and invited me also to chair this session. I am really enlightened. It's a great opportunity for me to learn from every one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Professor Sunil, I will take less than 1 minute only. You see, again, I want just read that there. The title of this technical session is Decentralization through the Lens of Solidarity Economy and Local Resource Management. Professor Sunil, absolutely you are right. That is what the new line of thinking. This is actually what is the lesson? What is the motto as far as this international webinar is concerned? Decentralization through the lens of solidarity economy and local resource management. That is what you mentioned, the new line of thinking. I'm happy. I think that there you did the entire moderating of this session and your introduction and your winding up as far as this technical session is concerned. I have no other way to say, no other words. I would like to say that they're excellent and super, Professor Sunil. Thank you. Fine.
Thank you so much.
I would also like to thank
you so much. And
all the paper presenters, from the Indian side and from the South Africa and Ghana side. I again appreciate all the paper contributors. I'm not going to repeat their names and all things are in thanks in that way because short of time. And excellent presentations, excellent paper presentations and all things there. This is what as far as this seminar is concerned, this is the real message what we are carrying on these things there. All my things, good wishes and thank you. Thank you, fine.
It's the first time that I could say that your institution, you all being involved in bringing in what is called solidarity economic concept at the decentralized level to see the outlet, to see the way forward. That is the first time in India, perhaps, is something I need to suggest that you go ahead with this kind of thing and have an opening up, the entire opening up, a different discourse at all together. That will be too much and pioneering this whole idea. Thank you so much.
Excellent. That is what you mentioned, the new line of thinking. We will take it up.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you, fine. Excellent. Yeah. Friends, we have another very short concluding session, valedictory session, and actually we will start. It is already 8:35 the Indian time, and the South African time it is actually 5 p.m. and 5 p.m. as far as South African time is there, and Ghana time is 3 p.m. We are actually 2 minutes late. Yeah. Yeah. First, we have an overview of the webinar. There are 3 people with us to give the overview of this webinar: Asha Bush and Pumla Nikoi and Elvin Anna Ama Arsari. Please make the overview of the seminar.
With me?
Yeah.
Dr. Kulam?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, Asha Bush, please.
Yes. Okay. Well, good evening, India. Evening to South Africa, Ghana, and good evening from UK. I'm going to provide an overview of day 2, technical session 5 and 8, and day 3, technical session 13. Session 5 was gender mainstreaming in local governance. There were 6 presenters overall. Now, takeaway points from session 5 are as follows. In the last 2 stages, women have been prominent participants of the movement because it has been a non-violent struggle. And this is a quote from the person Monica, who read this paper on Gokhalan movement. The study suggests that women not only took part in the Gokhalan movement by the means of protest, campaigns, rallies, strikes, and sit-ins, but their confidence in own capability increased, and their education ratio, together with financial institution, also improved. In Kerala, main challenges faced due to socio-economic situations and COVID pandemic were unemployment, mental health, lack of online education facilities, domestic violence, poor food and nutritional standards, and issues of elderly care. These problems were solved through collaborative efforts of accredited social health activists, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, and Kutumbashri employees. Now, here I would like to underline the word collaborative efforts. We all know that Gandhi actively encouraged gender equality. The first step is women's involvement in public domain, followed by equal partnership, mainstreaming, and finally, leadership role. Small number of women's participation in local government in Ghana is mainly due to too much focus on family duties than on work outside home. Lack of funds, which can push the campaign for gender equality, is also a contributory factor. Fear of intimidation and socio-economic ideologies are also big inhibiting factors. The study suggested the solution is in providing education to women, change the perception of men and women, and NGOs to provide financial support to empower women. Gender discrimination in local governance in Ghana was discussed in detail. Ghana has Ministry of Women and Gender Policy, but not only women, but even men are not aware of policy and don't understand the concept fully. It was asserted that formal education of professional training for women is necessary. During the presentation, it became clear that without change in social values, well-intentioned policies and its implementations alone cannot bear the fruits. Reservation for women increased from 33% to 50%, which changed the proportion of women leaders in local bodies in Tamil Nadu. Higher post holders came from scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and lower economic background. Now, these are very positive outcomes of the political intervention in empowering women. But the attention was drawn to the fact that domination of men and influence of political parties, attacks on scheduled caste and scheduled tribes people, effect of caste discrimination on governance, and corruption became a big hurdle. Now I'm going to move to session 8, Decentralization and Sustainable Development. Total papers presented were 6. Lessons learned from the study. Size of local government bodies are related to its functions such as water supply, lighting, sanitation, hygiene, etc. Now this is in context to Kerala. Kerala is highly urbanized state, therefore high urban staff seems to be unsustainable. Problems of equity and sustainability of co-production and decentralization of water governance in Kerala was also discussed. Now, Bathoepele and PPC favored production of goods and services, but equitable access and sustainability is yet to be mastered. Water supply is still geared in favor of commercial crops and not towards irrigation, and negative impacts on marginalized communities such as Dalits is still evident. PPC has given opportunities for active participation to Viziams Mukawas, a caste whose main occupation is fishing, and they are considered as other backward caste. But it is not always implemented successfully. Why? Because this community is perceived as beneficiary and recipient of social programs, not an equal partner in democratic process of planning and delivery at local level. The conclusion was caste-based discrimination and bureaucratic system hinders development and capability building in disadvantaged communities, which also includes women. Now I'm coming to the last session, session 13. So my notes are taken as I was listening. So they might seem a little bit sparse, so forgive me for that. There were totally 7 papers, but unfortunately 2 presenters could not take part. And the title was Decentralization Through the Lens of Solidarity Economy and Local Resource Management. What do we learn? Solidarity between human to human and human to nature is a must to survive, and that has been accepted all over the world. Mapping of needs of local population, resources, environment is also very important. We need perspective of development, not just numbers, so that our policies become knowledge-based. We need to relate with people, available funds, and assets which can be utilized, and nature, not only to govern, but to manage development. Education, health provision, and infrastructure needs to improve to uplift 70% of population in regions such as Manipur. This can also be applied to whole of India. Progress has to reach villages. So reach out to villages, not make them come to cities to acquire information or work. Assessment of local government in Ghana was discussed. Developing countries get smaller piece of cake, and that is the problem of Ghana. For effective public administration, local government plays major role. Inclusiveness is the key to success. Lack of funding and poor infrastructure, weak social services are challenges that they face. But they also have achieved few points, and there are tailored policies in place. More active public participation helps to respond to problems. Local government and environmental issues came to fore in another paper. Irreparable damage to environment could have been averted if community members were involved, and that is realized throughout the world. But assembly members have very little knowledge, and stages of participation vary, which makes implementation rather difficult. Ghana faces barriers such as lack of guidance, poor understanding, and financial difficulties. Opportunities are sustained and improved public participation, improved transparency, accountability, and ownership of decision, which helps to implement policies. The last presentation warned us that outcome of decentralization cannot be taken for granted. States' capacity to facilitate local government is important, and to resist abuse of power and bottom-up participation is also needed. An example was given. Sweden's success is based on coordination between the central government and local government. Kerala's decentralization and fighting natural disasters is an achievement, but political parties don't always follow such values. They demand control, so they also face some challenges. May I add a couple of remarks?
Please.
This webinar's objective was to discuss bottom-up planning and implementation of policies in context of local development. Most of the papers did justice to this objective. Main stakeholders were Kerala, India, Ghana, and South Africa, but also speakers and researchers from Singapore, Mexico, and Norway were invited, making it truly a global conference. And I would commend the organizers and all the institutions who took part in this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Asha Bush, for the excellent overview of the webinar. Thank you. May I call upon Ms. Pumla Nehoi, she from National School of Government, South Africa. Ms.
Thank you.
Pumla,
Thank you, Program Director, and good evening to everyone. I'm going to give an overview of day one of the webinar. The day one had 3 technical sessions and a total of 19 papers were presented. I'm going to focus on the key lessons learned for technical session 1, which focused on the historical necessity of both Batupile as well as the People's Plan in Kerala in India. Both these initiatives were addressing the service delivery challenges that were experienced in the city of Kerala as well as in South Africa. The lessons that were identified by the presenters during this technical session was firstly that there is a need for more state policy capacity to improve service delivery. Even though training is provided, especially in South Africa, to public servants, but there was a need for more to be done to reverse the failures that most public institutions are experiencing. And then secondly, another lesson that was also identified was the need for ethical managerial leadership in the public service, and that public officials need to realize that they are change agents. They need leadership requires to co-produce between the government and the citizens to improve service quality. So in this particular point, what was mostly emphasized was that government needs to work closely with the citizens in addressing the challenges that are being faced. Citizens need to take responsibility for service quality to see the benefit of Batupile. This was in reference to South Africa. An active citizenry is vital for deeper forms of accountability from state officials. The public service should also recognize that it always needs to assume the position of a learning organization. They need to listen to what the citizens are saying and demanding in order for them to improve the quality of service that is provided to the citizen. That is why public participation is necessary. However, citizens must be provided with an opportunity to also choose how and when they engage in this particular participation. This was common in all the 3 countries, which is Ghana, South Africa, as well as in India. And then lastly, it was also mentioned that new technologies provide immense opportunity for enhanced participation. But these need to appreciate the general context, which is the access, because a lot of people do not have access to technological, equipment. So those things also need to be taken into consideration when government considers new technologies in terms of how they engage with the citizens. This technical session was chaired by Professor Dreyer from the Nelson Mandela University. And then technical session 2 focused on capacity as well as service delivery in local government. And most papers stated that the provision of sufficient, affordable, and quality basic services was considered a core function of local government. The chairperson of this technical session was Dr. Nondumiso Mapazi. She is also from the Nelson Mandela Universities. The lessons learned were that training and development were critical to empower politicians to understand their mandate and be able to deliver the services to communities. Instead of using the top-down approach, it was recommended that the bottom-up approach should be used by most local government officials or public officials. And then another critical area that was suggested for the improvement of service delivery was the importance of introducing, this was in reference to South Africa, the importance of introducing the smart city concept in municipalities, which could play a pivotal role in improving service delivery. Smart cities promote economic, environment, and social services to the communities. Therefore, public and this particular initiative of the smart cities, as well as e-governance at local government. And then moving on to technical session number 3, which focused on citizen participation, public action, and voluntarism at local government. It was chaired by Professor Govinda from India. The lessons learned here was the overt politicization of the public service through political deployments and appointments, which often undermine the active participation of communities. In most areas in South Africa, this has been evident, where the political deployment has hampered, the delivery of services in certain areas, because those people who are deployed there, they lack the necessary skills that are required to execute that particular function. And it was also mentioned that there is a need to appreciate the agency of the citizens by moving beyond market models of service delivery that treats individuals as customers. So, the citizens should not be treated as customers who are there to buy a service. The service should be offered as a public good that the government is responsible to deliver at the end of the day. And then lastly, there was also a need to appreciate, to go beyond a singular view of governance at a local government. A diversity of approaches can also serve to maximize how people engage in the developmental process at a local government level. Thank you. These were all the lessons that were learned during day 1 for all the 3 technical sessions. Thank you, Program Chair.
I would say that it's wonderful, your overview of the webinar. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Ms. Umla. Okay. May I call upon Elvin Nawa Amas Asari from Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Ghana. Please, Asari.
Oh, sorry, she's not online.
Okay, there may be some problem. We'll look at that. When we can, yeah, please.
Maybe she will send her report to you, no?
Then what I have to do, see Professor Kinley, I will go for the concluding remarks now.
She hasn't written the report, but I'll call her and we'll get it to you.
She's not there in the line.
Calling her, I'll get back to you. I'm calling her.
Okay. She's joining. Professor Kinley, she's joining with us. She's joining. Yes.
Yeah, her line is off and she's on the line. So please, let's move on and
Okay.
yeah, sincere apology. I'll get
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you. Now we can come to concluding remarks. Nekela Kunda, DDG of the National School of Government, South Africa. Please.
Good evening.
Please.
Good evening and thank you. Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you for the opportunity from us down here at the National School of Government. We recognize all our partners, the Central University of Kerala, the Center for Rural Management, as well as GIMPA. We thank them very much for affording us the opportunity to partner in this very important session, which has dealt with the lessons to be learned from the People's Plan campaign in Kerala, India, as well as our own Batupili initiative here in South Africa. We have had very fruitful and very interactive and informative 3 days of engagements on the 2 topics. And with all the messages coming out being lessons on how we can improve the manner in which services are delivered, which will improve the lives of the people and the betterment of the people. I've enjoyed particularly all the sessions dealing with public participation, how we can improve our own Batupili here in South Africa so that it doesn't just become theoretical, but we tangibly are able to make the services reach people in a more fruitful, and as Pumla was saying, when we deliver services, it's not treating people as customers, but more as citizens who qualify for this public good. So for me, those are very important lessons. We truly appreciate this partnership, and in South Africa, we're going to keep these networks and partnerships that we have gained through this session. And as a School of Government, obviously, it provides us also with a lot of information that enriches the manner in which our courses and the information we impart to public servants here in South Africa when it comes to citizen care and Batupili. So we truly appreciate this partnership. It's been very fruitful, very informative, and we look forward to further engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lakhila Kundu. We are thankful to you, and we are highly thankful to your excellent center, the National School of Government. We all participants could learn a lot of things, lot of important lessons from your institute, the National School of Government. We are also highly thankful to you and your organization. Thank you, nice of you. May I request Professor T.M. Joseph, he is a honorary professor of Professor Bhargava Chair on Decentralized Governance and Development, Center for Rural Management. Professor T.M. Joseph.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good afternoon and good evening to all the participants from different time zones. Actually, we are in the concluding ceremony of the 3-day international webinar on grassroots level participation and local development, looking through the experiences of the People's Plan campaign in Kerala, India, and initiative in South Africa. When it comes to the close of this, it was essentially a mega event. Maybe an unprecedented one also in the history of webinars. Sorry. Actually, it was very difficult to count how many research papers were deliberated upon during this 3-day exercise. As I told earlier, the participants were from the different parts of the world and also from different time zones as well. The participants realized how difficult it is to bring together this many scholars on this particular theme on a common platform like this. In this respect, We should definitely congratulate the organizers, especially Professor George Chattokulam and his associates at the Center for Rural Management, Kottayam, and also their counterparts in South Africa and Ghana on mobilizing this many human resources for the cause of knowledge production and dissemination. Definitely, we have got a lot of new ideas emerged from this 3-day academic event. Parallels have been drawn between the People's Plan campaign in Kerala and similar experiences in South Africa and Ghana. And this webinar definitely provided an opportunity for all the participants to learn from the experiences of different national and cultural settings across the world. I also take this opportunity to appreciate and congratulate all the paper contributors and participants for being part of this academic webinar. And in this process, we have built up useful friendships across national boundaries, which will definitely lead to more meaningful and fruitful collaborations in the future as well. Thank you one and all, and wish you all a good time ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for your concluding remarks. May I request Professor Kinley S. Atmore, is Professor of Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Ghana. Professor Kinley.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. A lot has been said. I will not repeat myself. But I want to say this 3 days program participation during the 3 days, all the sessions that I joined and participated, the participation was very active, excellent, and the contents of most of the presentations were informative and relevant to the concept note. Many of them were able to share the principles of Batopoli initiative, were able to discuss their country's experience in relation to Batopoli initiative. I must say, presentations were insightful. We shared information, and a lot of comparative analysis were done. Thank you. I must conclude basically to say a big thank to my valued students, because you see most of the people who presented from Ghana were students, first degree students, MPA, master's students, and PhD students. You could see from their presentations, from the exposure, these are international exposure, even though some could not live to the expectation, it was a good initiative, and they were bold to take the step, even to present. That alone is quite enough for me. I must take this opportunity to extend appreciation to all the participants from the 3 countries for the good work. It's not easy to prepare a research paper to present at the international conference like this. They have all done very well, and helped forge the way forward. I must say that I will not say it without forgetting Madam Pruma of National School of Government, South Africa, who willingly joined her to organize this particular program. Madam, well done. Thank you so much being there for us. On the final note, we cannot conclude this without appreciating Professor Joyce, whose initiative on whose shoulder we are all hanging now. Thank him so much for the initiative, the collaboration, the letters, the meetings, and everything programming until this work is successfully completed. We are grateful. On behalf of myself, my department, and my school, we are grateful to all of you. And we hope that in the near future, such a program will be organized for all of us. Thank you, Prof. And I hand over to you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Professor Kilip. Yes, we will continue our collaboration with your excellent center institute, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Ghana. Equally, we will take it up, and we got the excellent support from the National School of Government, the NSG, South Africa. Now, I can say that their Bathapile principles is so pet to we all like the PPC. Now, actually, I feel that there is a marriage which is taking place between the People's Plan campaign, or all at the India level, it is known as the GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan, and the principles of Bathapile. These two initiatives have just crossed 25 years. They are also going to be another big challenges. Definitely, these two initiatives will contribute a lot to understand the dynamics of solidarity economy. That is what we are going to leave this kind of motto. This is actually the new line of thinking. In the knowledge production, I can say that the People's Plan campaign from the Indian side and the Bathapile principles from South Africa with the support of the scholarship from Ghana, we are contributing this to the solidarity economy.
Yes,
and this is in the process of knowledge production. Definitely we will take it up, this kind of a partnership and convergence. Thank you for the excellent kind of concluding remarks from three eminent persons and scholars. Now I request Professor S.S. Sri Kumar, Chairman of Center for Rural Management, India, for giving an vote of thanks. Dear Professor Sri Kumar.
Thank you, Dr. Jose. It gives me immense pleasure to, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
It gives me immense pleasure to express gratitude after the 3 days successful academic venture to explore the new avenues in grassroots participation and local government, in which the academic excellence of various participants all over the world has been presented. Any endeavor is a concerted effort, a joint effort. At the outset, I express my gratitude to the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and there is Jimba, Ghana, and the National School of Government, NSG, South Africa, for extending their cooperation and help. Webinar conducted is a joint venture of these three research institutes, research and training institutes. In this webinar, there were 13 technical sessions to present research papers, and they were discussed. I take this opportunity to acknowledge with gratitude the efforts of all chairpersons who chaired various sessions in the seminar. In 13 sessions, more than 81 papers were presented. More than 81 papers were presented, and around more than 100 persons were 100 academicians from different streams of social sciences were present. I heartfully thank all those academicians who presented their papers in an excellent style and took part in the interactive deliberations. I'll be failing in my duty if I am not expressing my gratitude. I thanks to the director of this institute, Dr. Jose, and his faculty, and supporting our faculty and supporting staff of the Center for Rural Management, Kottayam. Dr. Jose needs no introduction. Jose, with a strong research background from a prestigious research institute in India, has a foresight and vision. It is his dedicated and devoted attitude, research aptitude, resulted in this kind of academic venture, academic endeavor. I express my heartfelt gratitude, thanks, and acknowledge with a great Dr. Jose for his inspiring efforts. Without his inspiring effort, this 3-day webinar could not have been materialized in such a manner. I thank him from my heart. I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Jose and his colleagues from the Center for Rural Management who have cooperated well from the very beginning of the conduct of the organizing and conduct of the seminar. This interactive webinar was inaugurated on 25th May 2022. This day has a significance. As all of you know, all of us know, 25th May is celebrated as Africa Day. As chairperson of the Center for Rural Management, Kottayam, I give an assurance to all the participants in this webinar that every year we will celebrate Africa Day. Dear friends, now we have clear idea, as Dr. Jose has already just pointed out. We have a clear idea regarding the Bato Pele initiative. In India, we have to learn more lessons, more experiences from Bato Pele. I hope South Africa can also study something and some experiences from our efforts of people's planning campaign and Gram Panchayat development GPDP. And I hope that and foresee that there are chances of collaboration and this cooperation in the academic perspective. We expect the cooperation and collaboration from the Ghana Institute and also from the NSG in future for our this concerted efforts in the research, in social science research. Mr. TW NXT, Commissioner from South Africa, has given an overview, narrated an overview of the African situation during his inaugural address. I acknowledge him with gratitude for his narration of the African scenario. Dr. Jonas Mulakatu MS John introduced the webinar theme during his inaugural session. On behalf of CRM, I also extend gratitude to him. In the present validity function, an overview of the webinar has been given by Asha Butch, Ms. Pumila LK, and Evelyn Nana. And concluding remarks have been given by Lakele Kaunda from TM Joseph and this Professor Kingsley Akmore. My sincere gratitude to all these dignitaries who dignified the validity function. Once again, my sincere thanks to each and everyone, every person, every academician, every chairperson, every person who is interested in this academic venture to organize this webinar, conduct seminar in such a manner. Thank you once again, and thanks a lot.
Yeah, Professor Sunil, we can wind it up. Professor Kinley and Miss Kamle, we can wind it up. Is okay?
That is okay from our side. Program Director, we can close the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumla. We can proceed. Professor Kinley Agmore.
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you.
Yeah, with the permission.
Yeah.
With the permission from our other coordinates, Professor Kinley and Ms. Kumla, I would like to declare that this webinar is closed. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Josh.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Sunil, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Josh.
Oh, fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting all along. Let's say goodbye to each other with a sweet memory, and the fantastic organizational skill that you have exhibited is certainly memorable. And let this institution, the kind of relationship it has forged with the South Africa and the Ghana institution is something need to be nurtured. It is within the, again, as you mentioned very correctly, within the framework of solidarity. It is the third world countries together. Third world countries together.
Yeah.
The solidarity is different with the partnership. The solidarity means, we really have a compassion for each other. We understand the problem, common problem for each other, and we work for each other. That is something which is very important today in the third world countries. And let India, and from Indian side, it is this your institution and some of your initiative and your initiative is something which I'm looking forward with this Ghana institution management and South African institution together could make a very, very great beginning. I do hope it's going to make a great beginning. Let us underestimate it. It has a tremendous what is called demonstration effect tomorrow. And once it really increases, expands, and this solidarity framework, you see this is what exactly is required today when there is a very huge power politics at the international level. There's something which is 99% of the power centric with the 6 or 7 countries of the world, and the third world countries are left behind. It is here we need to forge. We need to have a solidarity economics together to say each other's concerns, to speak about each other, and bind. Let us not allow us to disintegrate by this big power at the top. Let us try to integrate ourselves, to assert ourselves, to see that we are able to really assert and have a force to reckon with. Once we are able to do it and do it from the decentralized level as you have shown, it is something is the greatest achievement to the human race. And it is the only possibility, as I could say, if I do believe in what I'm talking about, is the only possibility based on which the human race can be survived. Human race can see the other side of the world. Otherwise, we are certainly dealing with a very, very typical situation, in which case, every time, every possibility is there for us to disintegrate and reduce to nothing. And it is this that we have to talk about more and more. And it's a great beginning that you have made. I'm really happy. I'm very happy that these two countries, two institutions together, going to show a light to the rest of the world.
Three institutions.
Thank you so much.
Excellent idea. Excellent idea.
Excellent idea. Sunil, Professor Jose, we are very happy. So we will bear. This is a beauty of solidarity economy, definitely. And we got a lot of lessons from South Africa and Ghana and from the experience from India, what we have to do next. That is what the real success of this international webinar.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Jose, actually, your great effort really, as Professor Sunil said, it's a pathbreaker, it's a collaboration, South-South collaboration, and, we can evolve a new path of development wherein from the individualistic to collectivist, empowering the disadvantaged, bringing in the environmental, social, economic as an integrated, approach to development. So, in fact, this existing fragmentalistic approach has to be, thrown away, and we have to have really the empowerment in the real sense of democratizing development has to come into being. So, wish you all the best, Dr. Jose, and I feel it is a very big way. Please.
Please, Peter. I think he left. Oh. Yeah.
All right then. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope Professor Sunil, how are you? Going on well, huh?
Yeah. Nice to hear your voice after a long time.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a great thing, and good that I could meet Professor Srikumar also. I could see him, and then I have heard about you, and then it's very nice.
Oh,
thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also seeing first time Professor Srikumar.
I think we have met somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. A.M. Jose, I remember we met somewhere before the 25 years before in the University of Kerala or somewhere else. I remember.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, Peter is here. Please, Peter, how do you feel? Peter, you can unmute and say a 1 or 2 sentences. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and to all the moderators and also our professors who made a very insightful presentation. I have learned a lot through this process, and I believe that this will help me to fine-tune my presentation and subsequently prepare for my defense in the coming months. And so I'm very grateful and hope to have the opportunity to continue to participate in webinars such as this. The different topics have actually given me a very broad horizon in terms of the various subjects. And I believe that it will not only help me academically, but even help me in my place of work. So I thank you very much, and I'm very grateful. Special thanks to my supervisor, Professor Kesli Agomo. He is my supervisor for my PhD thesis, and he supported me in preparing the paper and also the presentation. I'm grateful to him, and I continue to count on his support. To my colleagues, students, I think that it was a very good effort on our part, and I congratulate them for the boldness, and it's a learning process. I believe that we'll do better in the future. Thank you very much, and good day to everyone.
All best wishes, Dr. Peter. Thank you.
Okay then.
Okay.
Okay then.
Good
night. Good night. Thank you.
Good night to all.
Okay.
Thanks to all. Good night to all.
Okay. Thank you.
Sunil, it was really excellent, your presentation. Really. People enjoyed. Yeah.
I could see your face right at the end, Jose.
Yeah, fine. That is not there. Never happened.
Very pleasant, pleasing face,
Jose.
Very pleasant.
Yeah.
Jose. So happy.
Yes.
Jose.
Yes.
Honorable Chairman Nelson is in India for a program.
Oh.
So you pass your place for refreshment.
Okay.
Yes,
I just contacted we're all support. We're all support. We are one and one. We are one and together now. Yeah.
Yeah. He says in India. I said, they should have joined from your place.
Yeah. Most welcome. Oh, definitely you're coming.
Yeah, that's okay. So bye for now. I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Nice of you. Srikumar, fine,
Yes,
thank
yes.
you.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you, Srikumar.
Okay, okay,
Srikumar. Good. So you have given you have given a commitment in the sense that every year we have
Yes.
to celebrate the Africa Day.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
will.
Yeah. Thank you.
We will do it. We will do it.
Yeah, yeah, we'll do.
And one thing, I think we have got much input from all these 81 papers.
Yeah,
It has to be analyzed, and this our task is to analyze and come to a very.
No, we will think about the edited volumes. Edited
volume.
By good publishers, definitely.
Yes. I'll help you in that matter. Don't worry about it. You give the task.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, fine. It was excellent. It was excellent. Fine.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice.
Convey my regards to family.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Convey my regards also. Fine.
Okay. I'll talk tomorrow. Okay. Thanks to all. Okay.
Thank you.